Gerald Horne. Red Seas. Ferdinand Smith and radical black sailors in the United States and Jamaica. Introduction. Sailing from Jamaica 1-1 Sailing the Red Sea 16-2 Perilous waters 35-3 The Black Ocean 57-4 Few safe harbors 81-5 Wind in their sails 106 Storm signals 121-7 Storm, at sea 143-8 Walking the plank 167-9 Black labor at sea 191-10 Dropping anchor in Jamaica 217-11 On the beach 244-12 The final voyage of Ferdinand Smith 267. Fall had just arrived in a somber Manhattan in 1944. The arrival weeks earlier of Allied forces on the shores of Western Europe had both given hope that an awful war might soon be ending, while emboldening those whose desire to settle scores with ideological foes had been stalled by Washington's alliance with Moscow. This was the backdrop as the great and the good gathered together in the main banquet hall of a midtown hotel to honor a mahogany-colored man of Jamaican descent, widely viewed as one of the most powerful Negroes in the country. Besides being second in command of the National Maritime Union, Ferdinand Smith, the man to be honored, was also a leading member of the Communist Party. Well over 6 feet tall, weighing over 200 pounds, and then in his 50s, Smith's accent betrayed his Caribbean origins, while his eyes, which resembled slits, could have easily convinced the unsuspecting that his roots were in China. Well-spoken and a Yent writer, Smith also had formidable administrative and organizational skills, which he wielded on behalf of a union of sailors. He supervised a massive staff of 99, which meant that he may have managed more workers, including white workers, than any other Negro or communist in the nation. His communist ties did not prevent 2,000 guests from coming to sing his praises in recognition of his outstanding service to labor, the Negro people and the nation. 2. Symbolizing the holy trinity of the liberal left, a great 9-foot portrait of Mr. Smith, anked by pictures of President Franklin Roosevelt and CIO President Philip Murray, hung over the speaker's dais. 3. The doyen of Negro America, Mary McLeod Bethune, was there, along with Basil Harris, president of the U.S. Lines, the largest shipping company in the world, and William Dawson, the moderate black congressman from Chicago. Joining the chorus of hosannas were the wife of media mogul William Paley, the writer Donald Ogden Stewart, Lester Granger of the Urban 7 League, the well-connected jurist, William Hastie, the affiant Marshall Field, and actors Paul Robeson and Jose Ferrer. John Davis, a man known to be close to the organized left, commented that never before had there been such a representative gathering of Negro leaders under one roof. For those who could not come, radio station Windsam broadcast the speaker's remarks. For yet, perhaps sensing the gathering storm that would bar a U.S. president from openly praising a U.S. communist for generations to come, President Franklin D. Roosevelt's message concentrated more on Smith's union's gargantuan contribution to the war effort than on Smith himself. 5. There was good reason for this hesitation. Hours before the tribute to Smith, the front page of the conservative New York World Telegram had excoriated him. An alien communist plans to tour the United States and speak for the Roosevelt-Truman ticket, working closely with the CIO Political Action Committee. 6. This would become the opening salvo in a battle that was to conclude with Smith's departure from the United States in 1951 to his native Jamaica, where he re-emerged as a prominent local, pan-Caribbean and international trade union leader. His departure ultimately also led to the decimation of the union he helped to build, the NMU. Nonetheless, before he left, Smith played a key role in labor and community affairs. One of FDR's close allies, the labor leader Sidney Hillman, with whom the White House reputedly cleared matters major and minor, called him Ferd. 7. Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia of New York City owed him a debt of gratitude after Smith attempted to quell a bitter riot in Harlem. 8. Because of his eminence in Harlem, Smith was dispatched to confer with mayors and other opinion shapers in the major West Coast cities of Seattle, Oakland, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, which had experienced a massive influx of Negroes during the war. 9. Even after the Red Scare and Cold War began, Smith continued to be influential. In 1947, Ebony proclaimed that no longer can A. Philip Randolph speak for all Negro labor. 10. Smith was prominently featured in this article. 11. Yet, unlike Randolph, Smith was leader of a union whose members were white, not black. Also, unlike Randolph, Smith's union was so massive that it could potentially strangle the nation's economy. At its zenith of unions in 1945, the NMU had a membership of some 90,000. 12. With a grip on many of the imports and exports of the nation and with a towering ally in the communist-led West Coast longshoremen, this union of mariners, which had an alien communist who also happened to be a Negro, as its leader, 13, was formidable. 14. Despite his power, 15, and image, Smith dressed nattily in dark double-breasted suits with freshly starched shirts and fashionable ties. His weekly salary was typically $75 per week. Still, in his office on the 6th floor of a building formerly owned by the telephone company in the Chelsea district of Manhattan, 16, he was akin to the chief operating officer of a major enterprise. There were 3 to 4 clothes aides positioned in the anteroom of his office, assisting him in his duties of negotiating contracts for his members, presiding over meetings, and writing columns for the Union Press and various Negro newspapers. Terry Penman, who worked with him at the NMU, described him as a Tarrick supervisor, always willing to listen. He was a compassionate and caring person. He was, she felt, one of the nicest persons I've ever met. He was also one of the smartest. Paul Jarvis, who worked closely with him in the NMU, remembered him fondly as well-read and an avid reader, often to be found with newspapers such as the Communist Daily Worker, the conservative New York World Telegram, or the mainstream New York Times tucked under his arm, or perusing the works of Oscar Wilde and Mark Twain. 17. Intelligence aside, how did a communist Negro immigrant come to wield such power? This was the high tide of the Popular Front, when Reds were at the apex of their unions and were gaining a foothold in the nation by taking a more progressive position on racial equality than traditional political groups. Moreover, blacks were beginning to gain some victories in their crusade against Jim Crow. And for some time immigrants had comprised a large percentage of U.S. sailors. That Smith was a Jamaican Negro rather than a native-born African American may also help account for his rise. When James Weldon Johnson, the NAACP official and diplomat, visited Jamaica, he was struck by the presence of black custom house officials, black soldiers, black policemen, black streetcar conductors, black clerks in the big shops, black girls in the telegraph office and at the newsstand of the fashionable Myrtle Bank Hotel. 18. Unlike many Negroes, Smith's upbringing was different from that of many in the United States. Dark-skinned folk in powerful posts were not new to him. This may have given him a certain credence. On the other hand, Smith was a communist in a country where the phrase alien red evoked the satanic. And he was no low-level red EI9. He was a leader of a union thought to be essential to the functioning of Soviet espionage in the United States, since union members routinely traversed the globe and had the ability to transport messages and instructions. 19. In the late 1930s, when hysteria about Soviet espionage in the United States was almost at its height, William McFee, a mainstream journalist, called the NMU the leaders of seagoing Soviets and the real Trojan horse of America. The Russian Revolution began in the Navy, he reported, and it is well to remember that in 1931, after the British eat to Kiel, Germany, which was at the time full of communists, that eat was the scene of the most serious mutiny since the 18th century. The communists had learned, he said, that the merchant marine is more important than the ging ships. Transportation of all kinds, as Stalin has kindly pointed out, is the real nervous system of the bourgeois world. 20. In turn, the New York Times charged that communists dominated ship radio posts which they could use for espionage. 21. Smith and the NMU did not seek to allay these suspicions. When Ben Davis, the Negro communist, was elected to the New York City Council in 1943, he praised the NMU effusively. In blazing the trail for equality of Negro workers in the labor movement, he proclaimed, "This union planted the seeds for the victory of which my election was a harvest." The NMU provided more than 100 seamen who came to Harlem and manned the polls on election day. 22 When the Red Councilman from Harlem was re-elected in 1945, Smith helped to organize a truck trailer which we circulated every day, 8 hours a day, in addition to 50,000 leads, outdoor meetings and other activities we carried out. 23 Yet the twin struggles for civil and labor rights came at a stiff price. The civil rights movement exploded as the most resolute guardians of the economic well-being of Negroes left-wing trade unionists like Smith were under deadly siege. In short, the rooting of the NMU helped to alter the character of the Negro freedom struggle. Josh Lawrence, a New York-based NMU leader, recalled when back in the 30s and even the early 40s, there were only two places in the South where black and white could meet together in the black churches and the halls of the NMU. 24 With members in Norfolk, Wilmington, Charleston, Savannah, Jacksonville, Miami, Mobile, New Orleans, Houston, Memphis, and a number of southern river ports, the NMU was a precious link in a chain of resist. Preface. Ends to Jim Crow. When this link snapped, Negroes were left not only with fewer meeting halls but also and more importantly with a diminished and shrunken leadership. When those who constituted black labor at sea were diminished, in a real sense black labor itself was at sea, shorn of its moorings, adrift, unable to anchor RMLY the crucial idea that class exploitation was at the heart of racial bias. This mattered a good deal in a community that was overwhelmingly working class. This class realignment allowed for the further rise of middle-class clerics and lawyers, who have their own particular class interests, to the forefront of Negro leadership, a position they continue to occupy. 25. Early in the morning of February 16, 1948, 4 white FBI men arrived and parked at the corner of 141st Street and Convent Avenue in Harlem. Not long thereafter a tall, well-built middle-aged Negro man emerged from one of the apartments. Two of the men jumped out of the car. They moved hastily toward the house. They stopped the man, ashed a paper, and elbowed him into the car. 26 This was the beginning of a chain of events that would conclude with Ferdinand Smith being ousted from the country he had helped build. The day of reckoning arrived on August 16, 1951. After repeated detentions and hearings, punctuated by regular protests and Smith's ongoing activism, he arrived at Idlewild Airport for a flight on Pan American Airways to London. An immigration officer accompanied him to ensure that he would not miss his flight. Scores of sympathizers were there to bid him a fond farewell, among them his good friend, Paul Robeson. Many slipped rolls of bills and envelopes presumably containing money into Smith's hands. 27 Finally, his enemies thought, they had consigned Smith to well-deserved obscurity. They were wrong. From London Smith traveled to Vienna, where the World Federation of Trade Unions, viewed in Washington as a communist front, gave him a high-level post. 28 His work sent him to the British West Indies and he wound up returning to Jamaica, where he organized sugar workers and led a left-wing union federation. There in the summer of 1955, Jamaican leader Alexander Bustamante condemned to a local U.S. diplomat that he was worried that in the absence of stringent measures Smith could have become a Chetty Jugan of Jamaica, referring to the communist who led the former British Guyana before being unceremoniously ousted. 2911. Yet those stringent measures were taken, and when Smith died in Jamaica in 1961, he was quite far from becoming the Prime Minister of the island nation where he was born. This is a book about Ferdinand Smith. But, as the subtitle suggests, it is also a book about Jamaica, the National Maritime Union, and sailors more broadly, and the Communist Party. The introduction sketches Smith's early years in Jamaica and his subsequent beginnings as a migrant laborer in Panama and Cuba before he moved to Mobile, Alabama, as World War I was coming to an end. From there he moved to New York City, where a booming West Indian population was coming into contact with native-born Negroes. Smith worked at various jobs before obtaining work as a ship's steward. In this he carried on a long tradition of black sailors that stretched back to the founding of the United States. Chapter 1 provides the background on the radicalism that so often characterized seamen, along with an analysis of the Communist Party and the movement led by Smith's fellow Jamaican, Marcus Garvey, two movements which had a significant influence on the Manhattan that Smith came to call home. This chapter also traces sailors' early efforts to unionize and details the career of David Grange, also a Jamaican Negro, who was a key leader of the pre-NMU Sailors Union. His presence indicates that Smith's leadership of the NMU was not anomalous. Sailors' unions were one of the few places where a contingent of white men were led by Negroes. Chapter 2 discusses the mercurial Joseph Curran, the chief leader of the NMU, who owed his post largely to communists, a decision they later were to rue. An effort was made to oust Smith from the leadership on account of his alleged scabbing during the epical general strike of 1934 in San Francisco. The nature of the shipping industry is outlined here, along with the early relationship between the NAACP and the NMU. Though some might think that a communist-led union would be anti-democratic, the NMU was the opposite, frequently violating an ongoing principle of unions to this day by airing dissident viewpoints, even those hostile to communists, in the Union Journal. Chapter 3 examines more closely the Union's effort to battle racial bias at sea, particularly in Gulf ports, where these efforts were severely hampered by legalized Jim Crow. There was at times a striking identity of interest and even membership between members of the Ku Klux 12 Preface. Klan and the American Federation of Labor, AFL. Like most unions, the NMU was not particularly insightful when it came to gender bias, a deficiency underscored by ancient biases against women at sea. Chapter 4 deals with the consistent internationalism of the Union, as sailors were frequently involved in protests in Nazi Germany, Brazil, India, and elsewhere. Exposure to ports like Cape Town and Durban could reinforce pre-existing biases or inspire sailors to new levels of anti-racist resistance. Smith's own anti-racist activism was often expressed through his leadership role in Popular Front or, as his detractors would have it, Communist Front organizations such as the National Negro Congress, NNC, and the Negro Labor Victory Committee, NLVC. The chapter also shows the NMU's massive sacrifices during World War II that in some respects outstripped those of the armed forces. Chapter 5 focuses more closely on Smith, particularly as he was called on by the City Fathers to intervene when the Harlem Riot, which some saw as a setback to anti-fascist unity, erupted in 1943. Paradoxically, as his value to the state increased, government surveillance of Smith grew in response to growing concern about communist influence at a time when Washington and Moscow were wartime allies. This chapter discusses Smith's relations with the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, and his closeness to Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, as well as his complicated ties to A. Philip Randolph, a former NNC leader himself. Finally, internal Union problems that exploded a few years later are examined. Chapter 6 details the beginnings of Smith's travails in 1944, as he was exposed as an illegal alien just as he was about to embark on a campaign to ensure the re-election of President Roosevelt. This occurred as the Communist Party endured internal strife of its own, as the conclusion of the war signaled the onset of a new era, the Red Scare and Cold War. Chapter 7 portrays the ambitious attempt by the NMU and its waterfront and global allies in 1946 to launch a strike that would potentially encircle the planet. Simultaneously, the Union, a stern critic of U.S. foreign policy, became more heavily dependent on the U.S. State Department to intervene on behalf of its members who often ran afoul of foreign governments. Some sailors began to wonder whether they would be better treated by the consular services if their union was less hostile to the White House. 13. Chapter 8 explores the uproarious convention of 1947 that marked the beginning of the end of Smith's tenure with the NMU, as he was expelled in 1948 from the union he built and led. Smith's ouster marked the onset of a decline of the Union generally and Negroes within the Union specifically, a turning point that occurred as desegregation was supposedly creating new freedoms. In short, Negroes took a step back on the class front as they advanced on the race front. This had a particularly potent impact in the southern ports from Norfolk to New Orleans to Houston, where the Union had been notably strong. Even so, there was a general perception that the South was catching up with the North, which was standing still. Chapter 9 follows Smith as he led the Harlem Trade Union Council, which fought job bias in Gotham. Also portrayed are the immigration hearings that led to his departure from the United States. Smith's ouster coincided with the screening or purging of progressive sailors, which had a devastating impact on Negro sailors in particular. The industry was in the process of downsizing, as acts of convenience ships ying under the banner of countries such as Liberia and Panama increased. Smith's ascendancy was representative of a growing class consciousness among Negroes, just as his fall from power occurred as racial gains seemed to increase. This provided the preconditions for a resurgence of black nationalism. Chapter 10 describes Smith's travels to Vienna to work for the communist-led World Federation of Trade Unions. With Austria as his base, he sought to travel to Africa and the Caribbean to organize unions and anti-colonial protests generally, in addition to mobilizing on behalf of a U.S.-based petition drive to bring the U.S. government into the dock for committing genocide against Negroes. These multifaceted efforts attracted the attention of U.S. and UK security agencies, and ultimately Smith was barred from entering the Caribbean. Stymied, by 1952 he moved to set up residence in Jamaica. There, as Chapter 11 suggests, he was viewed as the evil genius of communism, as he led the Sugar Workers Union and left-wing efforts generally. However, when the colonial government refused to recognize his union, his efforts collapsed. Though Smith was viewed as a vector for the recipient of Moscow Gold Soviet subsidies, it turned out that his opponents in Jamaica were the largest beneficiary of foreign largesse. This is discussed in Chapter 12. Also noted here is a circuit of Pan-Africanism that involved 14. Preface. The circulation of ideas from the Caribbean to Africa to North America, with Smith intimately involved. Finally, as the colonial government refused to renew his passport, Smith was barred from traveling to Eastern Europe for medical treatment, and died in August 1961. The epilogue brings the story up to date and includes narrations on the matter of blacks sailing the Red Seas. It was almost as if the U.S. elites felt they had to undermine the entire shipping industry in order to rid themselves of the possibility of a further rising by left-led sailors burning down the house to roast the pig, if you will. In the aftermath of the terror attack on the United States on September 11, 2001, some began to wonder whether the nation had jeopardized national security by becoming too dependent on poorly paid foreign sailors toiling aboard oating slums, who were sailing into Atlantic, Gulf, and Pacific ports on a regular basis. Such was the legacy of the ousting of the Red Sailor, Ferdinand Smith, from the NMU and the United States, and his repatriation to Jamaica. 15. Introduction. Sailing from Jamaica. Not much is known about the early life of Ferdinand Smith. He was born on May 5, 1893 in Save-La-Mar in the parish of Westmoreland, Jamaica, an island nation which he later described as possessing great natural beauty. Its lofty mountains, deep seas, and broad valleys, its fertile plains, many rivers, and waterfalls. But alongside this prepossessing physical beauty was an ugly Jamaica that W.E.B. Du Bois described as having a tragedy of poverty almost incomprehensible. 2. This was particularly true of Westmoreland. This parish was formed in 1703 and quickly became a name synonymous with the busy sugar industry at rice lands, with stately old architecture. In 1710 Thomas Mannings gave Westmoreland land and cattle to endow a free school, which was incorporated in 1738. It was one of the oldest secondary schools in Jamaica. 3. Partly because Smith's father was a teacher, Ferdinand Smith was able to receive a basic grounding in reading and writing, a literacy that was to follow him benevolently throughout his life. He was lucky. The census of 1943 showed that of the population over 10 years of age, only 2.76% had any secondary schooling. 4. Smith also came from a mixed family background. His nephew, Earl Smith, claims that his grandmother Ferdinand Smith's mother was of European descent. 5. Certainly Westmoreland had one of the largest settlements of Europeans on the island, a result of a bountied sick immigration scheme designed after the abolition of slavery in 1834 to draw them there. In the late 20th century there remained 300 descendants of German immigrants there. Westmoreland was one of the few areas in Jamaica where most of the peasant farmers are fair-skinned, blue-eyed people of German stock. 6. In a Jamaica scarred by color stratification, Smith's brown skin and lighter-skinned relatives may have given him an early advantage. 7. The region was racked with ferment and conflict. 8. Major riots occurred in Falmouth and Save Lamar in 1859. 9. Nigel Bolland writes. 1. Of at least 16 serious disturbances, between 1884 and 1905 in the British Caribbean, most of them in Jamaica. 10. The historian and activist Walter Rodney was attracted by the combativeness of Jamaicans generally, to the point where I always felt that there must be tremendous revolutionary potential in that island. Jamaica had risen from colonialism and slavery with a more violent social history and rugged past than most of the other islands. There were large-scale slave revolts in the 18th century. This pattern continued in the 20th century. In short, there was class, race, and color conflict in Jamaica. According to the Jamaican historian Rupert Lewis, social differentiation in Jamaica was more marked than anywhere else in the English-speaking Caribbean. 11. This volatile situation gave rise to sharp conflict. In neighboring St. Anne's Parish, the plantocracy there was once described as semi-feudal. One of the estate owners always wore his pajamas, even when he used a cattle whip on some unfortunate agricultural inspector. 12. Naturally, peasants were treated worse than bureaucrats. The former, according to Winston James, speaking of the time when Smith was departing his homeland, are still beasts of burden, and live like savages in unoared huts, huddled together like beasts of the eld. 13. These brutal lords of the land were not restrained by an alert electorate. In 1901, of a population of 756,000, there were only 16,256 voters, and even this skewed pattern was distorted by color. 14. And of course whether Jamaicans accepted the British royal family as their sovereign was not subject to plebiscite. Government departments were headed by white expatriates and all other senior positions were led by whites or near whites. It was the policy in the civil service that the few blacks and coloreds employed were not to be promoted above a certain level. In practice, the darker the complexion, the lower the category in which individuals were placed. 15. Children were not exempt from racial discrimination. Lady Bustamante, the longtime aide, then spouse to Jamaica's founding father Alexander Bustamante, was born in Westmoreland in 1912. As she recalled it, in schools unruly children were chastised with the wild cane or a strop. For small offenses, such as speaking out of turn, the offender was made to stand for about an hour, face to the wall and with one finger on the lips. Such practices may have been designed to discourage education altogether, since the British conceived of the Jamaicans as merely hewers of wood and drawers of water. She recalled that men 2. could only look forward to working on the estates, chopping cane, or rising to the grade of foreman, carrying bananas, hoping to be a tallyman at the banana ports. Women aspired to teaching, nursing, or keeping house for others, and some had nothing to do. Before the upsurge of the 1930s, she could not recall any serious or sustained newspaper writing that would have drawn attention to the plight of the poor. Color prejudice was so strong that there was hardly a dark face to be seen amongst the workers in the stores or offices in the center of the town. Certainly there was none in either of the two banks, Barclays and Nova Scotia. Most of the lawyers and other professionals practicing in Montego Bay were either white or of very light complexion. Such was the prejudice that if a black person swam down the adjoining Cornwall beach and happened to put foot on the sands of Doctor's Cave, some of the white members would come out of the water and quickly depart. In Jamaica, there were more dogs than bones, and the meat was being distributed according to color and class. Even newspaper advertisements for jobs mentioned skin color as a qualification. 16. The economy of Jamaica, heavily dependent on sugar, was collapsing when Ferdinand Smith was an infant. A long sugar crisis began in the 1880s, and there was overproduction on the world market, which had led to such low prices that West Indian sugar could only be produced at a loss. 17. This encouraged the trade union movement. After 1895, several attempts were made to create trade unions, most of which had disappeared by the early 1920s. 18. Smith was a laborer from his earliest years. His friend, Richard Hart, avers that his RST job after leaving primary school was pushing a hand truck on the Smitheld Wharf, save Lamar, for 1 shilling and 6pence a day. 19. He had managed to attend what was called a college for 2 years, but the deteriorating Jamaican economy forced him to quit and end a job. Eventually he was to become a waiter in a hotel, good training for his post as a ship steward, then a clerk, and later a haberdashery salesman. 20. Then, in the midst of this economic upheaval and dislocation, Save Lamar was hit by a devastating hurricane. 21. The local economy collapsing around him, Ferdinand Smith walked from Save Lamar to the nearest port scores of miles away and caught a boat to Panama. 22. He was not to return to Jamaica until almost 40 years later. 3. The noted Jamaican writer, Philip Sherlock, has observed that although Jamaicans are island people, they have no love for the sea. In their history, ships were owning tombs and sails on the horizon, invaders or pirates. The sea imprisoned them. Their links are with the mountains. Half their island is 1,000 feet and more above sea level. 23. It was the ship that had brought unwilling, enslaved Africans to the New World, and it was the mountain that provided refuge. Yet economic distress can convert the most water-phobic people into conroomed mariners. Such was the case with Smith and generations of Jamaicans. Like him, Panama was often their port of call, and sailing the sea was the only way to get there. When he selected the Isthmus as the meeting for his Pan-American Congress in 1824, Simon Bolivar singled Panama out as the veritable capital of the world, the center of the globe, with one face turned toward Asia and the other toward Africa and Europe. As early as 1850, easing the economic distress of post-abolition Jamaica, residents of the island had begun streaming into this capital. 24. White workers were considered for canal construction, but they could not be paid enough to induce them to immigrate, nor could they be forced to accept the level of physical abuse that most of the construction tasks demanded. 25. As plans to build a canal went ahead, even more Jamaicans were attracted to what appeared to be a latter-day El Dorado. By the 1880s there were about 9,000 Jamaican laborers there. Among these foreign laborers, 26 was Ferdinand Smith, who stayed in Panama 27 years, working variously as a hotel steward and commissary salesman. He had married a woman from St. Elizabeth's Parish in Jamaica and had fathered a daughter. 28. Marcus Garvey was also among the Jamaicans 29 who made it to Panama. The conditions he encountered in the region convinced him that Negroes needed to be better organized. Working conditions for these black workers ranged from difficult to abysmal. 30. This was Smith's RST direct encounter with U.S.-style Jim Crow. 31. The Canal Zone was then under Washington's jurisdiction. As late as 1948, when Smith was on his way back to the Caribbean, an eviscerating racial segregation continued to persist. 32. Wages were nominal. Working conditions were harsh. Unavoidably, this exploitative system gave rise to stiff organized resistance. Strikes were regular. 33. As early as July 1913, as Smith was just settling in, plans were made to deport approximately 10,000 workers of all nationalities. 34. U.S. military intelligence took note when 4. 10,000 employees of the Panama Canal and the Panama Railway walked out. The strike of all Negro employees of these companies having commenced today. This is about 70% of the entire Negro force. 35. A few months later, a confidential memo reported that Negro laborers on the Canal Zone are disorganized as a total failure of the strike, a strike which resulted only in many of them losing their positions permanently. Canal Zone officials have the bridle hand on the Negroes due to the fact that the Panama Canal and the Panama Railroad control all stores on the Canal Zone and all employees' quarters. Any strike attempted by them is bound to fail. It concluded, there are radical elements in the Republic of Panama which have not as yet come to light. 36 As World War I came to an end and Panama was convulsed in instability, Smith moved on to Cuba. He had become part of a roving band of Jamaican migrant workers who moved from island to island, job to job, in constant search of a livelihood. Between 1912 and 1924, 230,000 contract workers were imported into Cuba from Haiti and Jamaica, 24,000 Jamaicans in 1919 alone. 37 This was not the most propitious time for Smith's arrival in the Pearl of the Antilles. In 1912 a race war took place when the pent-up grievances of Afro-Cubans exploded and government troops massacred thousands of blacks in retaliation. As a result, black migration from Jamaica was curbed in favor of immigrants from Spain. There was much publicized Nanst expulsions of West Indians, combined with racist attacks. 38 Smith spent a scant 11 months in Cuba before migrating to the United States. He arrived in Mobile on November 19, 1920, having traveled on the SS Tuscan as a steward. 39. A Negro steward sailing into port was commonplace. The black cook was so ordinary that he became a stereotype in nautical shindig. 40 Just as the Pullman sleeping car porter was associated with the domestic vector of communication, the steward was his counterpart in the global arena. Thus there was nothing particularly unusual about a Negro sailor arriving in a U.S. port. And it was no coincidence that in 1838 Frederick Douglass escaped northward to freedom dressed in sailor's clothes and armed with a free black sailor's pass. You cannot write the bloody laws of slavery on those restless billows, he proclaimed. The ocean, if not the land, is free. 41. 5. Negroes had long seen the ocean as the pathway to freedom. The NMU once estimated that in 1850, more than half of the American seamen were colored men. 42 The sea, said the NMU Journal, offered a haven to the most militant and aggressive slaves as an escape from bondage. Crispus Attucks, whose martyrdom on behalf of the American Revolution was inscribed in blood in 1770, was a seaman, as was the rebel leader Denmark Vesey. 43 As early as 1809 the Negro steward of the Minerva smuggled insurrectionary pamphlets into Charleston. Vesey read pamphlets like this aloud, thereby spurring the passage of the 1822 Negro Seaman Act, which permitted the sheriff to board any incoming vessel and to arrest any black sailor for the duration of the ship's stay in the port of Charleston. 44 Because of the threat of contagion that West Indian, Northern U.S., and Latin American sailors were said to pose, the port of Galveston also required captains to either deny their black sailors shore leave while in port or to place them in jail for the duration of the ship's visit. 45 This was a reaction of the fact that the slave-owning South correctly viewed Negro sailors as a clear and present danger to its way of life. 46 The importance of sailing to Negroes was confirmed further when the New York African Free Schools, established to provide for Negro children, introduced in the 1820s the study of navigation, since many of the best pupils subsequently went to sea. 47 Negro sailors with their steady incomes, free status, and worldliness were leaders in their communities. Sailors established contact with slaves in the British, French, Spanish, and Dutch ports of the Western Hemisphere, exchanging information about slave revolts, abolition, and revolution and generating rumors that became material forces in their own right. Not surprisingly, slaves and masters alike came to see sailors as potential liberators. Sailors had played a major role in rebellions in the 17th and 18th centuries. Though it lasted only 10 days, the revolt of Naples in July 1647 marked the first time that the proletariat of any European city seized power and governed alone, and sailors were important players in this rebellion. 48 The very term strike evolved from the decision of British seamen in 1768 to strike the sails of their vessels and thereby to cripple the commerce of the empire's capital city. 49 Ships spawned radicals, a concentrated forcing house of internationalism and subversion. 50. 6. Sailing continued to be a stepping stone to better opportunities in the 20th century. Decades after Frederick Douglass made his escape, William Monroe Trotter, after being refused a passport, obtained in disguise a seaman's passport and took a job on a freighter bound for Le Havre, where he jumped ship in 1919 in time to crash the Versailles Peace Conference, where he intended to press the cause of the Negro. 51 Langston Hughes, 52 Ralph Ellison, 53 and Kwame Nkrumah 54 were among the luminaries from the Pan-African world who went to sea in search of adventure and a livelihood. In an era of circumscribed opportunity for Negroes, sailing provided not only jobs but also the possibility of escaping to a freer world. This was very much the case for Ferdinand Smith as he made his way from Cuba to Mobile, a deep South entrepot dominated by Jim Crow and ungenial to Negroes. J. Alexander Somerville, who migrated from Jamaica to Los Angeles as Smith was making his way to New York City, found it hard to believe that lynchings took place. The whole affair was so ghastly that we simply could not believe it, so we attributed it to the mental aberration of Asian writer. 55 But this was reality, Nachan, and after landing in Alabama, Smith quickly left for New York. There he encountered a booming West Indian population. 56 As European emigration was curbed by war and as U.S. production heated up as the nation sold to both sides in the conflict, an economic boom ensued that lured many West Indians northward. Of course, there had been a lengthy intercourse between the Caribbean islands and the country that became the United States, as their common colonial master in London guaranteed frequent contact. 57 W.E.B. Du Bois was among those who pointed to the central role of West Indians in the Afro-American struggle. 58 By the time Smith arrived in Harlem, West Indians 59 had also garnered a well-deserved reputation for radicalism. Smith was not unique in being a migrant laborer, inveterate traveler, Marxist, and proletarian intellectual. Otto Hueswood followed a similar trajectory. Born in 1893 in Suriname, he was the RST Negro to join the U.S. Communist Party, signing on in 1919. 60 He had shipped out on a Dutch banana boat bound for Holland in January 1910. He wound up in Brooklyn where he jumped ship and by 1918 was working on a pleasure boat on the Fall River Line. 61 During his years as a sailor, he had made many trips. 7. To the Caribbean islands including Jamaica, Trinidad, Haiti, Cuba, Curacao, Barbados, and British and Dutch Guyana to make contact with labor leaders and report on conditions. Such travels made for a certain cosmopolitanism, a broadened outlook and an acute awareness of exploitation. Together, these traits were a ready recipe for radicalism. 62 This migration process, not to mention the bracing encounter with Jim Crow, pushed many West Indians to the left and gave rise to a pan-Caribbean or West Indian identity. 63 The stigma attached to being black in the United States caused some to defensively compensate by declaring that West Indian culture was superior to that of U.S. blacks, which led to conflict with native Negroes. That some Euro-American employers favored them over these Negroes did not help matters. 64 Smith was able to transcend this ethnic divide, while anchoring himself RMLY among the burgeoning left. He joined the Communisold Marine Workers Industrial Union because he was impressed with their anti-racism and progressivism. 65 Soon after being in America, he recalled years later, I had come face to face with the harsh realities of racial discrimination, of white men brutally trampling upon even the most elementary human rights of Negroes. I had been in the southern states of the USA, and tasted of this bitter fruit of degradation and segregation. I resented it. His attempt to get back led him leftward guratively to the port side and toward union organizing and radical politics. He kept his communist membership secret for fear of jeopardizing my job as chief steward, a privileged position though his privilege did not exempt him from racial bias. On board ship, he remembered later, I have often rebelled at the infamous two-pot system, whereby top-grade rations were prepared for officers while the crewmen were fed the meanest of rations. Many and bitter were the battles both verbal and physical waged between other officers and myself, as chief steward. Fortunately for him, the life of a seaman affords a remarkable opportunity to study the life of people in various countries. Within a few years of seafaring, he noted, I had known most of the world, had spoken to and intimately observed the modes of living of people in North, South, and Central America, Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Belgium, China and Africa among other places. He was notably struck by the miserable, overworked, underfed prisoners in their own country I saw in Africa. Like many sailors, Smith's voracious reading and incessant traveling had given him a depth of understanding of human experience that soared far beyond that of other Negroes, other labor leaders, and, quite frankly, many other intellectuals. But not all his encounters on his travels were of misery. He also met those who received me warmly. I soon learned that they were communists. When he visited Russia he was met by people rich in culture and material goods and, like his good friend-to-be Paul Robeson, he was won over completely. These struggles on behalf of workers and especially for Negroes led him to the theory of the class struggle which has been more than demonstrated in my years of working. I know the class struggle to be true, because I have been an active leader and participant all my life. He began a study of political economy as early as 1925 and rapidly became satisfied with the theoretical justification of Marxism, but this I had to check with practical experiences and observations. 66 Life at sea provided plenty of opportunity for reading, which Smith pursued with determination. This gave him an intellectual edge over others that was not unique to himself. In fact, Negro sailors were in the vanguard of a trend that has since dissipated considerably: the rise of the proletarian intellectual, the powerful autodidact and cosmopolitan. 67 All this combined with the horrors of Jim Crow to drive Smith into the eagerly waiting arms of the Communist Party. Workers in Hollywood were fond of saying that Walt Disney probably created more communists than Karl Marx, because of his onerous and exploitative working conditions, not to mention the paltry wages. 68 Sailors, no doubt, would have viewed the LM industry as paradise regained compared to what they faced at sea. From the time of the galley slaves, laborers at sea had faced particularly oppressive conditions. As Samuel Johnson once put it, no man will be a sailor who has contrivance enough to get himself into a jail, for being in a ship is being in jail with the chance of being drowned. A man in jail has more room, better food, and commonly better company. 69 Indeed, the sailing ship, the characteristic machine of this period of globalization, combined aspects of the jail and the Dickensian factory. 70 The atrocious conditions on board pre-NMU ships led to seamen having the highest death and suicide rate of any major industrial workers. Seamen were particularly susceptible to venereal disease, tuberculosis, and disorders of the digestive system. 71 Hoyt Haddock, an early NMU member, recounts an episode that sheds light on the 9 sanitary conditions they had to endure. He was with a second engineer at lunch one day who said, "My God," and took something out of his soup and showed the captain what he had found. The captain said, "Oh, that's only half of a cockroach," and went on eating his soup. 72 Gerald Reminick recalled these vessels as follows. If you don't mind sleeping in a narrow bunk on a dirty mattress crawling with bedbugs and have no objection to crowding into a dark hole deep in the after peak of a ship, over the screw, where the fumes from showers and toilets permeate the air, and if lack of ventilation or light has no terror for you and you like to take your meals in a smelly mess room just off a hot galley, sitting at a narrow bench covered with soiled oilcloth and facing a blank wall not too clean, with a slovenly mess boy shoving a plate of greasy stew over your shoulder, if these things please you and you are thankful for them and obedient, you are 100% American seaman, a credit to your AG and to the United States. On the other hand, if you kick about such things, if you take part in inciting to riot, join sit-down strikes and in that way interfere with the earnings of a run-down cargo steamer, you are a communist. Living conditions, in brief, are the cause of much of the discontent and rioting we have had, along our waterfronts and on board ships. Furthermore, as one captain put it, our ships are infested with thugs, thieves, gangsters, dope runners, drunkards, racketeers of all descriptions. 73. A number of sailors were on board involuntarily, victims of Shanghaiing, kidnapped and placed on board a ship, often headed for China or points unknown. In 19th century San Francisco, men found guilty of petty larceny were given the choice of going to jail or of signing on a windjammer. Negroes were often the victims of such practices. 74. Just as ships bred radicals, these unhealthy conditions bred illness and disease. 75. But if such a malady befell a sailor at sea, he was generally out of luck, for there were no doctors on merchant ships. 76. When an injury took place, someone had to open a first aid manual, perhaps take a stiff drink to steady his nerves and give the patient a stiffer one and plunge into the unknown. 77. On top of it all, there was the mighty and majestic horror represented by Mother Nature, so awesome that it pushed seamen to heights of rhetorical fancy. One sailor recalled, when waves went over us, the 10 decks were solid ice. Whole tractor trailers were washed over the side. A 40-ton truck crane was loose on the deck like a battering ram. House trailers on the second deck were completely demolished. You cross from awe to terror. It was a rogue wave, an overhanging freak wave, often described as a wall of water. In a photograph it would appear to be a sheer cliff of much greater height than the ship from which the picture was taken. It could break a ship in two in one lick. If this happened to huge ships, the fate that befell the smaller ones was a lot worse. The latter could be thoroughly destroyed by icing. Ocean sprays could freeze and thicken on the deck, with freezing rains adding to the mix. The ice could become so heavy that the ship almost disappears within it before the toppling weight rolls her over and sinks her without a trace. 78. This was the difficult environment in which Smith and other sailors toiled and that fueled their protest. 79. Smith's job as steward was particularly challenging. As he recounted it, after a couple of months at sea, even the best cooked food gets monotonous. Someone in the deck gang starts treating the steward's department like unkies. The cook or messman may have gone through this enough times, so he starts with a chip on his shoulder anyway, and he gets sore at the deck and black gang. The black gang may be setting themselves apart from both stewards and deck because they think that their work is more technical and therefore more important. Smith saw this as petty divisiveness that ultimately undercut the interests of sailors. To my way of thinking, he insisted, it's high time all such attitudes were given the deep six. The time is long past when we can drift along and tolerate the luxury of petty differences. 80. Smith himself recalled that on pre-NMU passenger ships, the steward's department was at work at 5 a.m. and worked without a break until 10 p.m. or midnight, 7 days a week, rain or shine. Quarters were unbelievably crowded, unventilated and lthy. Pay was pitifully small. Conditions under outright slavery could be little worse. As usual, under such conditions, the Negroes in the industry got the worst of everything: inferior jobs in those departments where they were permitted to work, discrimination in hiring, segregated quarters, and even worse abuse than was handed out to the white crew members. They not only got the worst jobs but the worst ships. A Negro couldn't even go on the gangplank of a decent ship. Anyone who tried to take up a grievance with the union agent was called a commu. 11. NIST troublemaker. There was no union organization aboard the ships. Ships' meetings were unknown. What job security there was could only be realized by working continuously, keeping your mouth shut about abuses and never objecting to any form of exploitation, no matter how egregious the injustice. 81. A ship's steward had a hard life. Even though he had the crucial job of making sure that the crew was fed, Smith recalled ruefully that the chief steward is practically a non-entity on board ship. Since stewards were often Negroes, there may have been racial reasons for his low status. Then there was the ever-present problem of ending adequate food abroad at reasonable prices. Most of these countries where the ship puts into port, Smith recalled, have very little for themselves in the line of any ship of food. When he cannot procure these provisions, they believe that he is in cahoots with the captain or somebody, to keep them from getting their just demands. Then, after managing to procure food, the next problem was getting it on board. Because of the endemic problem of smuggling by sailors, even stewards, they had to submit to an intrusive regime of searching and lynching by certain authorities. The steward generally has to see the mate, who in turn wants an okay from the skipper, who most of the time is not on board. In the meantime that milk is getting hot on the dock, the longshoremen are using the bread for their lunch, and also ryeing the rest of the stuff. At most of the meetings on board the ship, both going and coming, the steward is generally the RST to be harassed at the beginning, during the voyage and at the end of the voyage. The steward's department is like no other, Smith thought. It is their failure to realize the situation that often makes the steward bitter, antagonistic, and the object of charges when the ship arrives in port. Many voyages, especially lengthy ones, are rife with bitterness, animosity, name-calling, which winds up with charges and counter-charges against this and that fellow upon arrival in port. Moreover, where the voyage is long and tedious, and where the majority of the men get sick of looking at one another, nerves get frayed, and the least little touch of spoken word is liable to start an explosion. All of this 12. Stuff generally bounces back on the grade of grub they have been getting lately, which is generally, of course, the harassed chief steward. The steward, Smith reminded his readers, is a human being and should be treated as such. Stewards are getting fed up with this problem being referred to as a laughing matter and the butt of corny jokes from a lot of our officials. So how did Smith handle this thankless job? I make it my business to tell the membership at the beginning of the voyage, just what we are in for, and what we might be up against, and then ask for and demand cooperation. The problem was that a steward, often a Negro, was in a sensitive position and represented a difficult connuence of race and class. Thus, even after the founding of the NMU, Smith found that too many delegates approached the steward in a commanding and disrespectful manner in presenting their beefs. Fortunately, an avowedly anti-racist union like the NMU did not automatically oppose the steward. For Smith acknowledged that this union has a certain amount of fakers who are lazy, incompetent, overtime hungry, and are general nuisances aboard any ship. We, as members, he told the rank and Lee, should take immediate steps to weed out, with special emphasis on the out, these characters before they put this union into serious trouble. 82. The chief steward was part chef and part counselor. His job represented one of the highest rungs on the socio-economic ladder that Negro men could reach during the era of Jim Crow. The bad working conditions were not the only factor that helped to create seafaring radicals. As Marcus Rediker has observed, the ship was not only a self-contained world but very much a world apart. The absence of family, church, and state, the primary institutions that organized social life, created a power vacuum within the wooden world. The isolation of life at sea produced within the tar intensive awareness of actual and symbolic uses of power and a powerful need for self-defense. The ethic of egalitarianism both grew from and was nourished by the manifold vulnerabilities of life at sea. 83. In short, sailors' work conditions were a far cry from those of their fellow workers and proletarians. Bertha Reynolds, a social worker who 13. worked closely with the NMU, recalled that seafaring forges a sense of group association because a ship's crew has to live with one another 24 hours a day. They must tolerate each other's queerness. They can never ignore the effect on others of what they do, or not do. The rough conditions that sailors faced at sea and on land in dangerous foreign ports steeled them. Walking the streets all night to keep warm, going without food and sleep. A man who has done that, and knows he can do it again if he must, has an independence that is not frightened by minor catastrophes, nor easily forced to accept conditions for help that seem to him degrading. 84. In addition, the rolling oceans themselves had a strange impact on the very marrow of sailors. Herman Ferguson, a former sailor, says that men would get on board ship with their hands shaking violently from the ravages of alcohol abuse and the like. Some could not pick up a fork and had to eat from a plate like a dog. They would sit down to eat and take a towel to put around. their neck to pull their head down into the plate as they shook like a leaf buffeted by a strong gale. But after a few weeks of fresh sea air, he said, this condition would clear up magically. Ferguson used to wear glasses until he went to sea. After a few voyages and the soothing effects of salt spray and sea air, he was able to toss them overboard. 85 This meant he could read more of the leftist literature routinely found in the small libraries on board. The group solidarity, the severe setting, the absence of intervening institutions such as the church, perhaps even the bracing sea air, made the sea a happy hunting ground for communists. Sailors were also notoriously irreligious. 86 As one old salt put it, a ship's course is not determined by religious beliefs, race worship, personal inclinations, or utopian dreams. A ship's course is determined by the navigator's scientific knowledge of nature. 87 The constant challenges presented by nature further reinforced a materialist outlook. When challenged, there were no prayers until all was lost, because praying was, in a sense, an admission that human effort had failed. The sailor's perspective was formed by the nature and setting of their work and was based upon an essentially materialistic view of nature, a desire to make an omnipotent nature seem orderly and comprehensible, and a need to entrust to each other their prospects for survival. And just as a mutiny could succeed in the claustrophobic environs of a ship with the support of only 20 to 30% of the crew so long as the majority of the seamen could be counted upon to remain neutral or 14. To join up once the seizure of power was underway, so too the Marxist and materialist ideas of communists could prevail with a similar level of support or perhaps less. 88 The atheism, the austere setting, and the travels to all manner of climes made seafarers notably susceptible to radical appeals. Certainly this was true for Ferdinand Smith, coming as he did from an island with a history of volatile militancy and arriving on another island, Manhattan, where a West Indian population was beginning to make a similar mark. 15. 1. Sailing the Red Seas. In 1875 the Marine Engineers formalized their Cleveland-based fraternal lodge into a labor union, the Marine Engineers Beneficial Association. This was quickly followed by the formation of the Lake Seamen's Association, thereby launching trade unionism among sailors. Early on sailors displayed the militancy that NMU and Ferdinand Smith were to exemplify. The Coast Seamen's Union, for example, affiliated with the International Workingmen's Association, a branch of Karl Marx's First International, and was run by an advisory committee made up of IWA members, in accordance with CSU's constitution. In July 1891, the seafarer Andrew Furust persuaded the various sailors' unions to combine into the Sailors' Union of the Pacific, which was a precursor to the International Seamen's Union, which joined the American Federation of Labor in 1894. Thus began a new stage of trade unionism at sea. 8 years later the Marine Remen, Oilers, Water Tenders, and Wipers Union was formed to represent the interests of the unlicensed workers in a ship's engine rooms. 2 As labor was combining, so was capital. The two trends were related. In 1902, the year he founded U.S. Steel, J.P. Morgan also set out to gain control of liner shipping in the North Atlantic. He created a new shipping company, the International Mercantile Marine, IMM, which at its zenith owned 136 ships, or about one-third of all vessels engaged in foreign trade. These purchases gave Morgan the largest privately owned commercial fleet in the world, one which was equal in tonnage to the entire French merchant marine. At that stage only Cunard, the dominant Atlantic carrier, lay outside Morgan's control. This was the formidable foe faced by sailors seeking to unionize. 3 As the sub saw it, there was yet another cloud hovering over the horizon, namely, immigrant Chinese men whom it saw as low-wage competitors for jobs that belonged properly to men of European descent. Andrew Furust, the RST major leader of sailors in the United 16 States, worked to renew the Chinese Exclusion Act and to extend it to all Orientals. Reacting the prevailing doctrines of white supremacy, one of his chief arguments was always that, unless white men were brought back to the sea, the yellow race would win mastery of the sea, and, with it, mastery of the world. Fortunately, not all sailors responded to such odious appeals. In 1913 Spanish-speaking Remen left Furusthas Union to join the IWW. The strength of the IWW was underscored when it gained complete control of the port of New Orleans, where it conducted an unsuccessful strike in 1913. But Furusthas men had far more clout in Washington than either the Chinese or the IWW seamen. In 1915 the Seamen's Lafayette Act halted shipping of Chinese crews by requiring that 75% of the members of any ship's department be able to understand English. 5 such discriminatory language requirements did, however, create opportunities for English-speaking seafarers like Smith, especially since Furusth never publicly attacked the Negro race, although Negroes were not welcomed into his union either. 6 Indeed, checkerboarding or the integration of black workers into white crews, was not permitted, and for decades blacks were excluded from the West Coast unions. 7 Furusthas Union's capitulation to racial chauvinism showed that it was not equipped to cope with the changing dynamics of the maritime industry, which created an enormous opening for the more racially sensitive communists. When Smith entered the maritime industry, no black man was assigned as a sailor, an engineer, a mechanic, carpenter, an electrician, radio operator, or an officer, no matter what the black worker's qualifications might be. A black worker could only work as a cook, messman, waiter, or elsewhere in the steward's department. 9 But big changes were afoot in the industry. By the time World War I came to a close, union membership had grown to 117,000, seamen's wages had risen to $85 per month, and seamen serving on the deck for the RST time achieved an 8-hour workday. 10 As the United States traded with both sides during the conflict, then confronted Germany for its alleged aggression against non-military ships, the maritime industry endured a roller coaster ride of advance and retreat that morphed into a lingering recession throughout the 1920s. Given what the capitalist economy could absorb at the time, there were simply too many ships and too many sailors. The global economy was slowing down and the need for ships and sailors shrank accordingly. The resultant shakeout in the industry left numerous seafarers in default. 17. Financial straits. 11 After several failed strikes during this tumultuous decade, the membership of the International Seamen's Union plummeted from more than 100,000 to fewer than 3,000 by 1929. 12 Yet by 1934, 293,000 people were involved in foreign or interstate shipping. Of this total, 145,000 were in foreign, coastal, or intercoastal commerce, 25,000 on the Great Lakes, and 15,000 on inland waterways. This was a major opportunity for radical trade union organizers. 13 And when a suddenly awakened Congress passed the Merchant Marine Act of 1936, which, inter alia, closed our coastal, intercoastal routes and those to Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and Alaska to all but American ships, domestic shipbuilding and the maritime industry generally both received a boost. 14 Moved by this upturn in the industry and less concerned that militancy would sink the industry further into debt, in 1936 the ISU went on strike against the Pacific Coast employers. It restricted the strike to the West Coast as a matter of tactics, avoiding overextension and perhaps an unwelcome counter-reaction by the employers. A group of East Coast sailors with Ferdinand Smith in the leadership nonetheless joined in a sympathy strike, both to back their comrades out west and to obtain a better contract for themselves, as their wages often lagged behind those of their Pacific counterparts. They wanted to establish a union-controlled hiring hall and to get rid of the continuous discharge book, which they saw as a means of compelling a seafarer to carry on his person evidence that would allow him to be blacklisted. They also wanted more safety at sea and improved working conditions. 15 But the strike, formally ended on January 24, 1937. It gained nothing, in increased wages or improved working conditions, wrote Philip Taft, but the leaders of the walkout boasted that it had discredited the old Union officials. The insurgent leaders sought to take over the name of the International Seamen's Union for the new union they were forming, but when they were prevented by the courts, they called themselves the National Maritime Union of America. 16. Meanwhile, the rise of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, was creating a new chapter in labor history. The newly formed NMU demanded and won representational elections, and by 1938 was the exclusive bargaining agent for many of the FTY2 Atlantic steamship companies. The ISU remnant became the Seafarers International Union, SU, representing workers on the Gulf Coast, while in the West, the ISU dissolved into three separate unions that represented UN. 18. Licensed personnel. While unions in the steel and auto industries were growing in strength, in the maritime industry competing unions continued to GHT each other. 17. Communist patriarch William Z. Foster, a former sailor himself, was blunt: seamen probably know more about imperialism than any other group of workers. They sail the ships that carry the fruits of imperialist exploitation. They sail the ships that carry the guns and men that are needed to subjugate other peoples for imperialist exploitation. 18. Another radical put it this way: seamen built the capitalist world, it is natural they should also destroy it. 19. Communists played a dominant role in the NMU. 20. The con setting, the poor working conditions, the attenuated effect of the church and other mediating institutions, the exposure to foreign lands and ideas, all this and more contributed to the growing impact of the Communist Party among sailors. The Reds were not alone in seeking to cater to sailors. The Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, organized a Marine Transport Workers Union. A. Philip Randolph's journal, The Messenger, described its Philadelphia branch as exemplifying the ability of white and black people to work, live, and conduct their common affairs side by side. During this era of virulent Jim Crow, at MTWU Social Affairs, the workers also mingle, fraternize, dance, eat and play together. 21. Despite the long-standing reputation of maritime workers for militancy and radical consciousness, especially under the leadership of the IWW, the Communist Party 22 paid little attention to the waterfront in the 1920s as Smith was moving to join their ranks. However, in 1926 the party formed international seamen's clubs in several port cities in the United States and around the world. These clubs played a social and educational role, providing facilities for reading, recreation, and dining. 23. The Trade Unity Educational League, TUEL, which had close ties to the Communist Party, was cooperating with the IWW in various ELDs in 1926. The IWW was suffering disintegration, losing their headquarters and many members at this time. 24. This presented an opportunity for the youthful Communist Party USA, though not without a problem. For one thing, the Communists had been slow to organize among the militant sailors because the leaders at the highest levels of the party felt that it was almost impossible to have rank-and-lee democracy in a union when the membership was scattered at sea. 19. Sailors had a justable reputation for rowdiness and dissolute living. Having a sweetheart in every port was no exaggeration. There was something about those who sailed the seven seas that inclined them toward the rambunctious. Despite the notable successes of Reds in organizing sailors, this factor seems to have been stronger than they anticipated. Moreover, according to one Red analysis, there was the beachcomber element, the type which is known as the lumpen proletariat and hall loafers who conduct affairs and usually conform to the wishes of whatever officialdom dominates. Organizing a left wing and keeping it functioning under such circumstances is a puzzle which we have been unable to solve. Then there were the anarchists among the seafarers, who had begun organized violence slugging our left-wingers in the Manhattan branches meeting. Not all of them were domestic. There were some French anarchists of recent arrival in America, who, horror of all horrors, fought against the Soviet power in the USSR. 25. Before the advent of the NMU, hiring was done by shape-up. For example, the boss just points his anger at men he wanted, or via crimps proprietors of boarding houses who supplied crews to the shipping companies and one way or another did the seamen out of practically all their wages. 26. The setup was unlikely to attract choirboys and Boy Scouts. However, the Communists were able to overcome these barriers. The anarchists were in a slow and steady decline in the United States that the boost of the Spanish Civil War could not arrest. The Depression convinced a critical mass of sailors that their lives could only improve with organization. Strong and centralized leadership dealt with the problem presented by the sailors' transience. The communists' anti-racism, which was so contrary to the general sentiment in the United States, made them especially appealing to Negroes. This did not escape the attention of the New York Times, which noted in 1926, Dr. Dubois thinks it is up to white people of America to treat the Negroes better in order to keep them out of the communist ranks. 27 Yet better treatment would have implied supporting racial equality and thus violating a reigning taboo in the United States. Although the communists had their own problems, these may not have repelled Negroes. Reds were ostracized by a broad spectrum of people, but so were Negroes, so this was hardly an obstacle to their 20. Recruiting Negroes in a place like Harlem. Even Red critiques of would-be allies, for example, the NAACP National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, before the Popular Front was proclaimed in the mid-1930s, did not deter Negroes. Though the Communist Party was criticized for sectarianism when it organized unions independent of the mainstream American Federation of Labor, this facilitated the inclusion of Negro workers, which the Federation generally ignored. 28 Not concentrating on the AFL did encourage the Communist Party to focus more intently on other constituencies, such as Negroes. Unavoidably, this brought the Reds into contact with the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Marcus Garvey's organization, which included many West Indians within its ranks. By the mid-1920s, Garvey was on the fast track to being deported and his organization was splintering. The Communist Party sought to work with an anti-Garvey faction in the UNIA, which contained the best and the proletarian elements. New York is the stronghold of this mass movement. 29 Shipping was the stronghold of the Garvey movement, as its Black Star Line was a symbol of repatriation and a vehicle for commerce. But because Garvey's ships, such as the Yarmouth, were dependent on a white chief engineer and a white RST mate, the former being accused of the treachery that led to the Jamaican leader's deportation, the party, which was strong in the maritime industry, could make inroads among Garveyites. 30 The Communist Party's reference to proletarian elements was an indication of its disdain for the middle class said to dominate the NAACP. Reds had helped to build the American Negro Labor Congress, a kind of leftist labor-oriented NAACP in a conscious effort to attract people like Ferdinand Smith. Its RST convention, which focused on organizing Negro workers, was in Chicago in the fall of 1925. At that time, the ANLC was far from being re-exibly and RMLY anti-Garvey. Indeed, it sent a telegram of support to Marcus Garvey, who was languishing in a jail cell in Atlanta, calling his imprisonment persecution. "We demand your unconditional and immediate release," and it criticized his possible deportation. 31 On the other hand, in 1924 the Communist Party sent a long and critical letter to the UNIA, focusing on the question of your attitude toward the Ku Klux Klan. 32 militants from the ANLC, including a number of West Indians, were dispatched to the UNIA convention in 1926. 33 Like the anti-Garvey 21 faction, the ANLC forces were stimulating criticism of Garvey and his tactics. This led to a suggestion for a joint campaign of the UNIA and ANLC on various anti-racist matters, 34 such as anti-lynching. Despite its appearance of militant activity, the ANLC's self-importance was exaggerated. A scant year after the founding convention in 1925, the ANLC existed merely as an office in Chicago with 3 party comrades, supposedly functioning as the directing body. Although 10,000 copies of its journal were being printed regularly, there are not more than 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers and no payments have been received worth mentioning for the bundles sent out. 35 From Chicago came the news in early 1926 that total dues received from units of the ANLC for 2 months is $6.45, or an average of 32.12 dues paying members in the entire country. The ANLC seems to have no active membership or functioning groups outside of Chicago, where there is a group of 50 members. 36. It is easy to understand why and how a Jamaican sailor like Ferdinand Smith was able to rise quickly within communist ranks. Apart from the fact that he had the proper class background, more importantly he was willing to stick with the communists at a time when their strength among Negroes was in need of replenishment. Early in the party's history, an internal memo discussed extensively the question of the dissatisfied condition of the Negro membership both in Chicago and New York, which leads to many becoming inactive. There was whispered disaffection about supposed or real wrongs. 37. A few years later it was reported that white chauvinism is still rampant in the districts. 38. Otto Hugheswood told party leader James Ford in 1929 that Negro work is very bad in the red-affiliated trade union Unity League. 39. Even so, as of November 1931 there were 971 Negroes in the ranks of the Reds out of a total membership of 8,743. 40. Despite these glaring weaknesses among Negroes, the party did intermittently devote attention to this critical sector. Just before this membership report was led, the party decided to assign an organizer for the West Indies. As soon as possible, a weekly paper shall be started for the West Indies to be centered in Jamaica. 41. Later, on the initiative of the party, the ANLC reached out to the Jamaica Trades Union and actively sought material on the conditions of the Negro masses in Latin America, especially in the Caribbean countries. 42. In 1929 Otto Hugheswood instructed his dear comrades that recent developments 22. In Haiti are very important. We are doing everything possible, he declared, in order to arouse the Negro workers to protest against the action of the American government in the sending of Marines to Haiti. 43. 2 years later a confidential proposal called on the party to initiate activities in the British West Indies by forming committees for support of the national liberation struggles of the West Indian masses, especially in centers of West Indian population such as New York City. In Manhattan, despite periodic expressions of white supremacy, immigrants like Smith could be comforted by the presence of at least one interracial organization that was welcoming. The party specifically sought contact with and organizational work among West Indian seamen and dockers and work among Marine Workers Union of the U.S. 44. Yet at the same time party operatives were complaining about the neglect of work among Negroes. 45. Recent European immigrants were known to play a significant role within the Communist Party. It appears that the Negroes who played a leading role during the early years of the Communist Party were likewise immigrants West Indians like Smith. 46. These immigrants' struggles for self-determination in their homelands may have influenced the Communist Party to adopt the controversial thesis that African Americans merited self-determination, a position that led to the criticism that the Reds were espousing segregation. The prevailing notion was that the hand of Moscow 47 was at work here, though one of Smith's West Indian comrades, Cyril Briggs, affirmed that he was inspired, as you have no doubt guessed, by Wilson's 14 points. 48. Certainly Jamaicans like Smith would be more attracted to an organization that was concerned about their homeland and their race. Such concerns augmented the black ranks of the party in the United States. Despite its weaknesses, it would be an error to underestimate the impact of the party among Negroes, particularly as it was the most powerfully organized interracial political force that was so militantly confrontational about white supremacy. Despite its frailties, the ANLC, for example, managed in 1928 to mobilize in support of a group of black seamen who came under attack after the SS Vestries sank in stormy seas in November 1928. Black seamen on board had worked feverishly for 24 hours to maintain steam and pump the bilges. When told to take lifeboats, they nevertheless sought to help passengers. Rst. 23. Some crew members and passengers perished. Yet an investigation by the U.S. Attorney alleged cowardice on the crew's part. The ANLC organized a rally that attracted 1,200 people to St. Luke's Hall in Harlem. 49. In 1930 a leading black sociologist noted that except for the IWW and the Communist Vehicle, the American Negro Labor Congress, militancy in the advocacy of Negro membership in trade unions has not been a forte of organized labor in America. 50. Black support for the Communist Party was not con to the North. James Allen, former party organizer in the South, observes that in the late 1920s and early 1930s scattered among southern cities there were a few party sympathizers and beached militant seamen who carried on some activity in the Gulf ports. Not surprisingly, whatever strength the party had in the South was in the ports and among sailors. Violence against the Communist Party was well known in the South. In New Orleans, for example, mere possession of the party paper was considered sufficient cause for persecution. It was routine for meetings of the Communist Party to be broken up in the South and Southwest because the Communist spokesmen dared to tackle the Negro question and were bold enough to call the Negro workers to their meetings. 51. In response, the party took extraordinary security measures. As a precaution, each of us left meetings singly and at intervals of a few minutes. 52. In Norfolk, another port city, most of the white members of a party unit were expelled for refusal to admit the Negro comrades to their meetings. 53. A party report noted that even members of our party fraction in these unions have the habit of referring to Negro workers in the contemptuous term used by the white bourgeoisie as niggers. Any party member using this term should be severely censured and if he continues, should be expelled. 54. Nevertheless, in 1934 there was a strike in Norfolk of 700 or 800, directly under the leadership of the MWIU. All the strikers were Negroes and on the RST day of the strike there was a mass recruitment of scabs, 90% of them whites. 55. This Virginia city had become deeply divided along class and racial lines. After the strike, however, a Negro lawyer defended white seamen in court and the bail for their release was furnished by Negroes. Negro and white seamen marched to the relief headquarters and put up a joint battle for relief and got it. This was an enormous breakthrough, considering in 24. New York City that same year the Communist Party complained that many Negro seamen are still discriminated against on relief. 56. Yet New York City continued to surpass most other cities in recruiting Negroes. In 1930, for example, 114 out of 954 new recruits were Negroes, though Detroit had an even larger number. The party, it was said, is still sadly deficient in the work of training Negro comrades for leadership, in the drawing of Negro comrades into active and leading work in the party. In the whole party we have only 2 full-time Negro work directors, New York and Chicago, and it was woefully unsuccessful in attracting Negro women. 57. Even so, in the early 1930s the party boasted mildly that only in the present year has the party work among the Negro masses begun to have the character of a serious struggle, with unemployment relief and the cases of Angelo Herndon and the Scottsboro Nine being pivotal. This laid the RST proletarian foundations of the Communist Party in the southern states. 58. Emphasis in original. Though the party may have been surging among Negroes, there were still complaints about Communist Party strength among maritime workers. We haven't paid enough attention to waterfront workers, a report said in 1932, we haven't been able to get action by deep seamen. 59. Similarly, though there may have been some communist advance among Negroes in southern states, there were still nagging complaints about the North. In 1934 the Trade Union Unity League, TUUL, closely affiliated to the party, lamented that at the present there is practically no trade union organization to speak of among Negroes in New York City. At the present time most of the Negroes are organized into churches, clubs, fraternal societies, etc. TUUL had sought to send our forces inside the workers' councils of the National Urban League in order to convey the correct line and build the revolutionary trade unions among the Negroes in Harlem. A leading TUUL member reported that he had attended 2 or 3 meetings of the Negro Clerical Alliance and listened carefully to them outline the program. They say the whites will betray you and the only thing is for the Negroes to organize into separate trade unions. 60. This was the hurdle that the NMU would soon try to overcome. But all was not bleak. In Harlem on a single day in the spring of 1933 the Unemployed Council fought 17 evictions, returning possessions in 3 cases. A major Scottsboro meeting was held at the Abyssinian Baptist Church, a Harlem branch of the Food Workers in 25. Industrial Union was formed, and 300 people demonstrated at the Home Relief Bureau, demanding money for rent. 61. It was in this context that the NMU was founded with critical support from Negro sailors and Ferdinand Smith. The NMU was formed after a protracted and violent struggle. The incident that occurred on the Gulf Coast in Galveston in late 1936 was typical. An ex-friend accused his former comrade of double-crossing the maritime strikers, in this strike referring to RST-class sell-out artists and natural NKS. Moreover, when this strike is over, he continued, every maritime union is going to have a house cleaning and put real union men in office at the same time that they crowd the scabs out of the industry. 62. Actually, this attempt to crowd out the scabs had begun even before the strike had ended. There has been an unusual outbreak of violence over this past weekend, Robert Gurton reported in Houston in late 1936. The law has threatened us. On the Gulf Coast, where Negro waterfront workers were prominent, Smith's leadership was even more critical. The White Isla longshore say they will walk out when the Negroes do, and the Negroes say that they will take action when the whites do. 63. The standoff ended in failure for unionizing efforts when the colored longshoremen, after some heated arguments, did go through the picket lines with police protection and worked one of Jimmy Lake's ships. 64. Many Negroes felt that the status quo was about as good as it could get. The presence of a Negro, David Grange, as ISU leader, convinced them that those trying to replace him would not improve their position. That was one reason why Smith's very presence was reassuring. 65. The ability to neutralize or in some cases win over the longshoremen, particularly in the South where the ousting of Negro stevedores had not been entirely successful, was essential to the ultimate victory of the NMU. 66. R.T. Moore, president of Moore Mill and Lumber Company in Oregon, would not have concurred with this assessment. Most of all, he was concerned about the strong evidence that the action of these seamen was influenced by communists. 67. Mass picketing, tumultuous rallies, hunger, and violence marked the birth of this union. The strike was very bloody, as NMU leader Joseph Curran recalled it. 28 of our people up and down the coast were killed. They were found mashed up on the docks, they were found in the river, one was shot through the stomach in the Union Hall. 26. In Houston, Texas, there was all kind of butchery. The gangsters got into the picture. 68. The violence had a sharp racist edge. NMU member Joe Weiner argued that during the strike the Negro brothers sustained more casualties in dead, maimed and jailed than their percentage in the Union. The colored brothers include West Indians, Filipinos, and Puerto Ricans. 69. U.S. Negroes made an enormous contribution to this organizing effort. A Harlem group, TOAD strikers, included communist leader James Ford and Thyra Edwards of the National Negro Congress, NNC, among others, the NNC being in the vanguard. 70. The party had a unique contribution to make during strikes. They had begun organizing among the unemployed and could mobilize legions of them for picket line duty. 71. Nationally there was sizable mass support for the insurgents. In mid-1936 a Citizens Committee for Seamen held a Manhattan Binet featuring Bob Hope, Will Geer, Jack Dempsey, Haywood Brune, and James Cagney. This is the RST time, the ISU pilot reported, in the history of the labor movement and Broadway that stars have appeared for a Binet for seamen who are blacklisted for strike activities. 72. This broad support reflected the fact that not only were workers upset with the industry but so were passengers, who continued to rely on ships for intercontinental travel. In the spring of 1936 W. D. Gels Leichter told President Franklin D. Roosevelt bluntly that within the past 2 years there have occurred 2 major sea disasters, involving American ships, causing the loss of lives of several hundreds of American citizens. Little or nothing has been done by the national government to inquire into the causes of these disasters or to institute measures to prevent their repetition. The shipping interests are becoming more and more solidly entrenched in our Department of Commerce. Inevitably, this meant that riots, mutinies and sabotage are occurring on American ships. 73 The status quo was dysfunctional but also ripe for radical reform. 74 Emerging from this conflict was Ferdinand Smith. In these grim days he was one of the 9 men elected to the Strategy Committee of the nascent union that spearheaded East Coast organizing of sailors. Smith agreed to be the lone Negro member on this committee, though not without qualification. I accept on one condition. If we win, the union will not tolerate segregation or discrimination of any sort. The vote for Smith was second only to that of the NMU's eventual leader and Smith's eventual foil, Joseph Curran. 75. 27. Smith's popularity was understandable for, as noted, he headed the Food Committee of the budding Union, an important committee given that sailors, like many others, were suffering due to the economic depression. There was a soup kitchen on the west side of Manhattan that fed an average of 1,700 men daily. Downtown at South Street, an average of 1,000 men were fed daily. In Hoboken, 200 men enjoyed 3 meals per day, and in Brooklyn, there were 1,000 more. This was a massive administrative, managerial, and organizational project. Smith's ability to solicit funds for food, oversee its preparation, and coordinate its dispersal had won him many admirers among seafarers. 76 Smith arranged to have waterfront restaurants, used to feed strikers, and by late 1936 had organized a soup kitchen, though he complained that we barely have enough money to keep going from day to day. 77 In the port of New York alone there were approximately 10,000 men on the picket lines, an estimated 3,000 of them being Negroes, and the latter were hungry not only for food but also for representation in the leadership ranks of organizations they had helped build. 78 They found their man in Smith, as his rapidly became the most articulate voice among the leadership against all forms of division among sailors, racial or otherwise. It wasn't so long ago, he recalled in 1937, that all of us can't remember when the stewards were played against the deck and engine divisions by the ship owners. This craft snobbishness has no place in the NMU. Stewards more company-minded than union-conscious were used by the companies to chisel on the other 2 divisions. They served bad food and little of it. Stewards were hired by shippers directly while others went through NK and crimp halls to be hired. Because of the nature of their work, cooks and stewards have lagged behind in their development as trade unionists, a condition that Smith was determined to overcome. 79 Exploration of the divisiveness of the ranks in the maritime trade helps to shed light on why Smith himself became, perhaps, the most powerful Negro trade unionist in the country. For a potent leader of the issue, perhaps its most visible symbol at the time of its clash with Smith, was yet another Negro, David E. Grange. It was indicative of their historic strength among seafarers that even during the height of the Jim Crow era, Negroes played a leading role in the ranks. Unfortunately, their leader, David E. Grange, 80 was a tarnished relic, though his obvious weaknesses did pave the way for the rise of a communist domi. 28. Nate NMU and Ferdinand Smith. Over 6 feet tall with a smooth light brown skin, Grange too was of Jamaican origin, but unlike the more abstemious Smith, Grange favored a cane and spats, fragrant cigars, and a fresh oar in his lapel, not to mention a pistol. 81 Harlem leader Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. was dismissive of Grange, calling him the brains directing this false union. As a Negro he has enforced segregation on the Negro members of the union. By his expressed orders no Negroes are allowed in the central headquarters. Yet Powell, the pastor and politician, was disturbed that though strike headquarters, 164 11th Avenue was under the leadership of Smith and Oliver Bout, both Negroes. The tragic note is that while the white crews are striking 100%, some Negroes are refusing to strike and acting as scabs and strike breakers. 82 Together with Lester Granger of the National Urban League and Ben Davis, Jr. of the Communist Party, Powell was a leader of the Harlem Committee to aid the striking seamen, and they had to convince Negroes that dislodging Grange would not mean a setback for black sailors. 83 Smith's presence in the leadership was meant to ensure that such a setback would not occur. Grange, 84, a key leader of the ISU, 85, did not hesitate to deploy intimidating tactics. This may have influenced some Negroes to leave the Union. 86, yet some NMU stalwarts expressed a grudging admiration for him. Clyde Deal referred to him as a happy-go-lucky Negro. Papa Dave, they called him. I liked him immensely. Papa Dave was earning a handsome $10,000 per year at a time when many of his compatriots were selling apples for a pittance in the streets. He was instrumental in revising the ISU constitution to make elections more difficult in a vain attempt to extend his rule indefinitely. 87, nonetheless, Negro sailors had good reason to wonder whether their lot would improve if Grange were to be forced out. 88, as Joseph Curran recalled it, the Eastern Steamship Company had all Negroes in the steward department. They had been there many years. They started a vicious propaganda campaign, that if the Negroes voted for the NMU they would be replaced by whites. Because of that the Negroes voted against the dissidents. Though the NMU won an overwhelming majority of the elections it contested and all the big companies, it had pretty tough times in southern ports, particularly Houston and Galveston. Mobile was not a problem at all. In Tampa, Jacksonville, no problem. We had no port in Mississippi. Texas had. 29. Not only a racism problem, but there was also the issue of the IWW, which wanted a Gulf Seamen's Union, a concept antithetical to the NMU. 89. But even the most desperate Negro sailors, and particularly those in the U.S. South, worried that dumping Grange and entrusting their fate to the white leadership of a competing union, the NMU, might not be wise. This is why Smith's presence in the leadership was so crucial. In Houston, where the Deep South met the Wild West, Grange's supporters in late 1936 included longshoremen, most of whom were Negroes and very backward, according to one insurgent. 90. They were getting more restless daily. Many of them refused to work at all. Most of those that do work, go through our picket lines with lowered heads and when questioned, admit they know what they are doing. Balancing this setback was the fact that the labor movement in Mexico has just notified us and the whole public that all hot cargo would be boycotted there. But there was another problem. David Grange was to have a meeting of his marine cooks and stewards today. About 1,000 of the members that he is supposed to have expelled were denied admittance. These men formed a picket line outside so no one attended. He as well as the rest of the ISU officials are getting batty. Every move they make the rank and Lee are way ahead of them. 91. In Houston, the press was aghast at an exhibition of fascism as drunk men, some with alcohol and others with power, slugged and beat, kicked and gouged 1,150 men. Using tear gas, guns, blackjacks and STS, police cleaned out the waterfront, sending 18 striking seamen to hospital and beating at least 150 more. 92. In southern cities like Houston, where the idea of a communist-led union seemed like hell on earth, the insurgents faced a stiff challenge. The police department, it was said, is controlled by the steamship owners. There were wholesale arrests, when 200 picketing seamen were taken from the picket lines and thrown in jail and beaten unmercifully by the police. It has been said, and rightly so, that Texas is a country in itself. 93. Thus, by December 1936 insurgent sailors in South Texas were almost ready to run up the white flag of surrender. The strike was deemed ineffective and undoubtedly will sell out completely, which suggests strongly we accept terms and have an organized retreat holding organization intact, then gain further demands by job actions after crews are 100% union on ships. The place to build the union stronger. 30. The West Gulf Conference stated condently, was not ashore but on board the ships and men must be on the ships to do it. Morosely, it noted that strikers' numbers are declining. To preserve unions they must accept the best terms possible and return immediately to ships. A wise general, when he sees his army is being annihilated, withdraws and reforms his ranks. 94. The insurgents had to contend with another force that may have been far more pernicious for Negroes than even police batons and demoralizing advice. Middle-class Negroes in South Texas were leading an organized movement to frighten black waterfront workers away from the insurgents. It was headed by the Reverend C. W. Rice, who once told his patron, the affiant Joseph Cullinan, "So far I have been very successful in educating my people in this section against radical movements." 95 Rice's view was shared by the Galveston attorney, Louis Valentine Ulrey, who concluded in the fall of 1936 that there are not 6 men in the state of Texas who know as much about radicalism as does the man, C. W. Rice. He will cooperate with us in any way. He is as tight-mouthed as the proverbial clam. The latter was said to possess a Booker T. Washington complex. Yet Rice was swimming in dangerous waters, for the same man who praised him also remarked that Houston Jews contributed $10,000 each to the communist cause in Houston, as he sought to link anti-Semitism with anti-communism. 96 Fanning the arms of anti-Semitism in the 1930s could not be good news for Negroes, no matter how conservative. Cullinan, a founder of the company that became Texaco, adamantly declined membership in the National Conference of Christians and Jews. Why? "I have long since reached the conclusion," he said, "that the Jewish race as such always have been and are now and probably always will be parasites on society. Because of their known centralized clannish and secret attitude, their attitude as bankers or money changers, their cringing and cowardly attitude toward the Ku Klux Klan, their activities against the Arabs." Writing in 1933, he was sympathetic to what was being done to Jews in Germany. "There was and is sound ground for concern regarding the increasing control of the Jews in that nation's national affairs." 97 These bigoted views could come back to haunt Negroes themselves, even reactionaries like Rice. Texaco, a major user of tankers that employed sailors, was representative of the kind of enemy that the insurgents were facing. Indeed, Curran believed that the oil companies were our toughest enemy. 98. 31. Like many southern ports, the insurgents in Houston had to contend not only with Negro stevedores who were accustomed to viewing whites as white supremacists, but also with Grange's allies. The insurgents countered by circulating literature referring to the shipowner's nightmare. Colored seamen and white seamen together. Why did Grange continuously play upon racial feelings yet ignore the fact that stewards were working 15 and 16 hours a day? Grange was called the Emperor Jones and was asked pointedly, "What has become of $143,000 of Union funds?" Grange, the literature said curiously, has fallen victim to the Oriental Indians. He has begun to think of himself as a Raja of old. He now has his uniformed chauffeur sick wearing a white turban. Grange was nothing more than an egotistical, publicity-seeking bag of wind who will say anything to get his name in print. 99 The literature charged that like the stewards, the Negro stevedores were almost to a man under reactionary control, and the white men there are mostly old, with very few progressives among them. 100 On the other hand, it was striking how frequently Grange was targeted among the ISU leadership. Was this because his ambience ennobled the rough-hewn sailor? Or was it because he was a Negro, which could ennoble even more? Ashley Totten of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters was suspicious of the headline prominence given to the strike-breaking tactics of David Grange, the sole Negro member of the leadership. 101 If the Communists, usually in the vanguard on race in the United States generally, and the labor movement specifically, objected to what appeared to be invidious race-based tactics, the evidence does not survive. Gaining the allegiance of Negro sailors was a major prize in this struggle, and this, along with the need to put forward a Negro leader who could compete with Grange, propelled Ferdinand Smith to the leadership of the Union. As noted, in the critically important New York port alone, about one-third of those on the picket line were blacks. No doubt many had families who asked them why they were walking away from jobs in the midst of an economic downturn and turning their backs on one of the few Negroes who had made it to trade union leadership. How could they be sure that ousting Grange would not lead to their own displacement by whites? But walk away they did. They marched through cold, slush, rain, and snow. And many of them were not too fond of Papa Dave. Brother Williams of the SS Pan American of the Munson Line, who had been a steward since 1924, was with 32. Erring in his appraisal, the Negro seamen sailing out of the port of New York have been treated very badly. Disunity was fostered by Grange, who pitted one group against the other. On board ship we were told to stay below and not be seen by the passengers, and nally a chain was placed across number 8 hatch to keep us in the stern of the ship, a potentially fatal maneuver. But now, said Brother Williams, the times were changing, the colored men to a man swear by the insurgents. For the RST time on the East and Gulf the colored and white seamen are marching together. 102. One reason many of the colored turned their collective back on Grange, who was ostensibly one of their own, was because of the contrasting leadership provided by another Negro, Ferdinand Smith. 103. We are faced by certain disruptive elements within the ranks of the Negro workers themselves, Smith noted in late 1937. They are simply men who through lack of ability and leadership qualities have had their chances as Union officials and have failed. He went on to defend the NMU from the taunts of its detractors. The malcontents base their accusations against the NMU on two general points: the amount of Negroes shipped through the Union Hall as compared with white members, and the official jobs held by Negroes in the organization. He pointed out that in the Stewards Division, which had a disproportionately large number of Negroes, there were 18,000 members, 1,800 of which are Negroes. The Negro disruptors assert that jobs in the Union are monopolized by white workers to the exclusion of Negroes. This was not true, he asserted. In the port of New York, there are 15 delegates. Of this number VE are Negroes. If the argument of proportional representation were carried out rigorously along the lines of color, Negro seamen would have less representation in the NMU than they have now. 104. Keep your eye on the prize, Smith suggested. Shippers were using racist politics to disrupt the Union. White crews are encouraged to reject Negro replacements and vice versa. Negro departments on some ships have been red and all white crews demanded by the companies. 105. It was not foreordained that the NMU would emerge from the shards of the issue. By early 1937 the rebels' energy was agging and there was a serious movement to call for surrender. According to Curran, even when the NMU was formed that same year as one big union, including people in the crafts and the unskilled, they continued to be viewed as illegitimate by the National Labor Relations Board. 106. 33. But the insurgents were able to face down such powerful foes. 107. Ferdinand Smith was able to survive the challenge and emerged as the second-ranking leader of one of the nation's most powerful unions. However, he was probably not surprised when shortly thereafter a concerted attempt was made to oust him from his new position. 34. 2. Perilous waters. The birth of the NMU with Ferdinand Smith in the number 2 post meant that this West Indian Negro was now among the most powerful men in the nation. With ARM grip on imports and exports, oil tankers, and more, this union was essential to the lifeblood of the nation. Smith was uniquely qualified compared to other NMU leaders. For one, he was better educated than they were. This was particularly true of Joseph Curran, the titular leader of the Union, who was poorly educated. 1. The Communist Party, of course, played a pivotal role in organizing the NMU. M. Hedley Stone, originally Hedley Stein, was part of the Red Crew. He was born in Warsaw, Poland, in 1897, though his father served in Russia's military, but was raised in Newark, New Jersey. He was dirt poor, diminutive, and Jewish. Jewish families, he recalled, frowned upon a man going to sea. Yet somehow he wound up as a communist and top leader of the NMU, which gave him a good opportunity to observe the party's pervasive influence. He was close to Curran initially. No matter what part of the room I would enter at a top meeting of the NMU or CIO executive board, Joe would ND me and sit alongside of me. Then I would whisper in his ear comments on someone who would be talking. Stone, the communist, condid in Curran, the non-communist. He told Joe everything we did in the party, though his comrades didn't think that I should tell Joe everything. But Stone continued his collaboration with Curran. Joe and I had an understanding that an issue was okay if I talked for it. If I kept my mouth shut, it was no good. Stone believed that he was as much an Indians on Joe as anyone could imagine, not the party. In other words, the vaunted party Indians on Curran may have been no more than the unsteady individual Indians wielded by Stone. Why Curran settled on Stone to share condenses with is unclear, since the latter, like Smith and the other top NMU leaders, were all communists. Perhaps Curran cunningly sensed earlier than most that he could 35. Conceal his lack of support for the Reds through his friendship with the two-faced Stone. Though he subsequently turned decisively against the party, Stone did acknowledge that at the beginning we, the Communist Party, had the full condens of the membership. We could get them to vote anything if we recommended it to them, although most of the policies were laid down in the party beforehand. The Union's high degree of centralization facilitated this process. This was how the NMU sought to overcome the problem presented by a membership that was often scattered to the four corners of the globe. All dues payments went to the national headquarters in Manhattan, all bills and purchases and repairs were paid from there. Meetings were held every Monday night at the same time throughout the country. The Manhattan office had teletype machines, so we could dispatch decisions simultaneously to all of our offices. When Stone met Curran in the spring of 1936, the latter was so broke that the party paid his rent. The party had good reason to believe that Curran was their man. They felt that he was ideal, that he was an outstanding fellow. Curran was more than willing to cooperate with the communists at this juncture, for he had nothing to lose. Stone joined the party in 1935 when the headquarters of the Seamen's unit of the party was on 13th Street. By his own admission, at that point he knew nothing. Absolutely nothing about Marxism. He joined the party in part because at these party meetings there was no discussion of politics. All of the discussions concerned our problems, of which there were many. The idea for the NMU itself came from the party. At that time, Stone said, few sailors had the capability to organize. So, naturally we got money from the Communist Party. As a matter of fact, it was the party that told us which printer to take material to and so on. None of us, Stone said, knew how to hold a meeting or how to draw up a lead, even how to pass out a lead. Stone didn't think the Union could have been organized but for the party, because we had no experience nor understanding of the labor movement. Those sailors were probably the most advanced and most knowledgeable group of workers in the country. Being on slow ships for great lengths of time, they had time to read, but we didn't have ideas on what to do to change our conditions. The fact that they were the most disgruntled, dissatisfied, abused, underpaid, overworked group of men made them ideal for the party. For its part, the party, including 36. Smith, embraced Curran wholeheartedly. According to Stone, the party said that under no circumstance were we ever to break with Joe. Don't ever force an issue on Joe, they said. Curran perfectly recreated the way some comrades in this hyper-masculinist union visualized the proletariat. He was big, burly, and strong. He had tattoos on the skin between his thumbs and phalanges. Though he had great native intelligence and could speak extemporaneously, he was not an administrator. Not an innovator of operation. This made him even more dependent on party comrades and heightened the importance of Smith, a good administrator. Stone asserts that he was as much an Indians on Joe as anyone could imagine, not the party, but the Communist Party may have mistaken Stone's Indians, given that he was a party member for a while, for its own. Too dependent may be too strong a word to describe Curran's relationship to the Communists, though it is easy to see why this was the consensus before the Red Scare. As the waterfront worker Bill Bailey put it, Curran was cheating the party of dues by not joining, since he was always carrying out the party line. 3. A de facto Red, Curran was a bleak man with menacing brown eyes and a nose scalloped by repeated fractures set amidst a head like a block of granite, graced by a gray complexion and salt water toughness. Unlike Smith, who was the epitome of the proletarian intellectual. Curran's critics maintain that he was too slow-wit to be dishonest. Once when he was asked the secret of his success, he said, "I was too dumb to be racketeer." But Stone observed that though Curran was no genius, it would be a mistake to underestimate him, as the Reds discovered to their cost. It was folly to underestimate a labor leader whose favorite reading, in which he was absorbed all the time, was Robert's Rules of Order. The ins and outs of parliamentary procedure were his Bible, ingrained right into my brain. He regarded the rules as a course in cunning, and he read it for amusement as much as for instruction. The communists were to discover Curran's procedural wheeliness when he moved successfully to purge them as the Red Scare dawned. An only child born on the Lower East Side of Manhattan in 1906 of Irish-American parents, Curran spent most of his boyhood in the home of a German baker in Westfield, New Jersey. Curran never got beyond the FTH grade. But although he was a poor speller, he was no dummy. 4. 37. Early on he displayed a hot temper and a thirst for revenge that characterized his post-communist years at the Union. One day a sister in the local Catholic school hit him across the hand with a brass-edged ruler. The young boy lost his temper. He ripped a nearby telephone off the wall and threw it at the startled nun. 5. This eerie undercurrent was in stark contrast with the cool that characterized Smith. As a result of his upbringing in New Jersey, Curran spoke Yent German by the age of 6. In this household no English was spoken. He ran with a group of pretty tough little boys there. He joined the ISU at the age of 18 and, as he recalled it, "From the time I started going to sea I can never recall anybody aboard a ship saying, 'I ain't going to sail on that ship because you got an Italian, you got a Negro or you got a Chinese.' Though it was true that they had some all-black ships and all-white ships, that was the owner's policy." He joined the MWIU in 1934 when there were about 14,000 in this union. At that point, we didn't know it was communist-dominated. He did realize that we couldn't ship with MWIU membership, as the government had authorized the ship owners to take nobody on his ship that didn't have an ISU book. As a result, he and many others felt compelled to join the ISU, which ultimately led to the rise of the NMU. Curran vividly remembered the two leading Red leaders of the seamen, Blackie Myers and Smith. He thought the former was extremely articulate, a real showman, and he was the top-notch guy. As for Smith, Curran's mangled syntax makes it difficult to discern what he actually thought. Ferdinand Smith, because he was a Negro, you see, was outstanding, but not because of being articulate. He was not. Curran seemed to be saying that Smith was outstanding but not by the same standards as Myers was, but by a lower standard, because he was a Negro. He may have underestimated Smith, as his comrades may have underestimated him. 6. For although Curran was no intellectual heavyweight, after he rose to high office, after a while, I started studying. I started to read and study trade union tactics. 7. Hoyt Haddock, a close friend of Curran's 8 from the time the union began, said that from the RST the jolly union boss was hostile to the Communist Party but concealed his true intentions until the appropriate moment. He and I started discussing this when we became acquainted with each other. Haddock, who acknowledges his intellectual debt to the ultra-conservative writer, Ludwig von Mises, recalls. 38. That I was in Joe's office when a Negro came in and started ranting and inferred that Joe was discriminating. Joe just got up out of his chair and went over and got him by the collar and by the seat of the pants and moved him out of the door and said, "Don't ever come back." This was not the kind of approach to getting racism that the Reds would have counseled, yet they supported Curran nonetheless. 9. Joe Stack, who was not a communist at the time of the Union's formation but joined later, explained that with all the pressure and propaganda about being communists, we had to have a man like Curran that we could show was not affiliated with, say, the MWIU or the Wobblies, and that's why the left backed him. If you had a contract and the contract was a bum contract, he said, the party wouldn't let Curran announce the contract to the rank and lee. No, it would be Blackie Myers or Ferdinand Smith. However, if it was really good, Curran was given the task. 10. In the summer of 1937, shortly after the formation of the Union, the NMU gathered at its RST convention at the Manhattan Opera House. Longtime political prisoner Tom Mooney was chosen as honorary chair. Joining him on the Committee of Honor were the Scottsboro Boys and all seamen in jail for Union activities. Smith was nominated temporary chairman of the convention but declined in favor of Curran. The air was replete with masculine language and repeated references to brothers. There were also a number of references to history. The position of the NMU, a speaker said, is comparable to that of the IWW in 1909. They had led a series of strikes, become powerful and practically absorbed the issue of that time. Yet despite their power and size at that time, the IWW deteriorated and today consists of a small section. What is going to prevent this being the fate of the NMU? The question hung in the air like the cigarette smoke that led the room. Curran reported that our biggest achievement was to have won the support of colored seamen, meaning Negroes and Filipinos. This was important because if they are not with us, they will assuredly be against us. Smith's prominent presence was insurance that they would continue to support the Union, or so it was thought. 11 Yet the ovations and words of praise he received were a false dawn. The insurgents had hardly unpacked their boxes and moved into their new headquarters when they were embroiled in a bitter conflict over Ferdinand Smith's credentials. He was charged with being a scab. 39. In the tumultuous 1934 West Coast strike of waterfront workers which had set the stage for the emergence of the NMU itself 2 years later. On his application for off, Smith noted that he had sailed as chief steward on the Horace Luckenbach from 1930 to 1934. Peter Innes, a bitter critic of Smith, demanded that Smith be publicly tried for claiming exemption from observing the strike based on his ties to the MWIU. As evidence he presented what purported to be a copy of the Department of Commerce, Bureau of Navigation crew list to the trial committee. At this New York trial, Smith argued that the MWIU had ordered the crew to take the ship to the West Coast and then strike it. He maintained that striking the ship in San Pedro, the weakest port in the Pacific coast, would not have aided the strikers' cause. 12 But Smith's opponents disagreed strongly. 13 In an ordinary union such charges against a leader may have been peremptorily dismissed. So too in a union said to be dominated by authoritarian Reds. But this did not happen. Because the Red-led union was a model of democracy, Smith was subjected to a prolonged and searing inquiry. Indeed, during its RST year the union was so insistently democratic that officers were forbidden to lock the doors to their offices or even to lock their desks. Any sailor at any time was free to rummage through the officers' desks on the theory that they were merely hired hands and should have no secrets. In those early days it was felt that all administrative decisions should be made at mass meetings. If a top officer wanted to hire or re a stenographer, the question was brought up at a mass meeting. Then someone would then argue that inability to write shorthand, for example, was offset by the employee's great devotion. 14. It was this environment of ultra-democracy, heavily influenced by the anarchism that seemed to inhere in many sailors, that led to an extended and extensive scrutiny of Smith's actions. During the VE Day trial every piece of evidence obtainable was scrutinized. 15 Smith's opponents clearly wanted to expel him from the Union as the RST stepped toward removing all Reds from leadership positions and reversing the gains of the 1936-37 strike. The trial, with Curran presiding, was quite a spectacle. In the early fall of 1938, every member of the Union who wanted to hear all the proceedings could do so on the second and fourth floors of Union headquarters, where the microphone system is at the disposal of the trial committee. Many beached sailors came to watch and hear one of their chief leaders brought into the dock. 40. Smith's supporters spoke up in his defense as the hearings unfolded. One sailor charged hotly that the ship owners and their stooges are at this time centering their main attack upon Smith. 16 The seamen's branch of the party was outraged by the prosecution of their comrade, sensing correctly that it was just a prelude to an assault on themselves. By appealing to the prejudices of some of the white seamen against the Negroes, the ship owners were seeking to split the Union's ranks. Smith proved to be a skilled advocate on his own behalf, ensnaring the trial body in procedural claims, continually invoking point of order and generally providing an articulate defense. Harry Bridges, the powerful head of the West Coast longshoremen, also weighed in on his behalf. Smith argued that a month before the strike started I sailed to the port of Seattle. In that port I was a member of MWIU. He wound up in San Pedro where there were about 200 police to prevent the longshoremen from striking and the port was wide open. As he explained it, we had not a majority on board on the Luckenbach, even though had we intended to take action in San Pedro it would not be effective. His idea was to strike in no port where effective action could not be taken. Therefore we decided to go to San Francisco. The captain anchored out in the bay. The galley was kept up and he sent for armed guards to keep the crew aboard the vessel, and no one was allowed ashore or on board. Immediately after the strike was over we sent a delegate to the strike headquarters. Getting off the ship was not going to help the strike on the West Coast. His opponents were liars, he said vehemently. Only today we have had word from Seattle that NMU men were dumped there, and this trial was part and parcel of an offensive against the newly formed Union. He sought to provide context by explaining his relationship to the MWIU. Since 1933, I lined up my steward's department and was an acting guide and was secretly organizing for the MWIU. In my department, they were all members of the MWIU, and you want to bear in mind that it meant immediate discharge if anyone knew you were a member of the MWIU. In those days seamen weren't certain about unions. It meant death for a seaman than to be a member of a union. All seamen wanted was a living. The seamen were so depressed and it was only the highly militant men that would join a union. Thus, everything I did was done secretly. Where were your MWIU papers then? His opponents asked. If you know anything about 1934, Smith replied. 41. With asperity, you know that there were vigilantes raiding every hall on the coast. So, shot back his prosecutors, they also raided your papers. Curran, who stood by his number 2 man throughout this ordeal, for the most part, added that in 1934 we destroyed all the evidence we had of the MWIU in order to get into the issue. If we were caught with any book we were thrown out. Mine is at the bottom of the bay. Smith added, we are not businessmen, we're sailors, and that's why he did not possess all the documents his interlocutors desired. Smith recalled his heroism during the 1936-37 strike in order to shed light on why he could not scab in 1934. I was the man responsible for pulling the entire crew off the ship, everyone with the exception of the captain, he said. Although I had to do it secretly, I led these men off. At that time I was in line for an assistant port steward's job with the company. I refused to go, although this was to be my last trip before getting the job. I was called by Grange and he said these damned firemen and sailors would use me and then they would throw me out. He said, they need you, RST, because you are a steward, and second because you are a Negro. I told him the hell with you. I was a worker and my RST interest is and would be with the workers. I was the only Negro in that meeting of the rank and file called by Grange in Cooper Union. After that a few straggling Negroes came in. Then a few meetings later, I was elected to the Strike Strategy Committee and have gone along working diligently ever since. Given his valor and fortitude in 1936-37, why would he have acted differently a scant 2 years earlier, he asked. The organization I belonged to during the 1934 strike was responsible for the organization of the rank and Lee. I was sick during the strike, very sick. My lungs were almost shot, and despite the instructions of the doctor, I refused to leave the front until I collapsed with pneumonia and had to be carried away. Plucking the heartstrings like a skilled virtuoso, Smith concluded, if I were a NK strike breaker, informer at heart, I would not have remained working from 16 to 20 hours a day, trying to keep the soup kitchen going and raising funds for the rank and Lee. It is necessary to contrast my reputation with that of these men who are maligning me. I never was a NK and never could be one. Again, Curran leapt to the defense of his colleague. I don't want you to be framed, he said with sincerity. I realize that some of the people whose opinions we have received are people who I would not care to wipe my feet on. Why didn't Smith's opponents submit this in 442 Machine before the elections, if they had it, or even during the balloting, instead of trying to destroy the Union like this? Good point, Smith said. 3 months before the judges of election reported, this question was raised. I have documentary proof to that effect. I was met at 110th Street in Harlem and told that I was not going to be seated as vice president, even though I was running unopposed. This person told me that and I said, go ahead. With a mixture of chivalry and noblesse oblige, Smith said, rather than be an issue which may wreck the Union, I would rather get out, but I want my name before I get out. Though communists like Smith dominated the NMU leadership, his critics battered him with tough questions. With increasing exasperation he sought to explain the context of a battle between the MWIU and ISU in which the former had been on the defensive. There was a hell of a GHT against the MWIU members going into the ISU. I don't think there were 2 stewards in 1934 that were members of the MWIU. You'll ND sailors or remen but not stewards. There was a battle between these 2 organizations, the ISU and MWIU. The steamship owners, realizing the militancy of the MWIU, that it would mean money in their pockets, immediately recognized the ISU. And there was a battle between these 2 organizations. On my vessel, Smith said, I was the one who was instrumental in organizing my own department. As a result, every member of the stewards department was MWIU. We were given instructions and had to carry them out. There was no other organization except the SUP on steam schooners. Curran chimed in, adding, there was a hell of a GHT against the MWIU members going into the ISU, as such. Smith tried to contrast his militance in 1936 when conditions favored the progressives with the decidedly less favorable conditions of 1934. I struck 2 days before the strike was called here in 1936. We didn't have to stay here. And I know it meant blacklisting in the ports of the company against me if the strike had been lost, but I didn't give a good goddamn about that. I was a union man and wanted to be one, and I was the guy who got the Luckenbach and got the whole crew to come. I had everything to lose and nothing to gain. And my activity during 1936 to 37 bore this out. I was down here with the men, getting with the members, hunting food for men, hunting clothes, and doing all these things. His critics would have none of this. Smith examined one witness who recounted a conversation with Peter Innes, who said, as soon as 43. We get through with Comrade Smith, we'll get through with the others. And we won't be satisfied until we get rid of all the comrades of the Union. Smith thought he was putting up a good defense but felt that Curran, chair of the trial body, was hampering him. Why is it that every time that I make a move you want to rule it out? He asked the NMU leader. Then he asked another witness, isn't it a fact that membership in the MWIU meant immediate dismissal, especially a man that was a chief steward, and you would be blackballed by the company if it was known? Yes, came the reply. Thus, Smith concluded, I want to state that I did not join the New York MWIU local for that specific reason that the ship owners had spies at Broad Street to watch men who were going into the headquarters. And I joined the Seattle local where I could go in without being spied upon because I was not known by the ship owners in Seattle. All of us who returned to the vessels at that time sailed with men who, according to Lundberg, are NKS. But to us they were confused workers. But his explanations seemed to be falling on deaf ears. Irritated, Smith concluded, in my way of thinking I have submitted enough evidence that would even be accepted in Hitler's Germany, for certain questions have led me to believe that you came in with unclean hands. Again and again, he played the fascist card, stating at one point, "If I get Hitler to testify here, you'll accept it?" This committee is supposed to be an impartial jury, but it seems obvious from the way the committee is proceeding and acting as investigator, judge, and jury and everything else. In other words, they're attempting to justify something they have arrived at even before they enter this room. At one point he announced, "I've sat around this comic opera long enough, I think. I've had enough of it. This thing is getting to be a farce." 17 Smith was angry, then outraged. "My name has been bandied around the waterfront as being ANK, he said. "I say I am not ANK. I have evidence and men to prove that I was not." Tossing out an ultimatum, he declared, "I want to state here and now that after hearing the evidence I have in my possession, if this council decides I am ANK, I will resign without any further cause for disruption in the Union. But if they decide that I am not, they should throw this out of the window and publicize the fact that I am not ANK, just as they publicized the fact 44. That I was." 18 Wilford Caves was one of the many sailors who backed him at this point. "I was chairman of the Sailors' Union of the Pasig Strike Committee, during the 1934 strike," he said, "and the record of Smith is absolutely clear. We advised them to stay aboard ship and support us in every way possible." 19 Z.R. Brown, Secretary of the San Francisco Bay District of the Maritime Federation of the Pasig, also weighed in. A leader of waterfront workers, he reported that several of his members who were in this port and other Pasig coast ports during the 1934 strike spoke on the Smith situation, after which a motion was passed that I inform you that many ships were anchored in San Francisco Bay at the end of the 1934 strike. I have checked with the Luckenbach Steamship Co. and ND that the dates given by Smith explaining his behavior during this contentious time check in every detail. 20 So Smith was correct in asserting the propriety of his behavior. As it turned out, Smith stayed the course and was able to survive as a NMU leader. One reason was that he had Curran's support. As Curran observed years later when he was in the process of ousting Smith from the leadership, "I was the one, many years before that stood up and defended Ferdinand Smith when he was brought up on charges as being ANK in the 1934 strike, to disrupt the Union." 21 Curran was not exaggerating. As he told Harry Bridges at the time, most of the evidence submitted was purely hearsay. The trial committee had at least 4 members who were definitely hostile to Smith and were members of this Mariners Club setup, which, although it hasn't so much strength, is a definitely disruptive force. But he conceded that after the 34 strike, I and many others went to the Union halls, were investigated and given clearance. But Smith, who in a like manner disregarded his immigration status, neglected to do this. As he puts it, he thought he was cleared by his union. Then too, Walter Stack points out that the records of the MWIU were destroyed during the raids. We know this to be true. 22 Smith's claim that his ship was cleared was not disproved, Curran contended. The trial was part of a general plot, to destroy NMU, no more than a conspiracy. 23 others were less content that this was so. William Porter of the trial committee claimed that the Communist Party shaped opinion by orchestrating a hood of telegrams and resolutions from ships of colored departments, all these with the same tone and showing unmistook. 45. Able traces of the same subversive group's hand. Flooding of the waterfront with handbills signed by the waterfront section of the party. The day that the trial committee was to reach a verdict, he maintained, these radicals nearly create the race riot on the 4th or. Moreover, we heard threats directed at us if we failed to absolve Smith. Porter wondered why Smith never did appear before an investigating committee on the West Coast in an effort to clear himself, although he sailed to the coast for 2 years after the 1934 strike. Nevertheless, the fact that Porter's claim of Red Purdy was published in the paper of the very union that was said to be Red-dominated tended to undermine the thrust of Porter's remarks. 24 After the dust had settled, Smith was reinstated with back pay. Though the trial committee hearing the matter did not agree, it was overruled by the membership. 25. 10 Ports back Smith, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Mobile, Boston, Jacksonville, Baytown, Corpus Christi, Tampa, and Norfolk. Those that did not included New Orleans, Providence, the only one in the north, Savannah, Port Arthur, Galveston, and Beaumont. Hasten Smith made an eloquent plea for internal unity and declared that he had no personal animosity against those who brought charges against him. 26. The offensive against Smith was part of a larger offensive against the NMU itself. Some people found it disturbing that communists would lead a union that had so much control over imports and exports. In 1939, President Roosevelt received a very confidential memo that detailed the anti-labor policies of his own maritime commission on behalf of the ship owners and against the NMU. 27. But what was happening in government was tame compared to what was occurring in the streets. In 1935, as the idea of a challenge by sailors on the left to the existing union was gathering speed, the Communist Daily Worker reported gangsterism in the issue. With the aid of police, in gangster fashion these officials raided the hall of the Philadelphia local, arrested a large number of members. 28. During the 1936 strike, Percy Jenkins, a Negro, staggered into the Union Hall, his shirt in ribbons, blood streaming down his face. 4 goons had jumped him with baling hooks. 29. In 1938, the same year that Smith was being prosecuted, violent men with baseball bats and chains, Union dissidents and their allies, attacked NMU headquarters in Manhattan. 30. That same year, communist leader Al Lannon warned of 46 cliques in our union who are working outside the regular union channels. Upholding the legitimacy of Smith's impending trial, he declared that every member of the union has and must have the right of his opinion on any and all questions concerning the union, regardless of whether his arguments are right or wrong, provided that these opinions and arguments are expressed through the regular union channels. Every member has and must have the right to disagree or agree with the union leadership and policy. Yet, said Lannon, when the debate is over and a decision is made by majority vote, then that decision is binding on every member of the union. The minority must abide by and carry out the decision of the majority. Anyone who holds himself responsible to any outside persons or groups whose opinions and decisions he holds above the decisions of the union membership and its officials was unacceptable. 31. Lannon was referring to the Mariners Club, composed of dissident sailors and their allies, which was objecting to Reds in the NMU. As Smith was being tried, the union was charging that the Mariners Club was nanced by the ship owners. They put out an anti-NMU newspaper, they raised the Red Scare, they broke up meetings with STGHTS. They staged job crew actions over phony beefs, and when all else failed, they got out the baseball bats and resorted to violence. These claims were not exaggerated. Philip Carey of the NMU was shot and killed by goons. Bruce Cameron was brutally beaten to death by a trio of goons headed by Jerry King. In fact, said the NMU, there was a period in the late summer and fall of 1937 when it was hardly safe for an NMU delegate to venture out on the docks below 14th Street without protection. 32 Negroes thought they were a special target. 33 Shipping was a brutal industry and sailors had to confront violent cultures at home and abroad. Curran recalled that as his U.S.-based ship pulled into an Uruguayan port, there was a strike and the sailors were greeted with rounds of gunra. Meanwhile, back at home, just after the NMU was organized, Curran was met on the street by a business agent, Gus Brown. He was sitting in the car. He called me over to the car and stuck a gun in my belly. He was very nervous, he was very emotional. I was scared to death. Fortunately for Curran, he did not pull the trigger, but other sailors were not as lucky. 34 Things got so bad that when in 1938 Curran and a group of sailors marched on Washington, and were later invited to a meeting with Secretary of Labor Francis Perkins, he was extremely apprehensive. Mrs. 47. Perkins invited the beefy sailor to tea. I refused to drink, recalled Curran, or even eat the sandwiches for fear they might be poisoned. That's how ridiculous we were in those days. 35 It was said of the most determined opponent of the Union, Joseph Ryan of the Isla Stevedores, that the operators had given him money so that he could hire men and send them down to the docks armed with baseball bats and loading hooks to drive the NMU off the waterfront. 36 According to Richard Boyer, the journalist, labor spies had been hired to break the Union via assassinations, murders, and kidnappings. 37 In July 1938 15 men, armed with baseball bats, entered the national headquarters of the NMU and raided the FTHOR. They forced the entire office and clerical staff, including several Union officials, to vacate the premises. They roughed up several secretaries and threw them down the stairs. This squad then damaged some office equipment and confiscated several documents. The goon squad, with their baseball bats in full view, broke into Curran's office. They called for outlawing communist membership within the Union, demanded that the national officers hire a new secretarial staff, and called for the pilot staff to resign en masse, because they were thought to be committed communists. 38 They were evicted from the building after a terse and protracted struggle. Who was behind this strategy of terror? To the NMU, the answer was clear. Confessions by the direct perpetrators named Frank J. Taylor, president of the Merchant Marine Institute, the late Robert Haig of Standard Oil, H. M. Singleton of the Luckenbach Steamship Co., Dalton Mann of the Grace Line, and J. A. Jump of the Isthmian Line owned by the Steel Trust, as well as the Railway Audit and Inspection Co., a notorious industrial detective agency. 39 The Union got a bitter taste of its enemy's tactics at the tumultuous 1939 Sailors' Convention in New Orleans, which angered many city fathers because of the NMU's reluctance to adhere to Jim Crow norms. Members started revolting against Jim Crow from the moment the trains began bringing them to the Big Easy, rejecting Jim Crow seating as they approached the Mason-Dixon line. This was a foretaste of what was to come. As M. Headley Stone recalled it, the rule was to leave the hotel together and to return together, because there was some waylaying of seamen in the town. This was done by some of the Southern group, the opposition group in the Union. The Jerusalem Temple, a Shriner's temple, where the convention was held, resembled 48. A 19th-century armed fort in a battle with Native Americans. The opposition came armed with revolvers, brass knuckles, knives, wheat chains, used for snow tires. 40 The connecting currents of race and class in New Orleans in 1939 almost destroyed the Union. 41 The communist sailor, Paul Jarvis, later recalled that Curran was standing by a window talking to someone and I was about 20 feet away when all of a sudden I saw a struggle going on. In a matter of a few seconds I ended up across the window with Curran's butt in my face. Hippo Russell laid sick this fellow that had bumped Curran and continued to bump us, with a baseball bat. They had fully intended to knock Curran out of the window, there is no question about that. 42 The NMU had no choice but to counterattack. Smith's triumph was complete when those who only recently had him in the dock and had mounted a brutal offensive against the Union in Louisiana were subjected to a grueling though democratically conducted internal trial themselves. In mid-1939, Smith sat with 8 other men. He was one of the judges set to try Jerome King on 14 counts including the acceptance of money from the shipowners to wreck the NMU. King was said to have knowingly confederated and associated with known and subsequently proved spies and secret agents of the employers. Smith's victory was apparent when the RST witness, his close comrade Blackie Myers, testified that after the elections King had told him all the communists must go. 43 King had allegedly threatened to kill Tony Lucio, a NMU stalwart in California, and was charged with being on the payroll of the Union's Urcest Faux Standard Oil of New Jersey. 44 King was also accused of working in cooperation with organizers of Father Coughlin's Christian Front. On Joseph Ryan's command he ordered his stooges to stage the baseball bat raid in Union headquarters in 1938 and associated himself with waterfront gangsters. 45 Ultimately, Jerome Medeiros, alias King, was indicted for the slaying of Bruce Cameron. This murder, said the NMU, climaxed a series of assaults on and robberies of seamen along the waterfront. 46. The defendant received a 10-year sentence in Sing Sing prison. According to one partisan source, he based his defense on anti-communist activities as a cover for gangster tactics on the waterfront. 47. Part of the reason for these terse and protracted internal battles was that the sailors' opposition was so formidable. Smith's Communist. 49. Comrade, Al Lannon, put it succinctly when he asserted in 1947, "When we speak of the ship owners we speak, not of some separate or related grouping of big business but of the ruling oligarchy of monopoly capital itself." 11 steamship companies are tied in with the Morgan First National Bank financial interests. 4 other companies are dominated by Kuhn, Loeb and Company. The directorates of shipping industry interlock with those of the nation's railroads, coal mines, steel mills, public utilities, banks, insurance companies, and manufacturing establishments. These 11 steamship companies connected to Morgan First National Bank were the most powerful aggregation of financial control in the country, with assets in excess of $37 billion. 48. In short, shipping was an essential bedrock of capitalism. In 1900 the United States' merchant fleet was approximately the same size it had been in 1807 as most U.S. trade was carried by foreign, especially British, vessels. World War I helped to shake the United States out of its torpor. What followed was an astonishing expansion of U.S. shipping leading directly to Ferdinand Smith migrating northward, which led to an increase in the amount of U.S. cargo carried in U.S. vessels from a mere 10% in 1913 to 35% in 1935. This development fundamentally shifted the balance of international maritime power and constituted an important element in the overall U.S. bid for world power. 49. The Great War exposed the fact that the fate of the United States would rest on shaky foundations as long as its fortunes were tied to the merchant shipping of other nations. U.S. exports were virtually paralyzed during the war due to the dependence on foreign shipping. The drop in cotton exports from $62.50 per bale in July 1914 to $36.25 in December was repeated to a greater or lesser extent in all export commodities. 50. The expansion of domestic shipping was also helped by lavish government subsidies and a good deal of corruption. In 1935 Senator Hugo Black of Alabama exposed some of the scandals involving the shipping industry. The future Supreme Court justice called the mail subsidy for shippers a saturnalia of waste, inefficiency, and exploitation of the public. The Post Office had provided steamship companies with some $200 million under subsidy contracts. This amounted to almost 10 times the normal rate for the mail actually carried. The senator from Alabama strongly advocated outright government ownership of the shipping industry to stop the waste and inefficiency. This call for Pub. 50. Lick ownership was emblematic of this radicalism that allowed the NMU to flourish. In 1936 the 17 existing subsidized lines, together with 2 that could become eligible for subsidies in the future, had a net worth of $78 million, gross operating revenues of $122 million and a net profit of only $4.10 million. Shipping was indisputably a small industry when measured by such usual standards as capitalization, total revenue, and employment. 51. Though paradoxically it was strategically one of the most important industries in the nation. This combination of small capitalization and huge importance made it particularly vulnerable to a communist-led union. The outrageous subsidies the industry received from the government increased public pressure for reform. Some companies received more than the cost of the entire trip for carrying a few pounds of mail. Generally speaking, the subsidized lines received 60 times the actual cost of carrying mail. This scandal led directly to the founding of the Governmental Maritime Commission, with Joseph Kennedy as the RST chairman. 52. The fact that close friends of President Roosevelt such as Vincent Astor, a director on the boards of the U.S. Lines, the International Mercantile Marine Company, and the Roosevelt Steamship Company, among others, stood to profit from these government giveaways was part of the problem. 53. The U.S. economy was heavily dependent on shipping, which helped to justify the excessive subsidies to the industry. 54 ships were the means by which executives imported raw materials for domestic production, exported niched goods, and inspected their investments abroad. 55 atypical voyage on the American President lines in 1931, for example, went from Los Angeles to Honolulu, Yokohama, Kobe, Shanghai, and Hong Kong, then back to Balboa, Cristobal, and Havana, carrying and dropping off hundreds of passengers along the way. 56 with its various classes of travel, ships transported the famous and ordinary alike, which guaranteed that this mode of travel would receive intense scrutiny. Among the former were the actress Joan Bennett, traveling to the Philippines in 1931. The future Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren sailed with his children in opulent surroundings as well. 57 indeed, in the 1930s traveling abroad on U.S. ships was coming to be seen as part of one's patriotic duty. Joseph Sheehan, president of the American President Lines, remarked, "We Americans are the proudest and most patriotic people in the world until it comes to the matter of traveling on American ag ships. The British and the Japanese are the two." 51. Most successful and prosperous operators of merchant ships in the world today. 58 As the clouds of war began to gather, traveling on a U.S. ship became more than just a patriotic gesture. It also became safer than traveling on British and Japanese ships, which might be targeted by various enemies. By September 1939, it was reported that Americans sailing from Europe in foreign ships now want the safety of the U.S. ag. 59 The apprehension about security gave the U.S. a boost and enhanced the fortunes of selected captains of industry, and also provided the NMU greater opportunities to organize. The confrontation between a militant communist-led union and the shipping magnates was bound to be worse. Shipping interests were controlled by interlocking ties between Bechtel, General Foods, Ingersoll Rank, Anaconda Copper, and other giants. 60 The stockholders of the American President Lines included the Bank of America, the DuPonts, the notorious detective-cum-spy agency Pinkertons, and Saucony Vacuum Oil. 61 Facing these corporate giants on the other side of the class divide was an assortment of communists, including Ferdinand Smith. Leo Robinett told Frederick Woltmann, a noted anti-communist, that Smith was undoubtedly a dominant communist liaison man in the powerful East Coast NMU that controls every ship entering or leaving the Atlantic seaboard and maintains a hiring hall through which every ship owner has to hire his seamen. 62 Like many others, Woltmann found it intolerable that pro-Moscow Reds like Smith could play such a powerful role in the U.S. economy. The House Un-American Activities Committee agreed, calling Smith a strong party man and an early graduate after the Reds organized an alleged Red Annapolis on the outskirts of Beacon, New York. 63 According to anti-communists, Smith was not the only NMU leader with these party affiliations. In the fall of 1947, as the Union was purging itself of these alien elements, anti-communists charged that the party had over 90% of the official posts of the Union. 64 Indeed, they asserted that being a Red was a sine qua non for advancement in the Union. 65 Furthermore, the party was accused of establishing a Stalinist stranglehold over the NMU, suppressing dissent, and forging an internal dictatorship. This was far from the truth. If anything, the NMU may have gone too far in the opposite direction. The creation of what might be called an ultra-democracy went back to the early days of the Union, perhaps as a result of communist 52 efforts. Hoyt Haddock, an early Union member, claimed that the Red, Tommy Ray, and himself, did most of the work on the NMU Constitution. He was a communist at the time and I knew it. Haddock and this little slight man, placed the AFL Constitution and the Declaration of Independence together, and that's what we wrote the NMU Constitution by. This was not very conspiratorial. It was a hectic time, when the Union was taking off. Our primary purpose, he avowed, was to give the membership control of the Union. Moreover, Curran was consulted throughout, everything that we wrote we checked with Joe, everything. 66 The Constitution set the Union on a path toward democracy. Thus, the February 7, 1936 edition of the Union's newspaper, The Pilot, contained a letter that a week later elicited a response suggesting that the letter was little more than red baiting and should not have been published. An editor's note tended to agree with the accusation but added, however, "We disagree that such letters as that from the real seamen should be omitted. We welcome letters from seamen and don't care whether they are pro-red or not." 67 The Pilot, an influential organ for a union stretched across the seven seas, took pains to reassure its readers that the fact that many of its leaders were members of a single party was no more consequential than, say, the leadership of other unions belonging disproportionately to the Democratic Party or the Roman Catholic Church. It went to some lengths to comfort another seaman who asked if the paper was being put out by communists that are trying to get control of the Union. 68 Throughout the era of the Reds' prominence in the NMU, the Pilot was certainly more open and diverse than in the period following their ouster. Thus, in early 1939 6 NMU members wrote, "I would also like to ask Brother Smith if there is any truth to the many statements going around that he gave concessions away on deck and below in order to get the stewards an 8-hour day." 69 Smith adamantly denied this accusation. 70 This episode pointed to the free speech repercussions of Red dominance of the Union but also to the fear that the Union's number 2 leader might favor the stewards who were disproportionately black who had been his co-workers. The very openness of the NMU ensured that such accusations would have free expression. Communist Al Lanin in August 1939 declared that the recently concluded pact between Moscow and Berlin put an end to London's hope to push Hitler to the east in order to get him. 53. Involved in war with the Soviet Union. 71 Lest anyone think that the Pilot was merely a red rag, it published several letters and articles disagreeing with Lanin's formulations. Frank Statz reminded him of the line from the Spanish Civil War that we could never fraternize with any fascists. Yes, London and Paris were selling out, he said, but that does not give Russia the right to do the same thing. 72 Edward S. Noble of the SS Camden reminded his comrades in mid-1940 that a year ago you used to tell us what a horrible thing fascism was. Now their line had changed, he said, though he had another idea: let the membership decide whether this is their opinion. Stop the peace at any price tone and the one-sided attack on the Allies. He added, on this ship we have thrown our Yanks are not coming pamphlets and buttons over the side as they no longer express the opinion of a majority of the crew. 73 Even before this, the Pilot published a resolution denouncing the party, 74 just as it routinely published letters condemning communist activity. 75 Their ecumenical approach notwithstanding, the comrades were walking a any line. While they were trying to assure the rank and lee that their ideology, including their alliance with Moscow, would not be shoved down the throats of non-believers, they also saw no reason why they should not spread their ideology through different means, nor hide their vision under a bushel. 76 But this was an era when Jim Crow predisposed many, especially African Americans, to view the radical alternatives the Reds proposed favorably. This made it easier for the party to push its agenda. This was an era when friendly exchanges between Communist leader James Ford and soon-to-be anti-communist hawk, NAACP leader Roy Wilkins, were viewed as a mundane part of the landscape. Thus, as the maritime strike was reaching a critical turning point in 1936, Ford reminded Wilkins of his letter of September 24 expressing pleasure at hearing my radio broadcast over NBC and thanked him for your kind words. I was also very glad to read your interview with the Daily Worker. 77 Ford had something to offer the NAACP that it did not have: global contacts, while the NAACP had something that Ford desired: a mass base among Negroes. This made for a mutually beneficial relationship, at least potentially. Hence, in early 1937 Ford told Wilkins's anti-communist leader, NAACP official Walter White, that he had just returned from a 2-week trip into Mexico and I plan very soon to take a trip to Spain. While in Europe, I may have the opportunity of contacting a number of colored people. 54. and talking with them about the problems of the colored people internationally, as well as in the United States. 78 Given this context, many were open to the idea of Reds in the driver's seat of the Union in contrast to their attitude shortly thereafter. But even during the heady days of the New Deal, certain forces were working overtime to challenge this hegemony. In March 1940, as criticisms of the Union's foreign policy mounted, Joe Ryan, the tireless and unreconstructed foe of the NMU and president of the International Longshoremen's Association, forwarded a lead from the waterfront section of the Communist Party to the White House, telling an FDRA that the Reds were endeavoring to destroy our organization. Ryan claimed to be standing tall against this onslaught. In case the message was not understood, he attached a Daily Worker editorial critical of FDR's policy in Finland and pointed out that as a reward for his fealty to Washington I am being persecuted by Thurman Arnold, a Justice Department attorney. 79 Another opponent of the NMU was a sailor, Joseph Doyle, who in the summer of 1941 pushed for an inquiry into the Reds' ties with Moscow. He wanted leaders, such as Smith, who were accused of being Red, to be placed on trial internally. At an NMU meeting where this measure was considered, the resolution was voted down with only 2 votes registered for it among the close to 400 delegates present. 80 Joseph Curran, widely seen as the Reds' front man, was irate about this attempt to view the Union as a tool of actual or potential subversion. As long as we were forced to work for $35 a month, live under intolerable conditions, eat food that wasn't tea for human consumption and put in 12 hours a day, nobody called us communists, he remarked. It was only after we organized into a strong militant trade union and took strike action to improve our wages and working conditions that we became agents of Moscow. 81 But opponents of Smith and the party argued that a nation entering war could not tolerate a strategically important union like the NMU being controlled by communists. Would Moscow tolerate a union influenced by Washington? They asked. As for the party, it continued to plug away, seeing sailors as a fruitful target for recruitment. In 1941, Josh Lawrence, probably the second-ranking black communist in the NMU, reported that a group of Negro seamen met in Harlem at the invitation of the waterfront section of the party. The meeting was so successful it was voted to continue such educationals on a permanent basis and to form an active group to lend 55. Support to the struggle of the Negro people. 82 This was an indication of the critical role played by Negroes in places like Harlem and elsewhere and the growing support for the party among Negroes. This was precisely why the sailor, Harlemite, and communist, Ferdinand Smith was a marked man. 56. 3. The Black Ocean. One of the most difficult problems facing Smith and the Union leadership was the question of racism. The steel scaffolding of Jim Crow included the law, stubborn attitudes, management manipulations. Moreover, the NMU had members in a number of reactionary places in the South such as Norfolk, Charleston, and New Orleans, and similarly regressive cities in Texas, such as Houston, Galveston, Corpus Christi, and Brownsville. Discrimination was also faced by Filipinos, Puerto Ricans, and other peoples of color. The same factors that could generate radicalism, the concorders where radical ideas could circulate easily as a pamphlet passed from hand to hand, the attenuated impact of the larger society, visits abroad, for example to Durban, could also foster racism. This complicated the Union's job enormously. It took the question of racism quite seriously and addressed it preemptively, but issues of male supremacy and sexuality were a different kettle of sh. It would be a mistake, however, to think that discriminatory policies toward Negro sailors were unique to the former slave South, or to merchant seamen for that matter. Eugene E. Wilson, a former naval aviator and Annapolis graduate, described an incident that occurred while sailors on leave were attending a boulg in Callao, Peru, during the 1920s. When a black matador entered the ring, all the latent Southern chivalry in our Navy was aroused, and there was a good deal of it, and they began to jeer the colored matador, shouting, "Kmen you bull, get the black so and so." One such racism was typical. When the black seaman, Adolph W. Newton, arrived in San Diego during World War II, the first thing one did was to ask some of the Negro sailors what life was like for Negroes in San Diego. They said that it wasn't shit. They called San Diego Little Georgia. I went into town and found that they had told the truth. Similarly, on board ship clashes between Euro-Americans and Negroes over music, boring hillbilly records versus jazz, were simply the tip of the iceberg in terms of bias. 2. 57. Although San Diego was bad for Negroes, the South was worse still. Norfolk, for example, was a particularly troublesome port for Negro sailors. One called this Virginia metropolis Shit City. Little wonder. In 1943, every other day there was an incident with white and Negro sailors. When the Negro sailors demanded respect at a local theater, they were directed to use the rear entrance with the steward's mates. They refused and another row erupted. 3 skeptics might argue that bias was not con to Negroes. Ships were owning vessels of internal combat where conflict was often based on ethnic differences. Englishmen, known to hold strictly to the rules of boxing, squared off against Scandinavians and other nationalities who usually allow rougher methods, or Finns, who are sometimes charged with using knives more than other nationalities. Class was a factor too. The peasant who has never the sea seen before was a better target for ridicule than others. The difficult homosocial conditions of sailing, with its complex pecking order, promoted social conflict of various kinds. 4. Race was simply another exacerbating factor, or so it was thought. Nevertheless, inter-ethnic conflicts between Europeans were often eclipsed when other races were on board. Nor was this unique to the United States. In Britain, Chinese, Arab, Indian and African seamen were kept out of the Union on the basis of race, though there was a viable Belgian, Danish, Dutch, French, Polish Seafarers Federation. Even after World War II, which was thought to have considerably reduced racist sentiment, the Glasgow local of the National Union of Seamen reaffirmed its opposition to the hiring of Indians or Arabs, even if they were British citizens. 5. Black seamen were also frequently viewed as political radicals. The worldliness that inhered in sailing, combined with the harsh working conditions and the fact that it often attracted the brightest oppressed youth, because of a dearth of opportunity elsewhere, resulted in Negroes being the most radical of the seamen. Examples abound. The International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers, whose formation was supported by Soviet workers, espoused a militant Pan-African platform. 6. The World Unity Congress of the International Water Transport Workers, met in Hamburg, an important city for trade unionism, in 1932 with 173 delegates from 30 nations. Comrade Kuwait, a Negro comrade from Africa, ranked third in leadership. 7. The International of Seamen and Harbor Workers and International. 58. Seamen's clubs were closely tied to the left and maintained an office in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and in Manhattan on 140 Broad Street. 8. Black seamen were among the most radical. The pilot reported that when the marine transport workers of the IWW called a strike in 1923, the Colored Marine Stewards and Cooks Association sent a committee down to say that while they were not Wobbly's anarcho-syndicalists, they positively would not ship during the strike. When the crew of the Diamond Cement struck in 1933, the ship owners were unable to get a crew to scab. They nally shanghaied 10 unorganized Negro seamen who were unaware of the strike. At sea they learned about it, and as soon as the ship touched the port of Philadelphia, they jumped off in support of the strikers. The following year, 1934, in Baltimore, Negro and white unemployed seamen marched to Washington to protect the relief system they had fought for 2 years to win. They resisted all attempts to separate them, sleeping in a hall rather than be segregated. 9. It was astonishing that Negroes would ally with the Wobblies, as these radicals were frequently victims of vicious persecution themselves. There were scores of police raids in California alone, which was part of a coast-wide drive against organized labor. 10. Despite efforts to oust them, by 1935 Negroes constituted 6.2% of shipping crews, and over 10% after the advent of the affirmative action-conscious NMU. 11. Looking back, the NMU concluded that before its birth the Negro seamen, the largest minority in the industry, were subjected to all kinds of discrimination and exploitation. They were segregated aboard ship in a single department, assigned the most menial tasks and generally treated like outcasts. It was the NMU that dumped the Jim Crow hiring policy and established a fairer rotary hiring system whereby every member knew that the one who registers RST at the union hall is entitled to ship out RST. Non-discrimination was a major priority with Smith, not only for U.S. Negroes but also including Jews, British West Indians, Chinese, Puerto Ricans, Egyptians, Filipinos, and other minorities. 12. This bold policy attracted bright and ambitious men from across the planet. Kwame Nkrumah, the RST leader of independent Ghana, fondly recalled his membership in the NMU while working in the U.S. as a steward on a passenger ship of the Clyde-Mallory Line. He worked on the ship during summer breaks from Lincoln University in the mid to late 1930s. He rose from dishwasher to waiter and then messenger, and was able to fund his intellectual and political endeavors as a Re. 59. Salt. 13. In addition, Ewart Gwynner, born in the Canal Zone in 1910, was a sailor at 16 and went from there to a faculty post at Harvard. 14. It was fitting that a lineal descendant of a leading Negro politician from the post-Civil War era played an instrumental role in sailors' battles. Rebels Caton was secretary of the powerful District No. 2 of the Maritime Federation of the Pacific and formerly a steward with the Admiral Line. A grandson of the late Senator Hiram Revels, a communist, and a close ally of Smith, he represented 20,000 waterfront workers, 1,000 of whom were Negroes. 15. Caton was one of a number of high-ranking Negro seamen. Josh Lawrence, perhaps the second most powerful Negro in the Union, was born in Elizabeth, New Jersey, in 1917. His father was a truck driver and his mother a laundry woman. In his early 20s he joined the NMU and quickly climbed up the ladder of Union leadership. He joined the Communist Party when the NAACP dispatched him to a Red meeting to challenge what was going on. He went, listened, thought, then agreed with his would-be opponents and joined their ranks. Unlike Smith, the native-born Lawrence was more open about his party ties, according to his widow, Vicki Lawrence. 16. Like Smith, he had roots in the Caribbean. His father was from Jamaica and was a lay minister when not driving a truck, while his mother had family ties in South Carolina. 17. Melvin Roberts, Jesse Brooks, Albert Smith, Justin Smith, and D.G. Grant Negroes all were NMU officials in the Port of New York. 18. Also among its Negro leader were Percy Jenkins, an active seaman for 30 years who had joined the ISU in 1913, and Charles Mills, a former president of Shipyard Workers Local 1166 of the AFL in Galveston. John Anderson, another Negro leader, reminded his comrades that I started going to sea since 1923 and helped to organize the Numagro strike of the Munson Line during the 1936-37 strike. H.S. Grosset had been a Union man since 1921, as a chief steward, and a sailor since 1919. Clifford Harper had served on the Food Committee under Smith's direction during the epical strike. He led a strike of a Luckenbach ship in port in Philadelphia. For 10 years he was chief steward for the Mississippi Shipping Company. When Smith faced charges just after assuming office, one of his staunchest defenders was the black sailor Oliver Bout. He took the oar and spoke at length, slyly stressing racial aspects. He implied, as did following party speakers, that Smith was on trial as a Negro and not as a NK. 1960. There were others too, but the point was clear. Smith was not an isolated Negro leader, just he was not the sole Red either. However, it should be noted that few of these leaders were from the South, where the bulk of Negroes continued to reside and where the more egregious examples of Jim Crow persisted. 20. And their being ousted from Indians indicates that the civil rights movement, which had its most dramatic impact in the South, was not without cost, as it occurred just as Negro labor was being weakened in the North. Moreover, Like Smith, a number of these men had Caribbean roots, hailing from a region where anti-communism was not as strong as in the United States and where black majorities reigned. Consider Hugh Mulzac, born in 1886 in the West Indies. He went to sea in 1907 after graduating from high school in St. Vincent and was a U.S. citizen by 1918. 21 Like Smith, he too was a working-class intellectual. In his classic work of proletarian literature, A Star to Steer By, he observed, "One of the advantages of sea life is that you have plenty of time to think. It is impossible for any reasonably sensitive human being to stand at a ship's wheel for 2 hours a watch, 3 times a day, week in, week out, in the radiant beauty of a starlit night or surrounded by pure, exquisite colors of a dawn or sunset at sea, without giving some thought to the world around him, his own past and the future of both it and himself." Like many other Negro sailors, he too abhorred the bias he experienced. A West Indian in the United States quickly learns that he is meant for menial labor. Many of the clerks seem to take it as a personal affront that I should even inquire about deck jobs, and of course, I never even hinted that I carried a second officer's ticket. When he applied for a job in Baltimore in 1910 he was told bluntly, "We hire niggers only in the steward's department." 22 But Mulzac had grit and was not crushed by racism. To the contrary, this founding NMU member waged a decades-long battle to skipper a ship, narrowly winning out during World War II. Working with him to reach this goal was Ferdinand Smith. In fact, Smith's detractors claimed that he spent too much time fighting for the rights of Negroes to the detriment of others. Smith was very active up in Harlem among the colored seamen, where he was instrumental in opening up the Harlem branch of the NMU. 23 This was a basis for Bruce Nelson's argument that the Union's leadership worked hard to build a racially integrated Union. They waged an extensive educational campaign against racism in its own ranks. 24 L.D. Reddick of the 61. Schomburg Library of Manhattan praised the Union for fighting racism. It was the only union of the 18 individuals and organizations listed to be named to the Schomburg's prestigious Race Relations Honor Roll. 25 According to Ira Brophy, by the end of the war but before the purges that removed Smith from the leadership, NMU members showed noticeably less prejudice than did the craft union members. Perhaps this was because only one union had an active program for the elimination of racism in the industry, the National Maritime Union. Brophy concludes that the artificial situation of shipboard life produces a type of relationship in which a need for acceptance of each individual in the group is supreme. Stories from the battle fronts indicate that in similar situations, survival situations in which basic and realistic anxieties are invoked, individuals either crack psychologically or seek the solidarity of the group. In such a situation, relationships would tend to be stripped of the social superstructure of values and attitudes that are characteristic of the majority of societal relationships. It would appear that many of our respondents could not afford the luxury of an anti-Negro prejudice while at sea. 26 Nevertheless, the Union suffered from the fact that the structure of the industry promoted retrograde attitudes. A typical collier, for example, might carry a deck crew of Anglo-Saxons, an engine crew speaking Spanish and a steward's department which was all black. Implicit in these arrangements was that if a white gang failed to behave properly, their berths would go immediately to black seamen or vice versa. It was felt that Southern whites would spontaneously align themselves against damn Yankees. 27 The bosses played up regional ethnic and racial tensions to benet themselves. Thus, at the tumultuous NMU convention in New Orleans in 1939, Curran reported that since the formation of the Union in May 1937, at least 1,000 Negro members of the Union have lost their jobs through no fault of their own in Atlantic coast steamship and tanker companies. How many jobs have been lost by them on Gulf ships has not been estimated, but it undoubtedly comes to a higher figure. The problem of Negro employment is a serious one. This occurred even though the NMU insisted on complete equality for the Negro in every phase of the new Union's activity, as written into the Constitution. But, despite the spirit and letter of the Constitution, Negroes have been steadily forced off NMU ships because ships were laid up. Companies went out of business. 62. The transfer of ships from a company which employed Negroes to one which did not. Changes in the classification of ships in a given trade. And ships' crews were refusing to accept Negro replacements. 28. This charge was well founded. Though the NMU had shown that it was far ahead of other unions in its willingness to accept Negro leadership, the union was not free of bias. In fact, early in 1938 a committee for colored members in Baltimore reported that within the last 30 days on 3 different occasions fellow workers of the colored race have been forced from ships by members of their union, solely on account of their color. The pilot reported that this had happened aboard ships subsidized by the U.S. government and that it was a federal offense. 29. Smith agreed. If a crew is allowed to refuse a union brother due to the color of his skin, he said, is it too much to say that it is just as reasonable to refuse another brother because of the shape of his nose, the size of his ears or feet, and the color of his eyes or hair? How could the union bar Negroes when the membership adopted a policy of taking in seamen who had worked during the last 3 strikes? When the problem of discrimination has been solved on ships in the New York and Cuba Mail and Puerto Rico lines and on other ships where apparently white and Negro brothers work and live in harmony, why not on all ships? 30. The steward, Albert Clark, echoed Smith's views. Negroes and Filipinos and other racial minorities, such as Portuguese Hindus, are not allowed to sail on certain lines. We were told to be patient, and now we read in the pilot that there must be a period of education as far as the white membership is concerned. This is the same old baloney. 31. Edward DeVoe agreed with him. When we all were in trouble, the white brothers did not discriminate against us on the picket line, we suffered and stuck together. 32. One trade unionist noted that some of the Negro brothers feel we give only lip service to the anti-Jim Crow policy of the NMU. One active and militant Negro brother said, we ought to clean up our own backyard RST. The very guy that eats at the same table, sleeps in the same fosse, and sits right beside me in the meeting passing resolutions against discrimination and applauding speakers who denounce discrimination ignores me on the street an hour later. 33. Though many objected to this white chauvinism, 34 others were not moved. When in Beaumont, Texas, the Negro vice chairman of 63. The CIO County Council had been asked to resign by other members of the council, the NMU there protested acceptance of the resignation. 35. But Texas was particularly intractable with regard to racism. During the strike that led to the NMU's formation, colored longshore locals along the Gulf Coast had their charters revoked and were given a rough deal. Abuse from police, company thugs, and the like. 36. This was no small matter. In light of the traditional FTY division of jobs between white and colored longshore locals, the latter were among the more powerful institutions among African Americans. They were being pressured not to align with Reds and radicals even though the left had been their staunchest allies. The policy was successful in that some of the locals were under company domination and were considered company catspaws. Some of the white locals had no record to brag about either, though they were outraged by the fact that in pockets along the coast Negroes had more than half the jobs, they had 2/3 of the work. Maritime leader Gilbert Mers described this as the source of most of our grief at the present time in trying to bring about a solid maritime federation. Hundreds of white men have been driven away from the waterfronts on this account. These sores do not heal in a day or two, he told radical labor leader Harry Bridges. 37. As Mers saw it, maritime organizing along the Gulf Coast was still hampered by the rancor lingering from the unrest in Brownsville in 1906 when Negro cavalrymen stationed at Fort Brown, staged a riot through that city. Ever since then the populace has barred Negroes from the city. When the longshoremen organized, whites and Negroes alike were taken in the organization in separate locals. These Negroes live in Harlingen, some 20 miles inland, while administrations in Port Isabel and Brownsville have refused to allow Negroes to enter the cities. Obviously, this did not facilitate maritime organizing. According to Mers, there probably never will be colored labor on the docks of those cities, unless shipping interests should be able to prevail on the powers that be to use them as strike breakers in the event of a tie-up. This racial divide complicated the efforts of progressive forces, for just as some Negroes feared the coming of the NMU because of their allegiance to David Grange, on the Gulf Coast race relations were so ulcerous that the white workers in Corpus Christi are at least 80% for combining in a maritime federation, while the Negroes are up 64. Posed. Mers thought this was for no apparent reason, indicating how difficult it was to bridge this divide. Houston faced a similar problem, for here again, the white men are inclined toward the Federation with the Negroes holding back, and Houston is the best developed port at the present time, particularly compared to Pensacola, New Orleans, and Mobile. 38. On the other hand, Mers apparently had a point when he complained about the colored locals. Another source reported that when one of these locals had the contracts with the intercoastal ships, their leader had one of the swellest kickback rackets in the South. He did not accept any wages as president of the local, but each week when the longshoremen were paid off, he was there at the table and each man would give him anything from a quarter to FTY cents. 39. Yet this local had to be involved if the NMU was to be launched. How then could it avoid the stain of such corruption? Mers complained bitterly and repeatedly about the police, beating up pickets in earnest in Port Arthur. 40. This was during the embryonic stage of the NMU and reeked the fractiousness of the era. 41. It is easy to understand why NMU members felt that Texas ports were the most bigoted in the nation. As the communist sailor, Paul Jarvis, recalled, "I remember that if you had a black guy aboard the ship he had better be well protected when you hit the Gulf because they would throw him the hell off the Gulf." The crews of the Gulf were the worst. They drank more, they were wilder. These guys were racketeers and they used the Union to protect themselves. The racist atmosphere was compounded by an atmosphere of anarchy. Because of the role of the Wobblies, a result of the IWW's historic foothold in the region. 42. How could the Union be united when one sector was under such clamorous assault? The Union tried to undermine this bias. Although by law union halls in Texas had to have 2 toilets, racially coded NMU militants would nail one shut. They did have quite a bit of trouble, as a result of such law breaking, recalled M. Headley Stone of the NMU. One time the Texas Rangers came into a union hall and chased all of the blacks out. On the other hand, the Union's strength ensured that they were a factor in defeating Martin Dies, the conservative leader of the House Un-American Activities Committee. 43. There were powerful forces helping the Union's opponents. Early on the NMU reported that small groups on the KKK principle have 65. Been organized by the SO-dominated Reenry Workers Federation, a company union. The leading purpose of this cabal was to drive all unions from the Tri-Cities, Baytown, Pelly, and Goose Creek. Naturally, their particular target now, because we're the oil company's biggest headache, are NMU seamen. The $a-year Texas Rangers, who are directly on Humble's payroll, were central to this process. 44. The Ku Klux Klan was a significant force in the region. Early in 1940 they were on the march again and eerie crosses are being seen on the plains of Texas. The NMU was particularly upset by the new tactic that accompanied this upsurge, in the majority of cases. The leaders of those particular clans are leaders of the trades and labor councils in the American Federation of Labor. 45. There were other complaints from the Gulf Coast. J.B. Baguio, Jr., was concerned about discrimination in the port of Texas City. So many of the Filipinos are unable to get berths on ships on account of their race. The majority of these brothers have families that are depending solely on what these Filipino brothers take home. 46. Jacob Joseph, a colored NMU member, told his co-workers that in the Gulf ports, we ship in 2 classes, white and colored. White brothers ship with white crews and colored brothers with colored crews. Some ships may carry both white and colored crews, but where this is the case they are separated by departments, such as having a colored deck crew and a white engine crew. We have a number of light Puerto Ricans and Latin Americans who could be taken for either white or colored. and they take advantage of this fact by shipping on either side as they please. This is really a distinct discrimination against the North American Negroes and against the white brothers. But not everyone agreed with Smith's solution to the problem. Brother Joseph argued in conclusion, so let's get rid of the bad egg brothers, that is the Latinos. 47 The casual observer might easily think that these divisive disputes were the exclusive province of the South. This led to sharp attacks on the region. Joseph Weddick asked rhetorically, where do they come from, referring to the problem of racial animus, then answered, up from the nation's #1 economic problem belt. Singling out Texas, he became more direct, pointing to the section so well advertised by Vice President Garner and Biscuits O'Daniels, Martin Dies, etc. Some of these cornpone bravos are handling the RST folding money they ever saw, wearing their RST pair of shoes. 48 But Texas was 66. Not unique. Racist battles raged throughout the RST year of the Union and beyond, though it is true that these conflicts were disproportionately frequent in the South. 49 Roy Maliki of the SS Siboney reminded that colored seamen only have the Ward Line, Puerto Rico Line and Clyde Mallory Line ships that we can be shipped on through our union, which ships we were employed on before we joined this union. So if the NMU barred Negroes from these ships, the ISU seemed a better bet. 50 In fact, a special meeting was held to resolve this question, at which a Negro steward noted that these Negroes are just about on the verge of desperation and threaten to walk out of the Union and get jobs as they can. Some are advocating that we go into the ISU or the AFL. 51 Yet there were problems on the Mallory Line too. The pilot reported, the stewards of the SS Seminole, Clyde Mallory Line, went on strike in the port of Galveston. They were ready to accept a deal when the boss said, to hell with the niggers, we'll take the bastards to sea and make them work. After this blunt threat, the entire group refused to work and the line cancelled the cruise. Because the colored seamen were concerned that the NMU would not make a real difference, during the 1936-37 strike few colored brothers came out with us. 52 On the verge of war in 1941, it seemed to some that little had changed. Black NMU leader Hulbert Warner pointed to the bosses as a major problem, as the shipowners' parrots. When talking to white seamen say, the NMU of America, CIO, is a Negro organization. 53 While this may have inspired some Negroes, it enraged those who sought to keep them in their place. Thus, soon after Warner's statement, VE white sailors in Norfolk had to be replaced as they had refused to sail with a Negro replacement. 54 From Vicksburg, NMU leader W.F. Wilson made a prescient remark, once the position of the CIO is changed and it loses the support of the Negro people, the CIO will become a dead organization, particularly in the southern states. 55 This was the danger of capitulating to white chauvinism. The steady accusations of racism led Howard Mackenzie of the NMU leadership to announce in March 1940 that in principle Negro brothers had the right to sail on any ship. So far, so equal. But his next words seemed to reek a retreat. We've got to recognize that this discrimination is an age-old prejudice that is ingrained. As an offshore of the organization, although I might be willing to sleep in the same forecastle and give them equal rights, I know realistically that many of the MEM 67 bears that I represent are not willing to do the same thing. In one of his weaker moments, Smith seemed to echo these sentiments. He proclaimed, a small group of members, misguided or otherwise, assume that because the NMU has accomplished so much that it should be able to bring about a utopia in the marine industry and bring about equality of shipping on all vessels without any consideration whatsoever for the attitude of the shipowners or the members of the crew. And, if you are not able to do so, then you are denounced as fakers and everything else. Conditions which have existed in this country for over 300 years cannot be eradicated by one single union of 50,000 seamen in 3 short years. He did have pointed words for the white minority, who, like the ostrich sticks its head in the sand, refuses to see or hear or recognize that there must be changed conditions. He reminded them that for over 50 years other organizations had sought to organize the seamen and gain better conditions for them, and they could not do it. Because of what? Because it blindly followed a narrow policy of segregation. 56 But bigotry was a threat to the very survival of the Union, and so the leadership addressed it forcefully. In mid-1940 a lead item on the leadership's agenda was the question of the Negro brothers in the Union and developing a uniform and coordinated policy as a working basis for trying to solve the problem of discrimination. 57 Curran suggested that in order to help Negro and Filipino brothers get jobs soon, the Union should go to those companies with which the NMU has contracts and request that a certain portion of their ships be allotted for crews of minority groups. 58 Smith concurred, adding that the merchants and miners, the Savannah Line and the Eastern Company gave preference to Negroes because they could pay them less. This policy was pursued by the ISU. However, he thought there must be a certain amount of positions allocated to Negro brothers. This was not some trendy, premature affirmative action but a matter of survival for the Union. As Smith noted, the AFL is basing their campaign against the NMU on winning the Negroes RST, creating a split and potential army of scabs. So the NMU must concentrate on those ships that have preponderance of the Negroes and get them into the NMU. 59 With slight annoyance at the anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist trends that continued to characterize the Union, Smith asked those who objected to his plans, "Are we running a union, or is it being run by every individual ship's crew? I say that you need a little backbone." 60. 68. By August 1940, Howard Mackenzie was able to report some progress. In the past some employers would only employ Negroes who had light-colored skins, but that was history, thanks to the NMU, he announced with pride. We can say consequently, that there are many Negroes employed today in the Gulf oil tankers, who, under the old setup, would not be employed. The Pennsylvania Shipping Company employed all white in 1937. They do not employ Negroes on any of these ships in 1940. However, there are two of the ships, which employed a Filipino steward's department. A similar policy, no Negroes, some Filipinos, obtained among Pan American Tankers and BNL Shipping. The Kellogg Shipping Company had not changed from being all white, though we placed an individual colored messman or an individual colored cook on these ships, and in some cases the crew squawked. The Union had made more progress on freighters. Likes Brothers, with 63 ships, did not employ any Negroes in 1937. However, in 1940 the company employs all Negroes in the steward's department on 7 of the 43 ships. Before the advent of the NMU, the New York and Puerto Rico line had a white deck department, but after the Union practically all of the freighters then carried a colored deck department. The New York and Cuba Mail line employed colored deck departments in 1938, but after NMU lobbying, the percentage rose to roughly 70% Negro and 30% white. The impact of the NMU was revealed when United Fruit said, "We have increased employment for the Negro brothers by at least 200 for the entire EAP." The company has made it very clear that if it were not for the Union they would not have permitted this percentage to increase. 61 According to Smith, the U.S. lines informed the Union that they would not hire Puerto Ricans. After much argument by the officials of the Union, they made a slight concession, though the question of the employment of Negroes in this line is still a sore point. This company was in the forefront of all the forces that have been trying unsuccessfully to destroy this Union and its leaders. They have made an effort to wreck this Union on the red issue and other issues. They have employed stool pigeons and labor spies to wreck our Union and failed. They are now resorting to the age-old question of racial prejudice. 62 Despite these gains, Smith and his cohort still seemed like a group of revolutionaries who had seized the wheels of power but had not yet won the complete allegiance of the masses, nor totally vanquished external opposition. Hence, when Smith sent directives for action to Vary. 69. Sports requesting their backing for an anti-lynching bill, 13 agreed and 17 took no action. There was an even smaller response when he suggested supporting the beleaguered West Coast longshore leader, Harry Bridges, who had contributed so much to the founding of the NMU. 63 These Reds could not dictate action by sailors. Thus, Negro sailors were sorely disappointed with the bigotry they had to confront in the Union they had helped build. Since the discontinuance of the Munson, Red D, Columbian, and Fall River lines, said one group, qualified colored waiters and assistant, bedroom, stewards have been forced to disintegrate into the ranks of mess boys, utility men, etc. Such a deplorable condition continues to exist in the NMU and nothing is being done by you to rectify such conditions. 64 The reproach was echoed by the Algonquin crew, which demanded more employment for Negro members. Several brothers bitterly assailed the unemployment among Negro members and accused Union officials of laxity on this score. 65 Frank Williams asked resentfully, was the NMU founded as a democratic organization or was it founded for the purpose of exterminating the black man from the waterfront? The problem was not limited to the South and it also affected stewards, where Negroes had held historic hegemony. The pilot reported that there was a deplorable situation in the stewards department which is mostly Negro, and that it was particularly nasty in New York where there are over 3,000 black seamen in our union. 66 This indictment inexorably was aimed at the top New York-based Negro union official, Ferdinand Smith. Touched to the quick, Smith railed at internal dissension that hampered progress on such seemingly insoluble problems, then went on to indict the Grace Line which refuses to hire Negroes for passenger vessels. The Union repeatedly conferred with the operators of the American Republic lines in an effort to have them assign one of these ships to Negro crews. However, the company refused either to hire complete Negro crews or to mix crews on these vessels. Flabbergasted, he added, it seems as though some are saying the officials of the Union were responsible for this discrimination and not the steamship companies. He warned his fellow Negroes that there are many forces at work endeavoring to use their just grievances as a means of disrupting the unity of the NMU. 67 Yet he also warned his fellow trade unionists that by barring Negroes they were inviting the destruction. 70. Shin of the Union. Negro seamen and the companies apparently on their side while fellow workers oppose them, which makes a mockery of the phrase Union brother. The bigotry was particularly virulent in the deck division of the Union, while the preponderance of Negroes among stewards made for a better situation there. 68 Finally, at the behest of the NMU leadership in the summer of 1940 Smith spent some time in the steward's dispatcher's cage to get a bird's-eye view of how bias which was propelled by management and was not against the law may have been at work in the Union's very own hiring hall, which allotted workers to jobs. He quickly discovered that in such ratings as utility-men, messmen, porters, scullions, and fourth cooks on passenger ships which required white replacements, members of the Union were not available. The jobs were called for hour after hour without any response from the membership for these jobs, making it necessary to reissue permit cards to white non-members so as to LL these replacements. While these jobs were being called, with no response from the white members, many colored members, Puerto Ricans and Negroes, asked why these jobs could not be given to them, since no white members were available. In all such cases the dispatcher was forced to reply that either the crew or the company would not accept them. However, in one instance when the dispatcher was pressed by the company for 2 utility men, the dispatcher replied that he had no white utility men but could send colored men. The company replied, "Send anything because the ship had to sail." However, when the dispatcher sent out 2 Puerto Ricans, 1 light and 1 dark, the personnel manager accepted the light Puerto Rican and rejected the dark one. Puerto Ricans, he added, were listed without reference to race while English-speaking Negroes are all classed as colored, whether they are light, black, or brown. At times the lighter-skinned English-speaking Negroes were not as dark as favored Puerto Ricans and were puzzled by the Byzantine nature of race construction. This created undue friction between these 2 important blocks. But the antipathy was overridden by the fact that English-speaking Negroes and Puerto Ricans who have cards as old as 4 and 6 weeks are forced to sit by while white permit card holders who have just returned from a trip are able to ship out in 1 or 2 weeks and in certain instances, in 1 or 2 days, as occurred on Wednesday while 71. I was in the cage. How could the NMU tolerate this, especially since on the West Coast sailors were able to ship, on ships on the rotary system without any regard to color. Of course, on the West Coast racial relations were more fluid and less biased against Negroes, which allowed for more equitable arrangements than on the East Coast or the South. 69 Smith's investigation was followed by forceful action. In 1942 20 NMU members, including Clarence Brown, a Negro, were traveling by train from Tampa to New York, but the Negroes were not allowed access to the dining car due to Jim Crow. When they sued the Atlantic Coast Line Railroad Company, the roadblocks they encountered illustrated how bias inside the Union was nourished by bias outside it, which emboldened those members of the NMU who sought to resist the tide of racial change. Those who objected to racial integration in one union took heart from the court's decision in the midst of a war supposedly fought against various forms of bias that found this Jim Crow practice not unreasonably or unduly prejudicial or preferential. The adjudicating agency stated that what complainant asks us to decide is in its essence a social question, and not a question of inequality of treatment. 70 The NMU also confronted bias in criminal cases. In Charleston, South Carolina, gloom descended at Union headquarters at 108 Church Street when a company stooge who shot and killed a colored member of the AFL Laborers Union was released. 71 Such civil and criminal rulings were part of the infrastructure of Jim Crow, they could not be dismantled by Smith and the Union leadership alone. Moreover, bias was reinforced by the very nature of ships where terms like niggerhead, the name of the drums that anchor windlass and capstans, were commonly deployed. In 1939, when Galveston sailors objected to a ship's library carrying the work of the noted seaman-cum-writer, Joseph Conrad, nigger of the Narcissus, and demanded that the offending word be changed to Negro, they were accused of being oversensitive. 72 The same was said of those who objected to the logo of the Nakama Chemical Company. In place of the corporate name, the letterhead bears a cartoon of a Negro sticking his head out from a pile of stove wood, with the caption in large letters, "Nigger in the woodpile." 73 Nor were Negroes the sole victims of bigotry. As Eugene Gavin, an American Indian who was voted off the SS Motorex. 72. Noted in the fall of 1941, the crew refused to sail with me, the Negro is not the only group discriminated against. 74 But some members proposed remedies that were difficult to ignore. The black communist sailor Jacob Green was part of the Negro Committee, which proposed that every issue of the pilot contain at least one more article on the Negro question and, if possible, more. That all ships which are working under the checkerboard system be publicized as much as possible in the pilot with photographs of the Negroes and whites working and living together. That on all second, third, and fourth class ships, the jobs be called without specifying color as is practiced now. 75. Whatever its weaknesses, the NMU was miles ahead of its counterparts. There was a glimpse of this in 1941 on the RSTCIO Labor Day in New Orleans, an event that will never be forgotten here, the pilot reported. Tears of joy LLED the eyes of many Negroes who saw for the RST time in their lives Negro and white workers marching. The NMU, the oldest CIO organization in the city, turned out in squad formation. 480 members of the NMU paraded, including boatmen and dock workers. 76 The previous Christmas the NMU in New Orleans gave Jim Crow forces an indigestible morsel as a Christmas Day present. White and Negro members of the Union celebrated the day, in a truly Christian spirit by having a joint dinner in the DeSoto Hotel. 77 In the following decade the city began to desegregate as the NMU was weakened, which was an advance on the race front but a retreat on the class front. It took courage to resist Jim Crow, and the NMU was one of the few organizations willing to do so. Before this Labor Day celebration, the Union was instrumental in Jacksonville in the failure to get that old boss buzzard Jim Crow to do their dirty work for them. Striking the docks at Jacksonville, the colored longshoremen appealed to the NMU for help in preventing scab longshoremen from boarding the ships to unload. Cocksure that the time-worn prejudices of the South would again be successful in beating labor, the bosses hired white men to scab on the colored striking longshoremen. NMU men lined up with their colored union brothers and refused to permit scab work on their ships. Result: the Miami Ship Scalers Union was called in for negotiations. 78. 73. Even before the civil rights battles in mid-1950s Montgomery, Alabama, the NMU was challenging Jim Crow forcefully. Smith and the leadership had their hands full. A communist-led union with Negro leadership in an anti-communist nation which was ruled by Jim Crow was bound to be busy, at times overwhelmed. Occasionally Smith had to stray beyond his already full official duties and intervene on behalf of others, as when a Negro sailor, a member of the Seafarers International Union, was charged in early 1941 in Texas with murder. He thanked Smith for helping to save my life after he was freed and denounced the Sioux for failure to take any action in his behalf. 79. Such generosity explains why in 1942 Smith came in second only behind Curran in garnering votes for re-election. 80. As the United States was about to enter World War II, despite its manifold problems, Smith and his union had reason to be content. As he himself put it in his 1941 annual report, few unions have done so much for the Negro as has the NMU. 81. The problem of discrimination was pushed toward resolution by the pressing conditions of war. Weeks after the United States entered the conflict, the government cracked down on the United States lines in response to a protest from the NMU and compelled the company to hire 25 Negro Union members. The United States lines, Moore M.C. Cormack and Grace lines, were three of the most important diehards against hiring colored members and have caused many ships to sail short-handed. 82. Shortly thereafter, the Matson Company, which has carried on a policy of discrimination against Negroes since before anyone can remember, said that in the future hiring aboard all ships will be done on the basis of competency and ability and not on the basis of color. 83. The prospect of defeat concentrated the government's mind wonderfully in ways that apparently were not as compelling during peacetime. Right after that, in February 1942, President Roosevelt issued the Union's Modern Emancipation Proclamation when he mandated that race and color should have no place in determining who was on board Ship 84 in Vicksburg, Mississippi. This was followed by the merging of the Negro and white dockworkers locals into one group, which was voted unanimously. This was the RST joint meeting of white and colored workers since the early part of 1939. 85. There were also encouraging signs on board ship. 86. An attempt by a ship's officers and a company representative to prevent Negro seamen from shipping. 74. On an NMU contract was stymied by the action of the crew and the union. 87. In Kentucky, two NMU members sitting on a train, one black, one white, intentionally violated the state's Jim Crow laws. The whole coach joined in a general discussion on the question of segregation. Some Negro soldiers participated. 88. Paradise had not yet arrived, however. Elwood G. Swift of Virginia was so disturbed by his inner emotions after reading of this violation of his state's tradition that he could not rest. 89. In Mobile, the Alabama Dry Dock and Shipping Company was deemed directly responsible for attacks on Negro workers at its shipyards, in which 80 workers were seriously injured, nearly all of them Negro men and women. The pilot saw this as a direct response to FDR's executive order. 90. In Helena, Arkansas, at the same moment a mob of vigilantes, goons and thugs, were waiting there to mishandle CIO organizers who came into town. Law and order has apparently collapsed. The grand jury, composed mostly of bankers and large landowners, refused to indict the negligent police authorities. 91. Days after the fall of Singapore, when it was thought by some that the era of white supremacy was over, a member of the jury avowed that no intelligent Negro or white man wants wholehearted race equality. There can never be equality or anything in common between the Negro and white man except working conditions, wage scales, and recognition of each other's prowess. In a sense, this was a step forward, since he accepted a form of equality at work. But he did not stop there. To even suggest checkerboarded, racially integrated inland waterway boats is so fantastic as to be almost unbelievable. He thought this was purely communistic, which shows why some blacks thought the Reds were their best defenders. Do you want to eat with them? Take them into their homes to socialize with them, their wives and their daughters. Do they believe it enough to want intermarriage and interbreeding between their own daughters and members of the Negro race? This is what racial equality will eventually mean. 92. The elite of Miami Beach seem to have concurred. When Smith inquired about holding a meeting there, requesting details on accommodations, particularly for the MU's Negro delegates, the city convention direction replied curtly, "I am sorry, no Negroes would be lodging there." 93. Yet the conditions of war had caused a minor civil war to erupt within the Union over the question of Jim Crow. Jack Hopkins, a seaman, reported that after months of riding a tanker carrying fuel to the 75 Allied armies through sub-infested waters of the Atlantic and Mediterranean and undergoing the hardships of rough seas and cold and fog, after seeing my brother seamen dying in cold waters and calling for help in the pitch-black night, he returned the wiser to the United States. I boarded a train and was promptly Jim Crowed in the national capital. Then he arrived in Texas, where a Negro passenger who made the mistake of going to sleep on the bus was promptly kicked and dragged and struck over the head with the driver's ticket puncher and put off the bus. Seeing this, he had an epiphany. Then I knew how the people of Nazi-occupied countries feel, but they have the consolation of knowing the invader will be driven from their country someday. 94. Jack Hopkins's experiences of racism and anti-racism highlight the contradictory nature of the civil rights movement and its impact. While Jim Crow barriers were being lifted on the one hand, the NMU, which had been instrumental in creating the conditions for this development, was being weakened on the other. Worse, this working-class organization was increasingly isolated socially and interracial fraternity was in decline. Ironically, various forms of nationalism accelerated among Negroes just as the formal stumbling blocks to equality were being dismantled. Though he faced formidable internal and external obstacles, Ferdinand Smith had helped to establish the NMU as a bulwark of opposition to Jim Crow and was a source of inspiration to Negroes. By 1944 there were Negro ship captains, a large number of Negro ship officers and nearly 8,000 Negro merchant seamen. The New York Herald Tribune went on to report that Smith claimed proudly that colored and white members of his union are now able to await jobs in the same NMU hiring places in southern port cities. Such equality infuriated Dixiecrats, who had reason to believe that there was a direct connection between Reds and black liberation. 95. When the King Innes crowd invaded NMU headquarters with baseball bats drawn in July 1938, they suffered a severe setback. As Curran recounts it, "We were able to rally the rank and lee especially on this business of dumping assaulting women. Among the seamen, I don't care who the woman is, if you hit a woman, you're in trouble. You go out there and show a couple of pictures of women being hurt by some people and they've lost every chance they had to organize them." 76. Anyway, the seamen had this reputation. A woman might be a prostitute, but you don't do any harm to her, because if you do, the seamen will catch up with you. They think women are just tops. They may mistreat them when they're with them, but when the doors are open, they guard them. 96. Curran's remarks unintentionally reveal the connecting attitudes of this mostly male union toward women and the fraught question of sexuality generally. Marcus Rediker observes that some seamen apparently believed that women, like the adherents of Orthodox religion, were potential sources of conflict and perhaps an eventual breach in the solidarity order of the ship. The homosocial environment on board ship created a peculiar ethos. The seaman's labor, says Rediker, also required a great deal of physical prowess, and masculinity and athletic ability were also highly valued. 97. There was a long-held belief that water is the female element and that women have powers over the sea that are denied to men. This belief dates back to ancient Greece and beyond. 98. As one analyst puts it, "Nowhere is the feminine as present and as feared as on the sea. The danger seems to be contained in the element itself, currents that cannot be tamed, dangerous depths and reefs, sea monsters devouring hapless sailors, sirens, harpies, sea hags, Giant polyps. Terrible beings that stalked and stalk seafarers all the time. The association of women with sh only added to the mythology. Women were barred from ships, particularly because it was feared that their presence would create conflicts and jealousies among the men. 99 Sexuality itself was a complicated question for many male sailors. On the ship of the Elizabethan pirate, Sir Francis Drake, one man who had committed sodomy with 2 of the ship's boys was hanged. 100 Gender was likewise a complicated subject for many NMU members to contemplate. As with their experiences with race, their work exposed them to places far beyond the ken of landlubbers, which could expand their horizons beyond the conventional. The sailor Bill Penman was flabbergasted upon landing in Vladivostok and discovering women barbers. Every day he visited a different barbershop so as to experience tons of real intimacy. 101 Seeing women perform roles abroad that were closed to them at home opened his eyes to the issue of job segregation. 77. World War II presented a unique challenge to the Union's constructions of gender. In May 1941 the pilot featured a revealing picture of Ann Corio, celebrated striptease artiste who, it was reported breathlessly, has signed an application for a blind date with a lucky Union member. 102 On the other hand, when manpower in shipping was strained as men were being drafted, Smith among others rallied to the support of our allied seawomen. 103 Bill Penman, perhaps influenced by his travels in eastern Russia, spoke out against rank discrimination of women in our industry. Anyone who has been to Russia before this war started or to England since, cannot but be convinced and impressed by women's ability to do so-called men's work. Addressing his brethren, he was blunt: let's face the facts about the almost complete indifference towards the women's auxiliary of our own union. I know lots of brothers steer clear of this because they don't want the little woman to know the real size of their pay envelopes. 104 Nevertheless, many of the women who worked with the union did so with the NMU's incredibly active women's auxiliary. Largely the wives of sailors, they pursued such traditional maternal goals as seeking funds for more nurseries and playgrounds. 105 There were other economic factors enmeshed with gender. Some men expressed fear that women would replace them at their jobs during the war. 106 Smith rejected such thinking, encouraging those at the 1943 NMU convention to send telegrams, right away, regarding the women going back to sea. 107 They had been removed from American ships at the beginning of the war, by order of the government. At the NMU convention a resolution was passed supporting the demand of the seafaring women for reinstatement in the American merchant marine. 108 By 1946 there were merely 472 women in the Union in the port of New York, perhaps the largest female representation nationally in any port, most serving as stewardess, waitress, salad girl, or nurse stewardess. 109 Sailors who were so progressive on so many issues were not noticeably enlightened when it came to gender. As the Union was just beginning, a group of Grace Line waitresses of the SS Elena read the letters from some of our brother seamen. What seems peculiar to us waitresses is that we have never been approached to join the Union. Many of us would gladly join in your GHT. 110 In their Roman Auclef home is the sailor, Beth McHenry, and Frederick N. Myers write of a number of sailors who formed a group known as the Antisocial. 78. League, a sort of organization of bachelor militants who warred openly on women and the bourgeois inns of home life. 111 They would have been astonished to meet Mrs. Georgia Smith, a Negro woman sea captain based in Savannah. This small woman, well past middle age, commanded a full-edged 22½ ton stoop, though she resigned from the water because a doctor threatened me with a knife. Remarkably, she had a master's license and carried people and freight. I can ex a car as good as anybody, she boasted, take it apart and put it together again. And I'm a good shot with a gun, only miss about 10 out of 100. Regrettably, such female talent was sorely lacking on most ships and within the NMU itself, as the Union was anything but radical when it came to the woman question. 112 The NMU was a little better about gay men, though its unstated position seemed to be of the don't ask, don't tell variety. The sailor Carl Pandover, who sailed on both coasts, recalled that there were quite a few gay men in the steward's department, many of whom were Negroes. He did not recall any particular problem presented by their presence. 113. On the other hand, homosexual incidents could roil the waters. William Gomez shipped out as chief cook on the Norton Lily Steamship Company in January 1944. A few weeks later he was enticing one William Allison into his room, put his hands on Allison's body and made advances to induce Allison to engage in an act of sodomy. He was unsuccessful. He had bought 4 bottles of beer and invited Allison to his room for a drink and more. After settling down with the brew, Gomez closed the door, turned off the lights and placed his hand on Allison's knee and ran it up his thigh. Shortly thereafter, E.W. O'Connor went to sleep while drunk. At about 20:45 O'Connor awoke, with a feeling of imminent ejaculation, and realized an act of sodomy, oral, had been committed upon him. The room was dark and he felt confused for a moment. Ejaculation occurred and he snapped on his bunk light. He turned on the light and discovered Gomez to be the person who had committed the offense. He hit Gomez with his ST twice and called the watch to arrest him, but Gomez escaped. Subsequently he discovered Gomez on the ship and again hit him, whereupon Gomez produced a knife and O'Connor ran. Gomez was arrested and removed from the ship. 79. The accused claimed that the charges were false and that he was disliked on account of his gambling with and winning from them at cards. Although he was convicted, his case should be viewed through the lens of the general unruliness of seamen, the kind that caused some men to invade Union headquarters with baseball bats drawn, rather than the prevalence of homosexual rape on board ship. 114. 80. 4. Few safe harbors. The pastoral sea campus at Tuskegee featured an impressive statue of its founder, Booker T. Washington, lifting the veil of ignorance from an unnamed Negro, though one may also interpret it as Washington allowing the veil to descend upon him. As Ferdinand Smith arrived on these neatly manicured grounds in the midst of World War II, there was no doubt about his intent. He had come to dispel ignorance, specifically to shed light on the connection between a nation getting a war in the name of the highest ideals while imposing Jim Crow. Thus, at the FTH annual conference of the Southern Negro Youth Congress in Tuskegee, Alabama, in April 1942, he argued, "You cannot demand of a people that they die for a country which denies them the right to live as free people." These were brave words in a place so close to the cradle of the Confederacy, though the war had made it easier to raise these issues. The exigencies of an anti-fascist war created objective conditions that were helpful to Ferdinand Smith, the NMU, and Negroes in general. Their foes, the Dixiecrats and the racist diehards, were thrown on the defensive, as they bore too great a resemblance to the enemy in Berlin. Simultaneously, black communists like Smith's comrade Ben Davis rose in public estimation, as he was elected to the New York City Council in 1943 and was re-elected in 1945. These advances came at a very heavy price. The NMU sacrificed a great deal in the war, sailing through submarine-infested waters in order to deliver life-saving supplies to Murmansk and other critical ports worldwide. In the summer of 1942, with 3 years to go before the war ended, Life magazine reported that from its 4 million men the U.S. Army has lost to date 1,381. From its 600,000 men, the Navy has lost 3,420 sailors. But from its small number of 50,000 men, NMU has lost 1,800 seamen. The biggest seamen's union in the world helped bring about the Allied victory with an arduous effort drenched with blood. By war's end, it is estimated that at least 8,651 mariners were killed at sea, 11,000 wounded, of whom at least 1,100 died from their 81 wounds, and 604 men and women were taken prisoner. Dwight D. Eisenhower wreaked the feelings of many when he said, "When no victory is ours, there is no organization that merits its credit more deservedly than the Merchant Marine." For a good deal of this blood was shed by Negroes. In November 1942, Smith affirmed that of the 2,000 sailors carrying goods to GHT Hitler, 330 were Negroes. 1 reason for this high number was that Negroes were effectively barred from the U.S. Navy, which forced them to look elsewhere. A segregated naval facility opened in June 1942, the Great Lakes Training Center, named ironically after the heroic Civil War-era Negro waterman, Robert Smalls. As late as 1943, 98% of those serving in the U.S. Navy were white. Yet somehow the Navy registered surprise at the total lack of enthusiasm for naval service among young black men. 6 Many Negroes seeking an opportunity to serve their nation at sea looked to the NMU. 7 However, because they sailed to some of the poorest countries in the world, Union members had an estimated tuberculosis rate 3 or 4 times that of the rest of the population. 8 The war, with its pressing need for ships to carry supplies to far-flung battlefields and allies alike, provided an opportunity for the NMU to expand, increasing the power of an already formidable union. 9 In 1944, the Democratic National Committee remarked with awe that last year in 1943, over 1,800 merchant ships, 19 million tons of them, tasted salt water for the RST time. It was more than twice the number of ships built in the record-breaking year of 1942. By way of comparison, in 1937, only 18 merchant vessels were built, and in 1938 only 25. 10 Thus, of the 220,000 workers in water transport in mid-1944, 75% were organized. Of the 166,000 organized workers in water transportation, 45% were in the NMU. The union was as essential to the health of the economy as smoothly functioning arteries and capillaries were to the health of the body. 11 Moreover, this communist-led union had a very different approach to the war from the common perception. Repeatedly, the pilot expressed views that were critical of the Reds. Thus, in early June 1941, one sailor wrote, "You have in great big headlines a story about the immense increase in wages those who work on the ships going to the war zones receive. On the next page you have a picture of an NMU peace delegation in Washington with such signs as 'No more convoys.' In other words, the officials of the NMU are two-faced about their anti-war." 82. Policy. 12 Other critics wondered how the NMU could reconcile having played a leading role at a Chicago conference in the late summer of 1940, attended by 20,000 delegates, to forge the American peace mobilization, when convoys to fuel the war were employing NMU members. 13 The sailor must have been confirmed in his views about the leadership when by early July 1941 the NMU reversed itself and convened a special membership meeting which voted full support of the present struggle of Great Britain and the Soviet Union against the forces of fascism. 14 Smith was less susceptible to charges of ideological swings dictated by Moscow, since his anti-Jim Crow message did not begin all at once on June 22, 1941, when the Soviet Union was invaded by Germany. It only picked up the pace. From the beginning of U.S. involvement in the war, Smith argued that the Jim Crow that had caused so much misery for the NMU leadership and Negroes alike could no longer be tolerated because it was severely hampering the national security of the nation. He told his fellow sailors that we dedicate our lives to the defeat of Hitlerism abroad, and we equally dedicate ourselves to the eradication of all vestiges of human oppression from these United States. 15 In mid-1943, dressed in a dark double-breasted suit, Smith joined with Congressman Thomas D'Alessandro and Daniel Ellison, a grandson of Frederick Douglass, in Baltimore as the SS Frederick Douglass was launched. In the Civil War, Smith said, Douglass had argued that slavery must expand or die. Today, it is recognized that fascism is no different and must be treated similarly. 16 He repeated this argument throughout the war. Cognizant of his Caribbean roots, he expanded his thesis to include the entire colonized world. Speaking in Buffalo in July 1942 at the Conference for the Full Use of Negro Labor Power, he declared, "As we carry on the GHT for the complete mobilization of Negro Americans, we must also recognize that in Asia and Africa there are hundreds of millions of colored people available, but not yet fully mobilized. Our country must take the lead in seeing that these colored peoples receive their freedom now. Linking the two struggles, he added, the successful GHT for Negro rights in America will help mobilize these colonial peoples. While he lauded the Red Army, he criticized Great Britain because the whole United Nations GHT against Hitlerism suffered in Malaya, Singapore, Burma because of the short-sighted British policy of denying to her colonials their natural inspirations for freedom. 1783. NMU members understood this phenomenon well, given their familiarity with the ports of the European colonies in Asia. Moreover, a number of key Negro leaders of the pro-Tokyo movement were sailors, which is how they had become acquainted with Japan in the RST place. Robert Obadiah Jordan, head of the Ethiopian Pasik movement based in Harlem, was among them. Born in Jamaica, he worked several years as quartermaster on Japanese boats which belonged to the Japanese Mail Steamship Company. As one analyst put it, Nippon's gigantic plan was to muster millions of colored people in the United States who would work as a potential FTH column and would, when the order was given, stir up all sorts of unrest. Tokyo recruited several hundred Negroes, a number of whom were invited to Japan. By 1942, 10 seamen were on trial at the federal courthouse in Brooklyn for spying on behalf of the Axis. 18. The Union's friend, Paul Robeson, reminded its members in the pilot, "Don't think that because the Japanese are colored that they are leading the GHT for freedom." 19. Sympathy for Japan among black Americans presented a clear and present danger to the war effort. The eminent writer and Asian specialist, Pearl Buck, addressed a letter to colored Americans, asking them not to give up on the United States. "I know that there are among you those who say that it might be well if Japan should win this war. Do not think of vengeance. Certainly it is asking you to be better than the white man has been." 20. Buck recognized, as did Smith and the NMU, that it would take hard work to win Negroes over to the Allies' cause. Simultaneously, the Union and Smith refused to fall victim to the anti-Issei and anti-Nisei crusade that led to the internment of Japanese Americans. Years later, Seaman Joe Stack recalled that the NMU, ILWU West Coast Longshore, MCS Marine cooks and stewards, were among the few unions that protested to the U.S. government against the internment of the Japanese Americans. Also, the NMU had a standing committee, which I was a member of, that pressured the U.S. government to clear many Japanese American seamen in order for them to sail on American ships during the latter part of the war. 21. As the hysteria against Japanese Americans mounted, in August 1942 Smith posed in tie and shirt sleeves with Japanese brother Kaoru Abe, just released from internment. It was through the efforts of the NMU that Kaoru was nally released, Smith told the seaman. Abe, an NMU member, had been interned after the ship he was on had the misfortune of sailing to the west coast. 22. 84. Similarly, in August 1942 Smith told his fellow NMU leaders, "We are pleased to report that the Union has nally been successful in bringing about a change in status of Filipino seamen who are now allowed to sail the ships under the same status as American citizens." 23. The NMU had a strong record when it came to scrutinizing Asia or Imperial Japan. Almost a year before the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the Union raised searching questions about U.S. steel for Japan and the largest consignment of gasoline ever ordered in this country by the Japanese government. 24 sailors on the SS Nemaha assailed the criminal actions of Japan's invasion of China and war against the people of Japan and called for a complete embargo of Japan. 25. The NMU's farsightedness was the result of the sailors' ethic of internationalism, their detailed knowledge of global affairs, and their distrust of ultranationalists. Because of their international experience, sailors entered the war with more awareness and discernment than any other union and perhaps any other group. Sailors' national origins, however, were more heterogeneous than those of other workers, as Smith's roots in Jamaica exemplified. Andrew Furusth, an early leader of the Sailors' Union, was Norwegian. In the few decades of the 20th century, every major seaport in the USA became the home port for a relatively large number of Norwegian seamen, and the Norwegian fleet became the third largest in the world. 80% of the Norwegian ships were engaged in foreign trade. The Scandinavian Seamen's Club, founded in 1935, led the Official sit-down strike in the United States. They leaned distinctly to the left. In December 1935, a Norwegian ship arrived at Pier 7 in New Jersey, just across the Hudson River, and started to load scrap iron bound for Italy. But when the sailors learned of the destination and purpose of the shipment for the war in Ethiopia, they went on strike. Adam Clayton Powell then leaped in, called the Norwegian consulate and demanded that the ship not be loaded. The ship was detained for weeks before it was able to depart. The seamen also protested in Mobile against sending scrap iron to Japan because of the war in China, and joined the NMU en masse because of the Union's welcome to alien labor and their importance in the ranks. 26 as sailors and potential sailors enlisted in the armed forces, the NMU's reliance on alien seamen grew accordingly. In early 1942, the NMU acknowledged that under peacetime law, American vessels under subsidy are required to carry 100% American crews with the X-85 exception that 10% aliens are permitted in the steward department on passenger ships. On non-subsidized vessels, 75% of the crew is required to be citizens during peacetime. But due to the shortage of merchant marine personnel, this law has been revised for the duration of the war. 27 as the NMU noted later, thousands of foreign seamen answered our country's call. One of them was Saleh Merghani, 26, of Egypt, who was seriously injured in a bombing attack in Antwerp while aboard the SS Amelia Earhart in 1945. Desperate for labor, during the war the U.S. government issued urgent appeals in the press and over the radio for skilled seamen to man our merchant fleet. Aliens in the Army and Navy were eligible for American citizenship after being in uniform for 3 months. 28 the aliens were joined by U.S. sailors in promoting internationalist causes. As early as 1935, progressive sailors raised the joint slogan, "Defend Ethiopia, every worker in the U.S. make Ethiopia his business." 29 that year one sailor was shot and 16 others were hurt as Reds launched a riot on the Bremen after they tried to snatch the swastika-adorned egg from this German ship. Numerous U.S. sailors were arrested attempting to smuggle anti-Nazi literature into Hamburg. 30 the situation had become so severe that Blackie Myers felt compelled to inform the White House that it has become the practice to detain American seamen in Hamburg when it becomes known that they are in opposition to the Hitler regime. 31 the journalist Richard Boyer found that there were NMU sailors who had been jailed in India for their GHT for freedom there, while others were jailed in South Africa, Brazil, and elsewhere. Francis Xavier O'Hallahan, who had been jailed by the Japanese in Shanghai in 1938 as a result of his activity with the Chinese people, was among those who had sacrificed for freedom beyond the borders of the United States. 32 when the Spanish Civil War, a precursor to the anti-fascist war, broke out, sailors were among the RST to answer the call. Indeed, the continuance of the war and the founding of the Union harmed the latter in that the sailors' courage, leadership, and expertise bolstered the Loyalists' losing cause but stripped the seamen's movement of many of its most dedicated cadre and hindered the strike effort and ultimately the Union itself. 33 hundreds of seamen fought in Spain, making a dis. 86. Proportionately large contribution to the renowned Abraham Lincoln Brigade. 34 after acting in Spain, NMU member Bill McCarthy was imprisoned in fascist Italy where he continued his GHT against fascism with the Italian underground. Such altruistic zealousness led one writer to argue that the NMU had created a new kind of American. They know that the world whose seas they sail is one world. They know that what happens in Indonesia or Africa is as important as what happens in Brooklyn or Chicago. They have little division between thought and action. 35 Although seamen were by definition more mobile, more likely to be near or in Spain or other trouble spots than others, which gave them an advantage when conflict broke out, their accomplishment was no less impressive for that. The crew that sailed to Valencia with a hefty $300,000 worth of food, clothing, and medicine for the embattled enemies of fascism was made up of NMU members. 36 During World War II the NMU refused to staff ships sailing to Franco Spain. We owe this to the 900 members of the NMU who went to join the Loyalists, it said, we owe it to the 300 members who died in Spain. 37 Later Smith joined with the budding choreographer and dancer, Pearl Primus, to raise funds for the Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee in their campaign for a free Spain. 38 In short, sailors had a sound understanding of the perils of fascism and political repression. What happened in the spring of 1937 as the Union was being launched was typical. In Buenos Aires the crew of the American Legion staged a sit-down strike. One of the colored brothers, the steward's department delegate, was left behind at Rio, then rejoined the ship. When he went to the purser he was told no money was coming to him. The crew struck in response and the captain capitulated. The crew realized that the brother was picked as an example, because he was a steward's delegate and a militant rank handler. The captain, it was reported, thought it would break the solidarity of the crew. 39 Away from the reactionary winds of North America, sailors seemed to be able to pursue their common class interests and put narrow racial concerns behind them. The global nature of the industry forced the NMU to attend to matters beyond U.S. shores. Deteriorating working conditions and wages on foreign ships could and eventually did contribute to similar conditions on U.S. ships. This led to the formation of the Pan American 87 Department in 1940, which served to counteract the tendency of various American ship owners to transfer their vessels to foreign registry, particularly to AGs of Latin American republics. The Union was able to organize many of the seamen employed on vessels owned by American interests and young AGs of one or another of the Latin American countries. Today, said Smith, over 600 vessels owned by American interests are in this category. The battle against AGs of convenience was an early priority for the NMU. The ouster of Smith and his comrades weakened the Union in its GHT, leading to its defeat in this crucial battle. But Smith persevered. In 1940 he was calling for a hemispheric union of sailors, urging the NMU to establish closer relations with the existing maritime unions of such nations as Chile, Cuba, Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina, establishment of the Brotherhood of the Sea as is called for in our Constitution. Smith recalled the action of the Cuban longshoremen who rallied to our support during our 1936-37 strike, also the demonstrations of sympathy of the Chilean longshoremen. 40 Smith reciprocated by extending the Union's solidarity to rank and lee members of the Union Obrera Maritima of Buenos Aires. 41 Just as he periodically conferred with Vicente Lombardo, the Mexican trade union leader. 42 Unlike many unions and many Reds too, for that matter the NMU was in a unique position to assess international politics and make intelligent judgments. It was in the NMU's interest to be familiar with the political economy of different nations, so as to better advise its members which ones to avoid, and which nations' sailors might be seeking to undercut the wages and working conditions of their U.S. counterparts. As the Union was debating the feasibility of endorsing the war in Europe, it also endorsed the principle of a Pan-American trade union. We went further than that. We joined with the trade unions in Chile, in Central America, Mexico, and the Argentine to establish a council in Havana. This council's job is to bring the unions closer together, especially the maritime unions. The ship owners in the past, it emphasized, have recognized that once they got a ship out of New York, they didn't have to worry about it being worked at the other end. But now, with transcontinental organizing, that time is past. Just as it was important, for the American Bankers Association to have a Pan-American Union and for the real estate operators, the sugar plantation owners and the rest of them, so too for sailors. 43. 88. So, in response to the charge that the Reds were trying to get the Union involved in matters beyond its purview, the Union argued that enlightened self-interest dictated that it think globally, just as their bosses did. It had to do so because at any given moment its members could be found anywhere on Earth. Thus, in late February 1941, Smith was executing a familiar duty, contacting the State Department on behalf of an aggrieved sailor. This case concerned one Ernst Roth of the crew of the SS Brazil, who had been employed as vegetable cook and was taken off the ship by the British authorities in the port of Spain, Trinidad. Roth, born in Germany, had his locker searched and as far as we know is still being held in custody. The State Department said that since he was born abroad there was nothing the United States could do, but Smith pressed on. 44 Smith reached out to the State Department again in the spring of 1941 after a request from the crew of the SS Siboney of the American export lines concerned about the whereabouts of two of our members, namely, Carmel Carvira and Ralph Tucker, taken off the ship in the port of Lisbon, Portugal by police. 45 At times the Union seemed to be no more than a branch of a global federation of seamen, given its frequent defense of foreign sailors and sailors abroad. It helped to form a committee of European seamen, comprised of sailors who had ED to the United States after their nations had been overrun by the Nazis. There were 1,000 members in New York City alone, Norwegian, Danish, Dutch, Belgian, and French seamen. Even Greek and Yugoslav seamen are joining. In addition to helping them in the United States, the NMU assisted them by raising complaints about wages and working conditions on their ships. 46 The NMU accelerated its efforts as war approached. It had to confront quite a lobby in Washington which favored the Greek and Yugoslav governments setting up bodies in the United States to try and punish absconding and protesting sailors. The NMU took a very firm stand against any such attempt to acquire extraterritorial rights, since such a precedent might later develop into an attempt on the part of our own reactionaries to establish similar procedures in foreign countries for American seamen. The problem of foreign seamen has become a general problem for the Union, it reported, underscoring the strong internationalism of the NMU. 47. 89. The NMU also felt that if it tolerated atrocious working conditions for sailors in one nation, the same would happen in the United States, in a kind of race to the bottom. Why shouldn't those bringing goods to the United States deploy low-wage labor in rusted-out Oting slums if they could get away with it, and what did that mean for the future of the NMU? Thus, during the favorable conditions created by the war, the Union pressed the British colonial government to improve conditions for Indian sailors, for example. "You have to go back to the last century," said a Union spokesman, "to end conditions on American ships comparable to those now prevailing on British vessels employing Indian seamen." 6 of these exploited laborers visited NMU headquarters in Manhattan, where they described their $15 per month salaries, 7-day work weeks with 14-hour days, no overtime, and no paid vacations. 48 Another reason the Union had to pay attention to global developments was that it had to be in a position to alert its members about unfavorable conditions at different ports. This was particularly true for Negro sailors going to Africa. NMU member Charles Pennock perished when his ship was docked at the coal pier in Dakar. The coal dock was without a single light for its entire length. The closest shore lights were about 100 yards distant from the dock and beyond the coal piles. He faltered in the almost complete darkness, slipped, and drowned. 49 In the late summer of 1940, Victor Duran recounted his voyage from New York City to South Africa, where the dangers were just as grave as those in Dakar. There had been the best of harmony between the colored and white members of the crew. However, after arriving in Port Elizabeth, the master informed us that the port authorities had ruled that none of the colored crew were to be allowed ashore, although there was no such restriction in Cape Town. This made him suspicious. All this takes on the look of collusion between the company, the captain, and possibly the South African government. For one of the colored men went down the spring line in Durban and had no trouble going through the gate or in the town. The lesson the NMU learned was that it was difficult to build an island of racial equality in the midst of a sea of turbulent bigotry. 50 The problem of African American sailors in South Africa was a constant irritant even during the war, as seamen recounted R.S.T. Hand's stories of the precursors of apartheid. Smith protested formally to the U.S. 90. Maritime Commission and the South African Consulate, but was informed that your own house ought to be put in order RST. The Commission consistently refused to inject itself into the personnel policies adopted by the various shipping companies, including the American South African Line, which continued to sail to South Africa. 51. Because he felt that our own welfare here in America is closely tied up with the general advancement of the African people, Smith refused to give up. 52. Just as foreign travel could enlighten a person, so too could it reinforce prejudice. Thus, at the Mew's behest, the State Department decided to probe discrimination by the Venezuelan government against Negro seamen on board American vessels calling at Venezuelan ports. Smith told Secretary of State Cordell Hull that black sailors were being refused shore leave, not to mention that any person belonging to the yellow race also was being barred. 53. These frequent encounters with discrimination helped forge strong bonds across the Atlantic. A. Adio Moses, Secretary General of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, told his friends in the United States that we have had rather disturbing news of the lynching of Negroes by American whites. He intended to raise this matter at their next meeting, and requested suggestions as to what action we could take to help. 54. In turn, the NMU crew on the SS Selma Victory voted to turn over the ship's fund to the gold miners of South Africa. The crew expressed support for the gold miners' efforts to obtain better conditions in face of mass arrest and shootings of strikers. The junior third mate, a former NMU member, was given a vote of thanks for getting copies of the pilot for the crew in South Africa. 55. Such mutual reinforcement of each other's struggles was rare among workers and even rarer between the United States and Africa, but was becoming the norm in Smith's NMU. Bigotry was not limited to Africa. The sailor Raymond Levering observed that on Christmas Day in 1940 we were in Panama. Several of the sailors had been friendly for a long time with a Negro longshoreman, exchanging tips on the dog races every trip. When we arrived in Panama, this longshoreman invited 3 of these fellows to a Christmas party at his home, the host supplying the liquor, turkey, and female company, colored of course. A good time was had by all. Yet if a Negro replacement should be sent to a ship from the hiring hall, one would have a hard time convincing these very men that he should be accepted in accordance with our Constitution. I know that one of 91. These men in particular would raise violent and vicious objections. If Negro workers are good enough for white workers to go to Christmas parties with, then are they good enough to work alongside their union brothers on the job? Sure they are. Repeating a union slogan during the war, he said they should end racism so as to better combat our Native American fascists. 56. But in 1944, sailors were again complaining about Panama. If the situation as it stands is not corrected, 4 of them said angrily, then they would get what the British got from the natives of Singapore or Burma. On 2 occasions 2 members of our crew visited the Balboa Clubhouse, and were denied admittance to the restaurant and movies. They detected the long hand of Jim Crow in this de facto U.S. protectorate and pointed to the resentment with which many white Americans are treated by the Panamanian Negroes. 57. Despite the anti-fascist atmosphere created by the war, racist practices did not disappear magically at home or abroad. Though leading circles in Britain were touting the 4 freedoms and the Atlantic Charter, evidently they did not intend these promises to apply to their colonies. A. E. Moselle of the United Committee of Colored People's Association of Cardiff observed that as a rule colored seamen were given employment only on coal-carrying ships, those with clean cargoes carrying white seamen. 58. Solidarity was needed because London, perceived as being on the side of the Angels during the war, continued its racist policies. In 1944 several Negro members of an NMU crew were refused admission to the dance-or and public ballrooms in an English port. In response, the sailors sent a committee to interview the manager of the Rialto ballroom, where they condemned this white chauvinism. 59. The NMU announced that unless the U.S. government requests in writing that they be replaced by white seamen, the full Negro crew in the steward's department of the SS West Jaffrey will take the ship out despite the British Ministry of Shipping. 60. Smith was no stranger to the empire given that he was from Jamaica. Despite the widespread perception that communists like himself held their tongues during the war lest the Soviet Union be offended, this was not so with him. It would be splendid, he said, if the voice of labor were raised in a vigorous demand for independence in the colonies. He was pleased that Congress had nally repealed the shameful Chinese Exclusion Act, but it should not delay in granting 92. Quota immigration and naturalization privileges to the people of India. 61. Illustrating how important global issues were in the Union, candidates for office in the NMU began to tout their international activism during their campaigns. Thus, when the Negro sailor Leo Stout ran for Union office in 1944, he noted that he was not only active on the Brooklyn waterfront and had been at sea for 2 decades, but he had also organized against the attempt to import strike breakers in Curaçao, to replace striking seamen of the Grace Line. He was proud of the fact that he had worked with organizers in establishing the San Juan branch of the NMU in 1937. 62. In general, both shipowners and Washington were highly suspicious of the global connections of this communist-led union, suspecting that such connection would facilitate international working class and colored solidarity, mutual support for strikes, and the like. But after the war began, they recognized that sailors could obtain rare and plentiful intelligence useful for the war. When Johnny Vinixia went to the NMU hiring hall during the war in search of work, the PA system announced that I'm to go to Blackie Myers' office. Sitting in there are 2 characters who look like detectives, but better dressed, smoother, better education written all over them. One says, "Would you like to go to Italy? You know, you never knew where you were shipping to, for security." I looked at Blackie, and he nodded to go along with them. Next question, "You are a member of the Communist Party, right? What the hell is this?" I look at Blackie, a party member like me. He nods. "Okay. We're from the Office of Strategic Services. You go down to Baltimore. Find the ship with Captain so-and-so. Tell him I sent you. You'll be in the crew of a ship to Italy. When you get there, contact the Communist Party. When you come back, tell us what you learned. You can also tell the U.S. Communist Party." Blackie again signaled OK. Johnny Vinixia was smuggled across the front and wandered Italy behind the German lines, making contact with the partisans, carrying messages, and so forth. This made me overstay my leave and I missed my ship. 63. Such cloak and dagger activity was not unusual and sheds light on contemporary controversies as to whether communists engaged in espionage. Sure they did, and it often benefited the Allies, including Washington and, yes, Moscow. Seamen sailing to North Africa were able to report in early 1943 that the local French governments are still being administered by Vichyites. 93. And that thousands of trade unionists and other anti-fascists are still interned in concentration camps. Sailors were indispensable to the war effort because their global connections were helpful in gathering intelligence. 64. Smith could often be found in his spacious corner office on the 6th floor of the NMU headquarters in Manhattan. Painted in tasteful off-white tones, the elegant office was framed by a beautiful mahogany curved desk. 65. From here he maintained contact with a global network of sailors and activists, exercising a unique form of power. He was a powerful Negro among powerful Negroes, for, as one of the speakers at the NMU 1941 convention said, in many unions and other organizations where Negroes are admitted, they usually have little or no say in the running of the organization. Sometimes 1 or 2 Negroes are elected or appointed to office to lend an appearance of equality and democracy. However, the NMU is not such an organization. It not only has Negro officials but the membership sent 40 Negro delegates to the convention, which is the union's main policy-making body. 66. Because Smith and his comrades recognized that one could not defeat Jim Crow internally without vigorously confronting it externally, instead of working from his comfortable office, he was often in the offices of other organizations. Besides being a communist, Smith was also a leader of the National Negro Congress, a so-called communist front that in reality was an attempt to establish a popular front of left and center forces to destroy Jim Crow. Both the NMU and NNC were formed around the same time and both were scorned for their red leadership. Smith was also a reliable supporter and contributor to other such efforts, including the Southern Negro Youth Congress and the Southern Conference for Human Welfare. At his behest, the Union's National Council regularly made sizable contributions to these organizations, helping to keep them afloat and thereby signaling his own importance to the continued health of the Popular Front. 67 This importance was evident when he was unanimously elected treasurer of the NNC, a left-wing challenger to the NAACP. 68 It was a mutually beneficial relationship. As NNC leader John Davis reminded Smith, "We have been pleased to be of some service to your union both in New York City and on the Pacific Coast. In 1936 I worked with our local council in San Francisco to prevent Negro mis. 94. Leaders from recruiting scabs. 69 In return the NNC called Smith one of the ablest leaders of sections of our population. He was in a strategic position, it said warmly, as second highest officer of the Union that has done most for the Negro people. 70 NNC literature nationally was often distributed via NMU port agents, 71 and to NMU members. 72 Smith was careful not to confuse his two leadership roles, thus, when the NNC decided to start a branch in Jacksonville, an elaborate protocol was devised whereby its local official was asked to contact the NMU port agent to make a formal request through the national office of the NMU for Smith to speak. 73 The war drove the two organizations closer together than ever before, as openings were created for a new offensive against Jim Crow. In mid-1942 Smith addressed an NNC gathering on what he saw as a critical linkage between race and jobs. 2 months ago, he told the audience, Alderman Earl Dickerson of Chicago and I had a conference with Donald Nelson, chairman of the War Production Board, about these issues. These demands are basic, and grow out of the failure of the government to carry through a consistent democratic policy in the treatment of oppressed minority groups. Well aware of the global dimensions of the problem, he compared the confusion and dismay in the minds of colonial peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America and the West Indies over their participation in the war when they themselves were not free with the similar dilemma faced by Negroes. Full freedom for Puerto Rico was one of his suggested reforms. 74 Smith's words were coupled with equally intrepid actions. In Memphis, a bastion of the Deep South, the NNC and NMU were working hand in hand to organize Negroes into CIO locals. About 80% of this new CIO membership is composed of Negro workers, according to NMU leader William R. Henderson, and in turn, many are very much interested in setting up a local branch of NNC. 75 This was part of a general upsurge in the South, propelled by the unique setting of the war. Early in 1944 Smith told a CIO conference that only a few months ago, in the state of Florida where the Ku Klux Klan has been active, Negroes and whites marched side by side on a picket line organized by the local NMU branch. 76 This was extraordinary in the South at this time. The NMU's approach to organizing was a labor community approach that recognized that workers were not only actors in the workplace but also parishioners, parents of students, and neighbors. The NNC included all these categories in its work. Despite subsequent ALA 95 gastions, the funds NMU contributed to this organization were well spent since the NNC was indispensable to left labor organizing, particularly in rougher precincts of the South. 77 The two organizations also cooperated in other parts of the country. For example, when Anthony R. Lamont, a Negro seaman and member of the NMU, died while being held in the prison ward of the Kings County Hospital, Smith was concerned over reports of police brutality to its Negro members in certain waterfront sections of Brooklyn and worried that Lamont was its latest victim. He was able to call on the NNC, which was more experienced in handling such matters. 78 Smith's fondness for the NNC and his post as a leading member of its board were apparent when he told Davis in late 1941 that because of my great interest in the National Board meeting, I have altered my plans to enable me to be present at this meeting. I have arranged to stop off at Washington en route to Detroit to attend the CIO convention and look forward to seeing you. 79 But the relationship was subject to connecting pressures. A. Philip Randolph, the feisty labor leader, had pulled away from the NNC not least because he thought it had too many Euro-Americans in key roles. Yet the NMU was striving at the same time to promote racial unity. Thus, in the spring of 1940, when Smith forwarded a routine financial contribution to the NNC, he informed NNC leader John Davis that he and another delegate, White, had been elected from the port of New York for an NNC gathering. In other words, the NMU would send a mixed delegation. We would be somewhat embarrassed, he added, if this was not approved by your organization since our membership insisted in not making any distinction in the election. In fact, they were definitely for a mixed delegation. A.D. Davis responded that he had no objection, since the problems of the Negro people are inseparable from the problems of the masses of white workers in our country. 81. Smith felt so strongly about the NNC that he urged other union leaders to join up as members. In 1944, weeks before D-Day, he told John Greene, leader of the International Union of Marine and Shipbuilding Workers, I sincerely believe that the Congress can be of great value to your union, as it has been so many others, in furthering the cause of unionism among the unorganized Negro people of America. Our Director of Organization has just returned from a trip to Newport News and other places in Virginia, where your union is currently meet. 96. Ingers opposition from the Peninsula Shipbuilding Union. As you know, a company union. Certainly, our reorganized NNC councils in that state can be of assistance. Almost as an afterthought, he asked whether your executive board has yet met on our NNC request for financial support. 82 Evidently Smith and his comrades thought so highly of the NNC that they emulated it by focusing more narrowly on the special problems presented by the war. Though some have suggested that the communists relinquished their struggle during the war in the interests of anti-fascist unity, this is an exaggeration. Actually, they took the line that in order for the war to be won most rapidly and effectively, the shackles of Jim Crow must be broken. Smith exemplified this tendency. Thus, in 1942, although overwhelmed by his NMU duties, he took on the added responsibility of acting as Secretary of the National Emergency Committee to Stop Lynching, followed by leadership in the Negro Labor Victory Committee. 83 His analysis of the question of segregated blood banks illustrated his dual approach. There must be no let-up on the protests to the Red Cross against their unscientific segregation of blood donated by Negro people. At the same time, however, we must not refrain from making such donations since the men whose lives will be saved through such blood donations are not responsible for the policy of discrimination practiced by the Red Cross. 84 As for the newly formed Negro Labor Victory Committee, yet another suspected communist front designed to enlist workers on behalf of the war, Smith told it that the NMU Constitution forbids direct affiliation with organizations other than trade unions, so regrettably we cannot affiliate. But he pledged our wholehearted support and cooperation. 85 He went on to work closely with the NLVC as it quickly racked up an impressive list of victories. In 1943 he told the NMU convention that he was chairman of the NLVC, an organization of 54 CIO, AFL, and Railroad Brotherhood unions, meeting jointly with people's organizations, community groups, etc. 86 Charles Collins, the NLVC's day-to-day leader, was a trade unionist from Grenada. In mid-1943 he announced that the NLVC had placed some 6,000 Negro men and women in skilled and unskilled positions, where hitherto they had been barred. This amount encompassed 100 merchant marines, though the largest total was 750 warehouse workers and 300 fur workers. When Hugh Mulzac Nally received an opportunity to skipper a ship, he had the NLVC to thank. 97. When unions suddenly initiated anti-discrimination committees in unions, the NLVC claimed responsibility. 87 When the War Production Board decided to train and employ thousands of Negro workers, it did so after a meeting with Smith and Collins. 88 When Harlem tenants faced eviction orders from landlords, Smith counseled the NLVC and asked whether there is anything the NMU can do to further the interests of the evicted tenants in an organizational way. 89 Collins, a husky, handsome, ex-WPA actor, lived in the Spice Island of Grenada until he was 16. He taught at a public school at this young age, then went to work in 1927 as a common laborer at a packing house. He attended evening high school in Harlem, then City College, before becoming an elevator operator at the Hotel Martha Washington Cruelly, one of the few forms of upward mobility for Negroes during this era. He broke into the professional stage as a dock hand in the proletarian drama Stevedore, then played Macduff in Orson Welles's production of Macbeth. As an activist he led a GHT against railroad Jim Crow which segregated Negro and white actors in Macbeth while on tour. Later he spent VE days in jail for trying to rent a bathhouse at the Lily White Parkway Baths in Coney Island, and was pivotal in the big organizing drive in 1937 to unionize hotel workers. Out of that campaign Collins became a union kingpin, one of 3 Negro union officials in Local 6, with 18,000 members. Of these, 3,000 are Negroes. 90. He was well situated to aid Smith in building a popular front on behalf of the war and Negro rights. As its title and efforts suggested, labor was at the heart of the NLVC's efforts. Representation in its higher councils was based on union strength, unions having 5,000 or more members being entitled to 3 delegates. This gave the NLVC connections to unions that were well positioned on behalf of Negroes searching for jobs. 91 This was a bold attempt to mobilize labor against Jim Crow and added wind to the sails of NMU's own efforts in this sphere. Hence by the summer of 1944, Smith was able to announce that after 7 years of unswerving determination, his union had been able to place an anti-Jim Crow clause in its contract with shippers. He was elated. This is of major significance, he told readers of his column in the Harlem-based People's Voice. It had far-reaching implications for American labor. Remember, on a ship Negroes and whites not only work together, but they eat, sleep, play, and study together. The ship is their home. How much easier such unity can be wielded than in shoreside jobs. 92 As he saw it. 98. The NMU victory was a foot in the door auguring better days to come. Steadily and surely, Jim Crow sick is being ousted from our economic life. In many industries Negroes are employed at jobs that never before were open to them and jobs are the key to democracy. 93 The resounding successes secured by Smith and his union spread like wildfire throughout the land, bringing a barrage of requests to work their magic in other industries. A Negro woman writing from Los Angeles had recently been hired by Longshore as an organizer. She was now trying to organize a defense plant where 250, 300 Negro women are employed. 94 Would Smith help? She asked. The request was emblematic of the great impact that Smith and his union had had on the minds of Negroes nationally. Like the NMU and the NNC, the NLVC weighed in on the re-election of the Communist councilman Ben Davis. It unanimously endorsed him. 95 The American Labor Party, whose line on the ballot Davis also claimed, sent the NLVC a $500 donation since it felt that the organization would help its candidate get an impressive vote. 96 J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, had been paying attention to the NLVC. In 1943 he observed that it was exceedingly active in holding meetings and agitating among the Negroes in Harlem. It had been brought into existence by the Negro Committee of the National Committee of the Communist Party with the objective in mind to counteract the inroads made among the Negro people by the March on Washington movement. Yes, it was true, Hoover conceded, that the NLVC was supported by quite a number of international and local unions of the CIO and the AFOF-L, which are reported to be communist-dominated. 97. 99. 5. Wind in their sails. August 1943 seemed to be proceeding along as a typically warm summer month in wartime Harlem. But by the end of the RST week, the Negroes of Harlem had erupted with rage, pushed to rebellion by accumulated anger over continuous offenses, large and small. They were in no mood to tolerate conditions they had endured for centuries in the midst of a war that had promised so much. The riot of rage and destruction was prompted by allegations that a Negro soldier in uniform had been killed by police, illustrating the depth of the effect of the war on their consciousness and actions. One of the leaders called upon to quell this rebellion with assurances that all was well was Ferdinand Smith. Along with Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, NAACP leader Walter White, and a number of other luminaries, he rode up and down the streets of Harlem in a sound truck repeating the point that the soldier in question was not killed. Yet even Smith, top trade union leader, local columnist, crusader for jobs and justice, could not stop the raucous shouts of disbelief from Harlemites nor the rat-tat-tat of bricks and bottles hitting the roof of the sound truck. One working tirelessly through Sunday night and Monday morning, Smith played a leading role in restoring order to a besieged Harlem. He had arrived at the 28th Precinct at 123rd Street at 10 p.m. Along with his comrade Max Jurgen and a fellow West Indian, Hope Stevens, he demanded radio time immediately in order to explain what had happened, and also demanded that all gin mills be closed down. He cautioned the police against the unrestrained use of force. All his suggestions were accepted and soon his voice could be heard booming over war and WABC. At 5:30 a.m., after a marathon round of discussions with infuriated Harlemites, he retired to rest. After a couple of hours of tearful sleep, he returned to the scene and discovered that the rumors of the soldier's demise were just as strong as before. Finally, he trekked to Sydenham Hose. 100. Pidal, a stone's throw from the police precinct, and arranged to have the youth who had been assaulted photographed, and the pictures published in the city's newspapers. As the pilot stated proudly, Smith had worn himself out in the interests of labor, his own people, and unity for victory. For his part, Smith made several recommendations to forestall future outbreaks: assign Negro and white policemen to patrol the streets in pairs. Police must learn that they are supposed to provide protection for law-abiding Negroes as well as white people. The NAACP agreed with Smith on this matter, suggesting that the revolt showed resentment to soldier treatment, and citing many incidents across the nation involving assaults on Negro soldiers in uniform. These were wise words, but others were angrier at the Harlemites than at the police authorities. Claude Barnett, the well-regarded Negro journalist, was more critical than Smith. He was among the many who condemned the destruction of property that had ensued. The plain bold truth, he asserted, was that this was not a race riot. No, it was a Negro riot. It was not the better elements. It was the ragtags, the gutter snipes, the vicious. Most of these ignorant, rough, sensitively mean people are products of the South. The South has ruled by fear. Once away from Southern tyranny, all the mean attributes which have been repressed come out. For many people agreed with Barnett. A group of self-proclaimed white people expressed their outrage directly to the mayor. How come that the nigger can afford to dress, and strut, far better than a lot of the whites, they asked. One has only to walk down LaSalle to see how poorly the white children are clothed and how decked out with the latest nurry the nigger kids are. They are ruining every section of the city and the mayor encourages it. This was too much, they declared. What are white Americans fighting for and have fought for? To make America safe for the Negro, their emphasis. Is there nothing you can do, as mayor, about Negroes standing on the corners of white neighborhoods in their ridiculous zoot suits and air of Dion's and gaping after every white girl that passes? We are asked to stay out of Harlem. In that case, well, keep them in Harlem was their return slogan. 5 intelligence authorities were not too pleased with Smith's high prole either. One senses that they felt it was time to cut him down to size, something they were able to do more dramatically after the war ended. In a confidential dispatch, the FBI and military intelligence seemed as 101 tonished that Mayor LaGuardia would introduce Smith, a radical trade union leader, as one of two leaders of Harlem with whom he had toured the affected district and had been constantly with him that night. Apparently referring to Jurgen and Smith, the agent went on to say that the fact that these two individuals are considered leaders and outstanding residents of Harlem is a reaction of the deep inroads made by the Communist Party into the Negro population, and is a presage of future difficulties to be encountered when the party line no longer coincides with the policy of the United States. Already zeroing in on Smith's ambiguous immigration status, it noted that he was born in the Virgin Islands and was reputed to keep his own personal le concerning communistic activities. It is alleged that he is not given full liaison information from the Communist Party concerning their contacts abroad and that he is endeavoring to compile his own estimate of this liaison. The authorities perceived that Smith was a man of great influence in Negro activities, well versed in organizing and controlling committees to solidify the Communist Party in front organizations along the line employed in the early 1930s in so many European communities via the Popular Front idea. The report concluded, due to subject's activities and to his close contacts and past experience in organizing, he must be considered a very dangerous character in the subversive L.6 in a trend that was to escalate after the war. As racial tension rose, so too did red baiting. Military intelligence was astonished by the breadth of Smith's political activities. His role as treasurer of the NNC gave him a terrific amount of influence among the Negroes of the country because in many sections the Congress is looked upon with greater favor than the NAACP. He was also a sponsor and padrino sic of Pueblos Hispanos, active in United Spanish Aid, the Progressive Committee to Rebuild the American Labor Party, the Council on African Affairs, the Defense Committee for the accused communist Morris Shapps, and other so-called communist fronts. Smith was the one who sees to it that the Communist Party line is carried through in the National Maritime Union and alleged to be in charge of organizing cells on ships in order to spread communism. At a meeting of the Communist Party in June 1941, it was decided to take definite steps to bring Negroes into the front organizations, and the job of urging the Negroes into such organizations was placed in the hands of Smith. His RST job was to set up the organization under the name of the Negro Labor for Victory. 102. Committee with himself at the head and, as such, has since then been very active in Harlem amongst Negro seamen. More ominously, Smith was reported as one of the secret advocates of a labor revolution after the communist pattern. 7. As the FBI surveyed the scene, it was simultaneously alarmed and amazed by the influence of Smith, the communist. In a secret report, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover could not help but notice that Smith's name kept popping up in radical circles. There he was at a dinner of 300 FTY at the Hotel Commodore in Manhattan addressing the case of communist leader Earl Browder, and there he was again at a National Emergency Committee to stop lynching. During the month of October 1942, Hoover said, the NMU continued in CP-inspired agitation for an immediate Western Front in Europe. NMU's Pan-American Division has been actively organizing Greek, Chinese, Yugoslavian, Norwegian, Danish, and Dutch seamen at such a feverish pace that it gave new meaning to the well-worn phrase, "Workers of the world unite." For the Union had intensified its activity among seamen from India and the British colonial possessions, working closely in this regard with the CP in various parts of the British Empire. NMU seamen have been making contacts with Communist Party functionaries in foreign ports, particularly at the offices in such ports of the Friends of the Soviet Union. The Union's radicalism stretched from Murmansk to Manhattan, as its members have been furnished during October with strong armed squads to assist in keeping order at various street meetings in New York and have assisted in the conduct of rent strikes among the Negroes in the Harlem area of New York City. 8. It seemed to the authorities that the NMU not only had its own unique domestic policy, but also its own foreign policy, and that these were in conflict with what was being decided in Washington. Hoover had little sympathy for the Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee, but, lo and behold, there was Smith at the Hotel Roosevelt in Manhattan addressing 400 FTY people on the subject of democratic Spain. 9. The State Department was not too busy in 1943 to pay attention to Smith's letter to them on behalf of one Guido Fioravanti, founder of the National Federation of Construction Workers in Argentina, who has been a prisoner of the fascist Italian government in the island of Ventotene since 1937. 10. Given Smith's communist sympathies, it is hard to know whether the State Department was pleased or displeased when 103. Smith told Secretary of State Cordell Hull that he wholeheartedly approved of his policy toward China. 11. The government's intense scrutiny of Smith and the Union went far beyond compiling secret and confidential reports. Joseph Curran brought the matter directly to the attention of President Roosevelt, claiming that members and officials are being shadowed and hounded. Treading carefully, Roosevelt reassured Curran, "I am able to say to you that the FBI has not investigated the National Maritime Union, though he left open the possibility that another intelligence agency might do the same thing." 12. But the president found it hard to ignore other information he was receiving about this important union, for example, the attack made before the House of Representatives by Congressman Keefe, claiming the NMU was dominated by communists and the leadership was plotting with Stalin to take over the Panama Canal. 13. Although the scrutiny of Smith increased after his prominent role in the Harlem riot, he was disappointed with the response to his recommendations for reform. Smith told Mayor LaGuardia that New York police are warning all whites that they enter Harlem after dark at their own risk. "We call upon you," he said, speaking in his capacity as an NNC official, "to institute proper action immediately. In short, incendiary statements such as this must be stopped." He warned the mayor that we must never permit a repetition of the horrible Harlem riots, which to this day are perhaps the ugliest blot on the history of the city of New York. 14. Smith was in a unique position to assess the situation in New York City, for he had become a key political operative there, as military intelligence acknowledged. In the late 1930s he was involved in the trade union nonpartisan committee for the selection of a Negro to city council. 15. He was also heavily involved with the American Labor Party and critical of the Democratic Party standard-bearer, Franklin Roosevelt. In 1940 he, Curran, and other Union officers asserted that neither Roosevelt nor Willkie will serve the interests of organized labor. They all backed John L. Lewis's condemnation and repudiation of the Roosevelt administration due to his policy on war, his policy of transfer of ships to foreign ags, and his refusal to act on the anti-lynch bill. 16. However, by the time the next election came around, he and other Union officers and party comrades threw their full support behind President Roosevelt. Smith also took a special interest in local politics, often 104. Collaborating with city councilman, then Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. 17. He recognized that the success of his union could not be divorced from the advance of his community, and that what had been won at the bargaining table could be lost in the legislature. Thus, in the summer of 1944 he convened a meeting of CIO and AFL Negro trade union leaders to work for Powell's election. He devised ambitious plans to mobilize 500 trade union members to canvass voters, to organize a Ying squad of 50 Negro trade union leaders to canvass and organize VE mass outdoor rallies for Powell and the neighboring congressman, Vito Marcantonio. 18. Smith took the lead in mapping an all-out labor drive to send Powell to Congress. 19. Smith and Powell also collaborated on the massive Negro Freedom Rally held during the summer of 1943 in Manhattan. An NMU committee headed by Josh Lawrence began holding street meetings in Harlem and throughout the city to spur attendance. A second NMU committee helped the rally through the distribution of posters and leaflets. 20. Smith joined the actor Canada Lee and others in the Popular Front in the Nonpartisan Committee for the re-election of Assemblyman Hullen E. Jack, the African-American leader. 21. Just as his union took an active part in defeating arch-reactionary Cotton Ed Smith in the South Carolina primary election to select the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senator. That means that Smith will be out of the next Senate, for the RST time since 1907. 22. As Smith noted, he was in the midst of an effort to unify the Negro people nationally in support of FDR's policies for the 1944 elections. We are now organizing labor legislative conferences in many important cities in these areas. Simultaneously, we are campaigning for the establishment of military equality for the Negro people. 23 Harlemites under the auspices of the Harlem Community Council, CIOAFL, are launching their Big Draft Roosevelt campaign, which will involve the signing of a gigantic postcard and a few brief addresses at an open-air meeting on the corner of 126th Street and 7th Avenue. 24 Smith argued that NNC board members are expected to make at least one meeting a day for Roosevelt, emphasis in original. 25 The National Council of the NMU unanimously passed a resolution allowing Smith to tour the nation in support of Roosevelt. As the pilot noted, during the past year alone Smith has addressed hundreds of fraternal, civic, church and trade union organizations. Curran strongly recommended Bro. Smith as the best man to bring this mess. 105. Sage to the Negro people. 26 An earlier Smith speaking tour had enhanced the prestige of the Union. This was unprecedented in labor history, Curran said, for throughout his tour Smith was able to convince Negro leaders that the Negro could not stand alone. 27 Smith spent a lot of time on the West Coast, from Southern California to Seattle. He met almost daily with Union leaders, Negro leaders, and elected officials, spoke at mass meetings, and held press conferences. 28 In Los Angeles he conferred with the mayor, who asked that he work out a program of action applicable to local conditions that will prevent a repetition of the recent riots in the city. 29 Smith and Mayor Fletcher Boron of Los Angeles got to know each other after a luncheon attended by 60 prominent AFL, CIO, and civic leaders. Attired in his dark double-breasted suit, Smith declared that fomenters of race hatred and bigotry must be dealt with sharply by the authorities. They should be imprisoned if necessary. There should be FEPC's Fair Employment Practices Committee in every sphere of activity affecting the well-being of the Negro people. 30. The Union leadership commended Smith for his handling of the administrative functions of his office. We are proud that one of the foremost Negro trade unionists in the country is the secretary of our union. Brother Smith has done our union and our country a great service in the outstanding role he has played in welding white and Negro unity nationally, a tremendous and lasting contribution to the cause of the United Nations and democracy. 31 Beyond the stated goal of supporting FDR's re-election bid, Smith had a larger agenda as well, namely, to use the occasion to advance his or his constituency's agenda. His support for FDR was based on his approval of the president's skill in building an anti-fascist coalition that included the USSR, and his analysis that full employment in the maritime industry hinges in part upon the kind of foreign policy we pursue. 32 Thus, while drumming up support for Roosevelt, he was also organizing an emergency action meeting on the anti-poll tax legislation that prominent Negro and Jewish organizations will attend. The conference will consider also the question of equality in the armed forces, the urgency of which is indicated by the recent uncalled-for arrest of Joe Louis at Camp Siebert, Alabama, which is a real blow. 33 Smith felt that the enforced backwardness of the Black Belt in the Deep South is an unbearable drag on the progress of our country and on the war. Thus, at his behest, the NNC assigned a full-time organ. 106. Iser, Mr. Oscar Bryant, to the Alabama rural areas and formed 6 rural clubs there. 34 Through his newspaper columns and speeches, Smith had become a major interpreter in Harlem of prevailing political trends. He praised the black role and political maturity demonstrated in elections of the Negro communist Ben Davis in 1943 and a Democratic mayor in Cleveland and a Republican governor in Kentucky. 35 At the same time, as the 1944 election approached, he was concerned about the alarmingly small proportion of participation by Negro voters in strategic areas and insufficient emphasis upon registration of new voters. Thus, the NNC planned to launch immediately a nationwide registration drive, directed to Negroes in key areas. 36 Smith's praise for FDR upon the latter's death in 1945 knew no bounds. He hailed FDR for his genius and statesmanship, and commended him for his trip to West Africa. 37 Smith had delivered a radio broadcast, one of many he made under government auspices during the war, calling this visit an event of great significance. 38 For a while he transferred his approval to FDR's successor, Harry S. Truman, and this was reciprocated. When the Missourian was nominated for vice president, Smith called it a defeat for the poll taxers and Bourbons. 39 In the spring of 1945 Truman praised Smith for his effort to dedicate a recreational hall to the memory of my lamented predecessor. 40 The war allowed Smith and other progressives to advance their causes. The long-awaited idea of a Fair Employment Practices Committee gathered steam, 41 partly because of Smith's leadership role, as when he chaired a Negro Freedom Rally in 1944 in Manhattan attended by 20,000 Negroes and whites, which led to scores of telegrams being forwarded to the U.S. Senate. 42 Smith and Powell, who had become something of a political couple, pressured FDR to restate your full support of FEPC, 43 and exerted considerable pressure on the Senate Majority Leader, Alben Barkley, as well. 44 These politicians were presented with petitions carrying the signatures of thousands collected via the NNC's various branches demanding a permanent FEPC. 45 In addition, the CIO, with a few notable exceptions, was allied with the Democratic Party and the NMU, already suspect to some because of its red ties. Certainly, the NMU, which, unlike most CIO unions, was not called into being by this federation, was forthright about its differences with the CIO. An editorial in the Pilot in May 1941 declared that FDR condent and CIO leader Sidney Hillman was not put in office. 107. To protect labor but to mislead it. Hillman's job is to seduce the less militant unions away from their fellow trade unions, get them to swallow the administration's war program, sign no strike agreements and not ask for wage increases. 46 In 1940 Curran exclaimed that Hillman was ready to sell the workers down the river. 47 However, the coming of the war and the fact that the fate of the Soviet Union was at stake caused the NMU to switch gears. Soon Smith was reaching out to Hillman's comrade, Phil Murray, addressing him as Sir and Brother, asking him to facilitate an audience with President Roosevelt that would include the Reverend Powell, the Urban League's Lester Granger, and Smith himself. 48 Hillman, whose importance was underscored by FDR's remark, "Clear it with Sidney," in turn referred to Smith as Ferd, telling him in 1944 that he would be happy to attend a rally in Manhattan that Smith was helping to organize. 49 By this time, Smith was part of a small number of popular front labor leaders with direct lines of access into the White House itself. He often conferred with Hillman 50 and John Abt, who happened to be a communist too, from Hillman's staff. 51 Abt and Smith worked together at the highest levels of the American Labor Party, for example. 52 Hillman said he appreciated the opportunity to talk with a delegation from the Negro Labor Victory Committee about means of coordinating our joint efforts. 53 Smith also became a stir at CIO gatherings nationally. At the November 1943 convention he was elected to the National Executive Board of this powerful body, after Blackie Myers stepped down to allow Smith to take over. When the resolution on racial discrimination was being discussed on the convention hour, Brother Smith had made a brilliant address to the delegates in praise of CIO policy on discrimination and blasted the AFL convention's evasive handling of the question. Smith observed that the membership of my union, carrying out CIO policy, has elected me 6 consecutive years to represent the union membership in the second highest post in our organization. Yet only 10% of the membership of the union is made up of Negroes. The CIO here and now must resolve that it is against the principles and policies of the CIO to maintain or establish through action of any affiliate of the CIO any Jim Crow locals, no matter what part of the country. 54 In the spring of 1944 he was in Detroit, where he was given an ovation at a banquet that also featured Shelton Taps of UAW Ford Local 600 and other labor leaders. 55 days later he was principal speaker at 108. A rally called by Western Electric workers at a Baptist church in Baltimore, There he assailed a plan for segregation of lockers and toilet facilities. 56 Dressed in his customary dark double-breasted suit, he was one of 107 CIO delegates at the Illinois Midwest Negro People's Assembly, and one of the principal speakers at this conference of VE 1000. 57 Smith was bouncing from one corner of the nation to another, reassuring Negroes that they should not waver in their determination to win the war and that their grievances would be effectively addressed, while seeking to build organization that would guarantee this outcome. Thus, after Chicago, he sped to Philadelphia to work with labor, civic, and government representatives to iron out a transportation strike, instigated ostensibly over the upgrading of 8 Negro porters to car operation jobs. 58 In 1943 he protested a nasty race riot in Detroit. He called on the governor to arrest the enemy agents responsible for these outbreaks and to bring about the immediate dissolution of the Ku Klux Klan, which was part of an organized conspiracy to cripple war production. 59 Such activity underscored Smith's role as a spokesman for black labor even beyond the NMU. He met with Donald Nelson of the War Production Board to discuss a plan calling for greater use of Negro workers in the war production program. He proposed a 4-point program calling for the training of 50,000 Negro workers for war production. 60 He was more than a black labor leader, he was a black leader, as evidenced by his wartime appearance in Cleveland at the convention of the Fraternal Council of Negro Churches in America. Smith was seeking to bring a newer conception of Negro affairs to disparate audiences, a pro-labor conception and vice versa. In May 1942, he told an audience that the religious concept of the brotherhood of man is accepted by organized labor as the key to the practice of successful unionism. Neither organized labor nor organized religion can exist under Nazism, he said. 61 The war and the perils it presented allowed Smith to speak his mind directly, as when he told a CIO meeting in Boston that what was needed was clear-cut demands for centralized control of the nation's economy and international labor unity of the sort that the NMU had initiated. 62. The NAACP had a star-crossed relationship with the Popular Front, as the experience of the Scottsboro case in the 1930s demonstrated. 4a. 109. While the association viewed the NNC as a direct competitor on its turf. However, this attitude was not characteristic of the war years. As the NMU and NNC were coming into being in 1936, Charles Houston, the leading NAACP litigator and future attorney for communist leader Henry Winston, wreaked it on the competitive pressures compelling the association to reassess its rudimentary function. He told NAACP leader Walter White that their organization should seek to do a job for Negro labor similar to the one done by the ACLU. We cannot become labor organizers because we do not have the experience, but we certainly can organize a strong group of lawyers and members to back up Negro labor in its GHT to organize, to picket, and to strike, freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. 63 The middle-class NAACP leadership was responding to the different vision of Negro leadership provided by the NNC and the embryonic muse Ferdinand Smith. For example, Roy Wilkins of the NAACP informed the NNC that he was upset about a recent NNC gathering at Harlem's Abyssinian Church. "You have quite a task cut out for yourself," he told the NNC's John Davis with a mixture of paternalism and anxiety. Wilkins was concerned about the distinct note of racialism and anti-white feeling in the speeches of several persons, along with an outpouring of the old West Indian nationalism, so reminiscent of the Garvey movement. Worse, all the old myths about the NAACP were paraded last night as truths. Seeking to drive a wedge into the NNC, he declared, "I am sure that the white persons present in the audience last night, and the Negro members of the Communist Party, must have felt something of the same thing I felt. They were being rebuffed and insulted in a boorish manner. The Communists were smart enough to change their line on us and other organizations, not because they love us any less, but because they love victory more. I wonder if the New York unit of the National Negro Congress will be as smart." 64 While Wilkins was confronting the NNC frontally, other NAACP informants were proceeding through the back door. Nif told Walter White that she had wandered into the press room of the NNC where I observed some 15 girls busily engaged at typewriters. About 10 of the girls were white and only VE were colored. A man came in and asked to speak to whoever was in charge, whereupon a very businesslike white woman came forward and informed him that she was in complete charge. She added sarcastically, "It was rather in 110. Interesting, especially at a Negro Congress." 65 Strangely, the officially interracial NAACP was upset about the fact that the NNC encompassed the full spectrum of U.S. society. Wilkins's warm endorsement turned out to be a false positive as relations between the NAACP and the NNC deteriorated. Wilkins's increasingly sour view of the NNC was shared by others. A. Philip Randolph, a leading Negro trade unionist on par with Smith, told the special committee to investigate the National Negro Congress and the NAACP that my advice is for your organization, the NAACP, to have nothing to do with National Negro Congress. 66 Randolph, a former NNC leader himself, had resigned, recalling that out of some 1,200 or more delegates at an NNC gathering, over 300 were white, which made the Congress look like a joke. Why should a Negro Congress have whites in it? But the problem wasn't just that they were white. They were also red. The Negro people, Randolph said, cannot afford to add to the handicap of being black, the handicap of being red. 67 Even during the halcyon days of the Anti-Fascist Alliance, Smith and the NNC constantly had to look over their shoulders lest Randolph, a former NNC leader, were to show up. "I sincerely believe," said one NNC official in early 1944, "that an all-Negro conference at this time in our history would be a very bad conference to hold, because such a conference would not be good for the war effort, and we would be falling into the program that Randolph is following. I think that white trade unionists should definitely be included. They should play an equal role at the conference." It was profoundly ironic that the reviled left-led NNC was a proponent of interracialism, the nation's future official creed, while the lionized Randolph and the soon-to-be canonized NAACP dissented vigorously. Although the most powerful patron of the NNC, the NMU, had already made it clear that it did not approve of an all-Negro conference, regardless of Randolph, the wrangling suggested that the NNC had yet to attain complete clarity on this crucial issue of separatism versus interracialism. 68 Randolph turned against the NNC despite Smith's attempts to bring him round. In 1944, for example, he contacted Mr. Randolph, asking you to help with an NNC rally by buying tickets or speaking. Mr. Randolph politely declined. 69 In 1945, on the other hand, Randolph could not have been pleased when the NLVC unanimously decided to appeal to Benjamin McLaurin, a leader of the Porters, asking him to disassociate himself from the campaign to deny the Communist Council. 111. Man from Harlem, Ben Davis, re-election. McLaurin would win the love and esteem of our people and of labor if he were to comply, said the NLVC. But McLaurin ignored the appeal and continued to attack Ben Davis, Smith's favorite communist elected official. 70 Despite its apprehension about the NNC, the association had some advantage over the latter. Most important, the NAACP did not carry the taint of being led by communists like Ferdinand Smith. In any case, the urgency of dealing with the problems of Negroes seeking to avoid lynching and escaping penury did not leave much time for backbiting. Thus, given the historic role played by seamen among Negroes, the NAACP could not avoid addressing their problems, and this drove them toward Smith and the NMU. In 1938, the NAACP was focused on approximately 30 VE or 40,000 colored seamen, the majority of whom not only are citizens but World War veterans, yet experienced discrimination aboard the ships of the U.S. Maritime Commission. 71 Donald Smith of the Bronx, a messman in the Stewards Department, echoed these concerns, complaining that in the hiring hall jobs are called according to race. According to him, the crux of the trouble was in the union, which has a large rank and lee block. There were colored members, who pay dues, strike assessments, etc. but are denied the right to get promotions. This indictment of the NMU and of Ferdinand Smith and other high-ranking Negroes was a reaction of the tenuous hold on power that he and his comrades had in the early days of the Union. The problem was addressed at a 1938 meeting at NMU headquarters on the west side of Manhattan, attended by Smith, NAACP lawyer Thurgood Marshall, and George B. Murphy, a radical from the affluent Baltimore family which controlled a chain of Negro newspapers, and a member of the NAACP staff. The problem discussed was discrimination against Negro members of the Union. Marshall sought to make the association's views clear to Mr. Smith, while the NMU leader told Mr. Marshall that the Union was faced with severe problems of organization as well as a split in the labor movement between the CIO and AFL, that it had a bloc within the Union which was actively supporting every type of disruptive action, not to mention a large Southern membership. In his confidential account of the gathering, Murphy, who was favorably disposed to the left-led NMU, noted that Mr. Smith gave the impression of utter sincerity. 72. 112. Soon thereafter, the NMU was pleased to report that the NAACP has given us excellent cooperation during the course of the tanker strike, and a new level of cooperation seems to have been reached between these two powerful organizations. 73. When Oliver Bout of the NMU conferred with NAACP leader Roy Wilkins, the Negro sailor was blunt. Lamenting that the Union has sent Negroes to LL openings as stewards, deckhands and in the engine room, but that the ship lines have refused to employ them. The Panama Railroad Steamship Company, which is owned outright by the government, employs no Negroes whatsoever. The Grace Line, heavily subsidized by the government, once employed Negroes but is now lily-white. The Munson Line, which has been practically taken over by the government and reorganized into the American Republic Line, is now lily-white, although the old Munson Line employed Negroes on 2 of its 4 ships running in South America. The American Export Line and the United States Line do not employ Negroes, and the latter has many Germans employed in the categories where Negroes could be employed. These Germans are American citizens, but most of them live in Hamburg and most of them do not even speak English. 74. This presented a grave threat to national security, particularly as war approached. The pro-German hiring policy, which occurred at the Negroes' expense, was only the most glaring aspect of Jim Crow at sea. Smith acknowledged that it is essentially true that the United States Line has a practice of hiring German stewards for the last 10 years. It was also true that possibly why some of these German stewards are Nazis or Nazi sympathizers. 75. Smith knew that the situation called for extraordinary measures. Not only had he just narrowly escaped being ousted from office, but there were enormous problems facing Negro sailors. So, in addition to working with the NNC to alter the racial dynamics of the nation, he joined with the NAACP to change the racial dynamics of the shipping industry. Arnold Hill of the National Urban League was also involved. As Thurgood Marshall put it, Smith and Bout proposed that the leading civil rights organizations join them in bringing pressure to bear through the President and Congress against the National Maritime Commission to break down discrimination against Negro maritime workers. 76. As Smith told Walter White, who was quite nervous about collaborating with Reds, "We want to welcome your cooperation with the NMU." 77. 113. Daniel Ring of the Maritime Commission denied any complicity in discrimination when confronted by Walter White. 78. Thurgood Marshall told Ring that "we are of the opinion that ships operated by the federal government with federal funds should not maintain a policy of discriminating against Negro employees." 79. The NAACP had received communications from Seattle complaining of discrimination against Negro seamen, so that this situation is not merely a local one but involves the status of Negroes in the entire marine industry. 80. In addition to lobbying the government, the association considered a boycott of Standard Oil because of its attempt to break an NMU strike by deploying an army of NKS, scabs and strike breakers. 81. This was part of the association's larger waterfront offensive that included putting pressure on Joseph Ryan of the Longshore Union about racism on the docks in New York. 82. But ultimately the NAACP found it difficult to accept the existence of the NNC. which it saw not only as a competitor but as a red Trojan horse as well. In happier days, Roy Wilkins of the NAACP had embraced the NNC warmly. There were rumors, he remarked in 1936, that the Congress was nanced by the Communists, by the Republican Party, by the Liberty League and others. I am convinced that these rumors are wholly without foundation, because numerous persons from widely separate places have testified to the trickling in of money in small amounts. The NNC was unusually democratic. He was impressed that the Negro newspaper, the Chicago Defender, gave it unstinted publicity, far more than they have ever given the NAACP, even when it has had annual conferences in Chicago. He was impressed that, unlike the NAACP, the NNC was not a congress of school teachers, college presidents, and others, as some might suggest. No, said Wilkins, this was a congress from the so-called working class. 83 World War II did not bring the NMU and the association any closer together. Smith was too important to be ignored by this point, so he was invited to the important November 1943 conference at Harlem's Hotel Teresa to formulate a strategy for Negro voters for the next year's election. Although he could not attend, Mary McLeod Bethune, Max Yergin, Walter White, and Thurgood Marshall did, 84, and they promulgated an ambitious list of demands including the right to vote, an end to the poll tax and the white primary, anti-lynching laws, a permanent FEPC, and a revised foreign policy featuring more global cooperation. 85 Yet already there were signs that the NMU-NAACP collaboration would not survive. Rayford Logan, a scholar close to the association, 114, was questioned by the FBI about his attendance and specifically about what he knew about Ferdinand Smith. 86 As the elections of 1944 drew near, Roy Wilkins derided the NNC as a shadow of its former self. There are one or two, or perhaps a half dozen, live branches throughout the country, certainly not more. However, following the line of the Communist Party, it is quite likely that these people are submerging themselves as organizations and working through other groups. We cooperate with them on specific issues but we have no sort of working agreement. 87. But the NAACP's shunning of the NNC and its diminution of contact with Smith may have harmed the association more than the NMU. Smith had become a force to be reckoned with, a power broker who was just as much at home in the corridors of power in Washington as he was in union halls nationally. He was a black leader, a labor leader, and a black labor leader rolled into one. He even appeared to have gained the confidence of his immediate superior, Joseph Curran, who was unstinted in his praise of him. Curran affirmed that Smith was at work, constantly, coordinating the various activities of the Union. He had handled communications effectively and efficiently. He has kept the various ports apprised of interpretations of policy and clarifications on various matters affecting the organization. He has kept the agents and membership informed, and has supervised activities dealing with charges, trials of members, etc. He has made a study of the minority question in our organization. Smith should be complimented on the way he has carried out his varied and complex duties, at times under very trying circumstances. 88. This last point appears to have been a veiled reference to the effort to oust Smith from his post. Yet Smith seems to have emerged from this in a stronger position, in part because his opponents had been weakened. His leadership position in a strategic industry 85% of whose workers were organized gave him and his union the power to shut down the nation's economy. 89. In 1943, Leo Huberman, the socialist writer, wrote that in the 6 short years of its existence the NMU has more than doubled the wages of its members, cut their hours and improved their conditions to an extent that is probably unequaled in American labor history. 90. That a communist-led union had accomplished this in an anti-communist nation made this all the more remarkable. Moreover, because this had 115. Been accomplished without stinting on the cultural life of its members, with frequent art exhibits, dance concerts, and the like, the NMU was popular not only among unions but among membership associations generally. 91 During Curran's frequent absences from New York, he showed Smith how much he trusted him by asking him to take charge of Union business. 92 Curran had many qualities necessary for Union leadership. He was a master of bureaucratic maneuvering, had a gruff personality that appealed to many members, and also had a fervent desire to stay in power at all costs, but few of these brought home the pork chops, or bonnets, for Union sailors. Thus, it was often left to Smith and his comrades to engage in the heavy lifting of the Union's day-to-day operations. It was Smith, for example, who headed the team of NMU negotiators with the Collier Owners Association. 93 The Union reported that the smooth draft of the new closed-shop Collier Agreement providing for the highest wages on any coast was prepared by our negotiating committee under the supervision of Ferdinand Smith. 94 During one of the Union's most difficult battles, namely, the strike against the oil industry, specifically tankers, Smith was often in the driver's seat. 95 The strike was aimed at the company's Standard Oil of New Jersey, Saucony Vacuum Oil, Tidewater Oil Company, C.D. Mallory Oil Transport, and the Petroleum Navigation Company. About 3,000 workers were involved, ve 100 of them in Texas ports. 96 Inevitably, the conflict in the southern ports was worse. There were a rash of controversies with violence airing up almost daily. 97 The situation was dynamite with a lot of imported gangsters. Some were beginning to wonder if Houston is not subject to some of the same stuff that has sorely troubled the northern and eastern cities. 98 The authorities responded by beating a NMU picket into unconsciousness. 99 Fogbound, cool, and drizzly Seattle faced problems not unlike those of the humid and hot South Texas ports. Allies of the NMU in the West complained that labor spies were being placed in militant unions for the purpose of wrecking those unions so that contracts may be broken or ignored, and this was another instance of Standard Oil's humane treatment of its employees. But what could one expect, these unions said, from a company that the Bolivian government had to sue for the recovery of its oil lands after the company had defrauded the government of lawful taxes? Standard Oil was also building ships in the fascist shipyards in Germany and Italy while American 116 shipyard workers are on part-time work. Though purporting to be patriotic, Standard Oil operated the world's largest refinery on the Dutch island of Aruba that runs full blast while American refineries are on reduced schedules. NMU's boycott of Standard Oil was a useful means of introducing a sense of realism and compromise to this otherwise obdurate giant. 100 By 1944 the NMU in this region had made such strides that their leader, Ralph Rogers, observed that the Union's detractors have had to discard the old outworn cry of Reds because it isn't very effective to shout Red at men who are being bombed and torpedoed and dying for their country alongside the men in our armed forces. Besides, he remarked, referring to the United States' wartime ally in Moscow, that label isn't so derogatory these days. The rank and Lee had benefited from this alliance. The chief steward, who is the highest paid unlicensed man aboard ship, gets 67 2/3 cents per hour, while messmen and ordinary seamen, who are the lowest paid, get 35 1/2 cents per hour. They worked a 56-hour week. 101 But as the war wound down, the conditions that had promoted the popular front and tolerance of Reds like Smith in important posts began to change. Even before August 1945, there were discernible signs that the conditions that had favored Smith were turning against him. For Smith had differences with John L. Lewis, the crusty, bushy-browed leader of the coal miners. Initially their relationship was cordial, based on their common interest in pouring more resources into union organizing. 102 The communist, Al Lannon, was longshore director of the CIO Maritime Committee, for a while. 103 But this alliance was materially altered by the coming of the war, as Lewis, unlike the NMU, refused to adhere to the no-strike pledge. NMU declares strikes harm U.S. war effort was a typical 1943 headline from the pilot. Aimed at Lewis and his union, the denunciation was personally endorsed by Smith. 104 The NMU went so far as to demanding that the Attorney General lay sedition charges against Lewis. 105 Its harshness was part of a complicated relationship that the NMU had with its ostensible parent, the CIO. As Curran noted years later, the NMU, unlike other member unions, was one of the few unions that were not developed by the CIO. We developed ourselves, and after we developed ourselves, we then met with the CIO leadership. We were one of the unions that voted to affiliate with the CIO. The other unions were unions that were creatures of the CIO. 106. 117. On the other hand, when the pressure of the Red Scare mounted, the fact that the NMU never saw itself as a full-blown creature of the CIO facilitated purging of the left, as it was not seen as a bona fide member of the Federation in the sense that other unions were. But the savaging of Lewis may have been a maneuver to mask real differences within the NMU itself about the legitimacy of the no-strike pledge. Sailor Stanley Postek recalled that there were political differences among the thousands of members in the NMU, and the big issue that created most of the turmoil was the question of the no-strike pledge. The leadership was under pressure to adhere to the pledge in the interests of prosecuting the war, but many ordinary sailors felt that by giving up their most powerful weapon, the strike, they were emboldening ship owners to impose ever more onerous conditions on them. In addition, the second big issue was the great desire of the membership to get all of the officials to ship out. The simple matter of compelling the officials of the NMU to get their feet wet, hands dirty, and heads cleared at the point of production, and to elect new leaders fresh from the sea, was blasphemy in the eyes of the top leadership. The issue was never resolved but did create much bad feeling. 107 Postek's comments explain why Curran was pressing the White House in the middle of the war for a passport to go to the USSR and British Isles, a request that was not taken seriously on Pennsylvania Avenue. It is believed, said a bureaucrat, that there is no real necessity for the trip and that it is being made for Mr. Curran's personal reasons, that is, to show that he still knew how to walk up the gangplank to get on a ship, even if it was not to work but to travel. The trip would also have allowed him to express his sympathy for the large number of sailors lost in the North Atlantic. But the State Department detected other reasons for Curran's request. It has now developed that his absence from the country is desired by certain members of the Union in order to make a thorough examination of the finances of the Union, the gossip being that he and another member have probably misappropriated funds. 108 The fact that the State Department was aware of the Union's internal difficulties suggests that the NMU's problems were so immense that they were becoming increasingly hard to hide. The overriding problem was the atmosphere created by the war. It was true that the anti-fascist atmosphere had undermined anti-communism, thus allowing a leader like Smith to be recognized. But the war, 118, brought out something else too. A major problem faced by the NMU leadership during the war was that the Union's National Council would not allow anything to come to the membership which would allow our war effort to be interfered with in any way, shape, or form. On that we unanimously agreed, said an unnamed NMU leader. But this meant that lingering and festering problems were ignored and the situation became worse. Although this kind of happy face or don't worry, be merry unionism was understandable, given the enormity of the challenges presented by the war, it lulled the leadership including Smith into a sense of lethargy and left them unprepared when the political atmosphere changed once more at the end of the war. After the war, the Union nally recognized that there was disunity in the national office, to the extent that unless it was adjusted, it would interfere seriously with the proper functioning of our office. Communist leaders, notably Smith and Myers, were said to have made individual decisions on organization, negotiations, and personnel questions at variance with Union policy. This was not healthy, the Union asserted with gross understatement. The war strains and the tremendous task of keeping all ships sailing, might be said to have affected the thinking and ability of some of the national officers. Differences arose over questions of policy, because of the emotional approach of some officers, into actual hatreds, to the extent they were unable to work correctly and a breakdown of administration resulted. The problem was compounded by a lack of respect for Curran, whom non-communists viewed as a stooge of the Reds and who was not altogether trusted by all Reds either. The refusal in some cases of officials to accept the president as the executive officer of the union, has been a large and contributing factor to the mess. The Mew's internal investigation fueled the rumors and whispers that polluted the air like stale tobacco smoke. The leadership, pulling and tugging in different directions, had to be reminded, once a decision has been reached as a result of collective discussion, it becomes the responsibility of the national office collectively and individually to put such decisions into effect. In other words, the differences must be forgotten once a majority decision is reached. 109 After this report was released, Leo Huberman felt free to tell the union why he, a true blue socialist, felt compelled to resign from the staff after 3.5 years' service, as the war was coming to a close. His work for the union in the realm of labor education had won 119 wide acclaim. Yet certain union officials, without ever having spent so much as 2 consecutive hours in the classroom, or in some cases, without ever even having set foot inside the door, were determined that this, that, or the other thing must be changed. These officials had their way. Certain changes were made. It was humiliating for me to have to listen to certain officials discussing what the curriculum should be, when they had no earthly notion of what the curriculum had been. That was not all. I have long smarted under the rule imposed by the national office that I could not buy a suitable poster, or plan an educational program of any sort, without having to get prior approval from a national officer. It is true of every department head and lesser official in the union. Huberman made these comments in a letter to Smith, addressing him as Dear Ferdinand, and presciently calling this situation very serious and very dangerous. No business runs that way. It couldn't. Yet in the NMU, the 6 highest officials are so bogged down with detail, so harassed by petty nonsense, that they have not time to think of the important problems facing the union, nor can their subordinates function efficiently. Huberman declared, I am certain that the members of the NMU expect that their leaders will be giving careful consideration at all times to the problems of how to increase the recent $45 wage award to $100, not to whether or not Leo Huberman has spent $5 for a poster. The national officers have a saying, he concluded, never a day goes by without some crisis. That's true, but it was not inevitable. 110 Although Huberman's criticisms were valid, he should have recognized that one reason for the crisis affecting the union was the constant pressure they were under, especially from interested government agencies. Early in the history of the union, Curran criticized Roosevelt for the Dies House Un-American Activities Committee's attack on the union. Instead of trying to whip American public opinion into a frenzy of hysteria, he argued, it would be well for the committee to look into the activities of the un-American ship owners, who, for years, have been operating a majority of their ships under foreign ags and employing alien seamen, while at the same time accepting subsidies from the U.S. government for their ships sailing under the American ag. 111 Curran was right. However, it was not accidental that a communist-led union would end itself under assault rather than management. The kinds of attacks it suffered in the pre-war era were mild compared to those it endured afterward. 120. 6. Storm signals. A pall descended over the Midtown Manhattan Hotel where 2,000 people were expected to honor Ferdinand Smith in 1944. As he reached what appeared to be the zenith of his eventful life in the United States, suddenly his career began a steep decline in the wake of the revelation by a local newspaper that he was no more than an illegal alien, and a red one at that. In utter disbelief, the New York World Telegram reported on its front page that an alien communist plans to tour the United States and speak for the Roosevelt-Truman ticket, working closely with the CIO Political Action Committee. One Basil Harris, leader of the U.S. Lines, the largest shipping company in the world, was sufficiently comfortable about his place in society to announce, I don't care if Curran and Smith are communists, anarchists, rightists, leftists, or atheists. What I'm interested in is that the NMU gave a pledge not only to the government but to the mothers of America that there would be no strikes on American ships and no delays during war. So prompted, Curran added that Smith was one of the outstanding leaders of our organization and one of the outstanding leaders of the trade union movement. The principles of Smith are my principles. The NMU assailed the smear of Smith but conceded that charges that Smith under our Constitution should not be holding his office, will be examined as is provided for in that Constitution. A trial committee has been named according to our constitutional procedure and upon the request of Brother Smith himself. Not only were the charges a major setback for Smith and the NMU, they were also harmful to the Roosevelt campaign. As the revelations about Smith were capturing the headlines, the Washington Times-Herald reported that into the 9 states in which the political experts think that Negro voters will hold the balance of power next November, the battle for the Roosevelt fourth term will be led by Ferdinand Smith. The roars of opposition that went up from the more vociferous anti-red labor groups when they clear everything with Sidney Hillman. 121. Order reached their camps, will now beat upon the fourth-term ears over the Ferdinand Smith issue only louder, if anything. The Smith bombshell was the opening shot in an all-out war against the progressive aspects of the New Deal legacy. But this was not recognized at the time. There is no doubt that Smith is a darling of the inner circle of the more radical New Dealers, the Journal said, and that the elder statesmen in the Democratic National Committee see only more trouble and dangerous trouble in the appeal now to racial groups in behalf of the fourth-term candidate by an orator with a violently radical background. 3 others, including legions of non-communists, disagreed sharply. U.S. official praise S. alien read at send-off dinner for Paktur, and a headline in the anti-communist New York World Telegram. For the Smith imbroglio also gave Curran the opportunity to put some distance between himself and his erstwhile communist patrons. In an open letter he assailed the party, saying they had falsely accused others of misusing funds, then had an illegal council meeting that voted to turn the funds of this union and all its resources over to the defense of Smith. Opposition to this maneuver was hidden away in the pilot. This was part of a larger communist subterfuge, he charged. Small ports such as Cleveland, Savannah, and river ports, which have very few or no members available, are made to appear as those that represent a majority of the membership. Baltimore, Galveston, Boston, and other ports which rejected these activities and which had present at their meetings hundreds of members, are hidden or left out of the pilot. 5. Curran's attack was the opening fusillade in a far-reaching conflict. He followed up on his letter by ultimately breaking with the party and taking his powerful union along with him. Because of Smith's mighty stature, the authorities scrutinized him carefully. His immigration status became a matter of front-page discussion in the newspapers. The authorities discovered that there is no evidence that Smith is a registered voter. This was in violation of the bylaws of the American Labor Party, which Smith served as vice chair of the New York County Committee. 6. An informant advised on December 18, 1943 that Smith was in financial difficulties and was being sued. A garnishee order would probably be obtained against him. The FBI office that reported this information had long been aware of Smith's anomalous immigration status. At one point it considered using this information against him in order to make him into an FBI informant. Months before the revelations about his immigration status hit. 122. The headlines: an FBI memo stated that it would be advisable to interview Smith regarding his false claim of U.S. citizenship with a view towards developing him as a confidential informant. 7. But J. Edgar Hoover dismissed the idea, saying that in view of his extensive communist connections and his great influence with the colored element in the Communist Party, it would appear unlikely that he would be willing to cooperate with the Bureau. Insofar as his falsely claiming citizenship is concerned, it would, of course, be unlikely that a violation could be established or that prosecution would be authorized. The only false statements established to date were made prior to 1936 and would probably not of itself constitute a violation of the statute. 8. Consequently, plans to prosecute Smith with a view to making him an informant were squashed. On the other hand, the FBI had advance notice of the New York World Telegram story on Smith's immigration problems, which it communicated to FDR aide Harry Hopkins in a personal and confidential missive. 9. Perhaps this signed some bureau collaboration with this right-leaning newspaper. It was an implicit warning to the White House to be wary of its left-wing allies. 10. Certainly the bureau was not surprised by the press's disclosures. With inordinate speed and glee, it proceeded to wiretap telephone conversations as Smith and his comrades in the party and union began coming to grips with the scandal. At 10:40 a.m. on September 20, 1944, the FBI recorded the following conversation between Curran and NMU leader Hedley Stone. "We spent all day trying to get Smith and we nearly got him this morning," said Curran, "and he don't say yes or no. 24 hours have gone by and we get no answer from Smith except that there's nothing to worry about. I got him on the phone this morning and I raised hell with him for not being here yesterday when we were looking all over for him, and he simply answers you by saying there's nothing to worry about. Right off the bat you got a violation of your own constitution, don't you see? An emigre sailor had to have a legally led intention, it's very clear on that, I got it right in front of me. It says right in the goddamn thing he must have legally led intention to become an American citizen." Curran, though Smith's approach to the matter was much too casual. "Nobody has slept all night here," he exclaimed, indicating the stress he was under. Stone could only reply, "This is shocking." Curran continued, "There's a double danger in this, now that this thing has 123 come out the way it is, you're liable to have FBI men down here any minute to pick him up for something, you know what I mean. We got to ND out about that, we got to ND out whether he ever voted or anything like that. There's a lot of ramification in this thing." Worry dissolved into resentment as Curran declared, "It could have been avoided if he'd have come to us he should have years ago, see." Then reality descended, "All right, there's much more to talk about, the phone is probably tapped and people getting information, see. Right." But Stone provided the FBI with something else to chew on as he asked Curran, "Have you got your citizen papers?" 11. As the conversation proceeded, like ALM dissolve, one could see Curran slowly but surely moving away from his alliance with the Reds and becoming increasingly hostile toward them. The authorities went into overdrive as they dealt with the disclosures about Smith's status. They monitored Blackie Myers's and Smith's conversations with Communist official Roy Hudson, Smith's discussions with Communist leader James Ford, and Ford's conversations with Hudson, and Smith's discussions with Myers. In the process they accumulated a treasure trove of intelligence and raw gossip. Early in October 1944 Myers provided his comrade Smith with a plausible rationale for abruptly leaving the campaign trail. "The reason you're dropping out of the tour is because of illness as a result of the strenuous trip you've made. And from the reports we've gotten now on the coast you're getting tired or sick," he said. "Yeah," Smith replied coolly, without apparent ardor. Like Curran, it suddenly dawned on Myers that these wires are tapped anyway. "Yeah," Smith replied, again with no evident enthusiasm. Then, recalling a recent trip, Smith told of the several receptions and a conference he had. "One," he said, beaming, "was in Hollywood. Boy, we were represented, all these folks out here, everywhere. We're Tarek." "Ferd," said Myers, seeking to jerk his comrade's attention back to the unpleasantness at hand, look see Harry right away," referring to Harry Bridges, the powerful West Coast longshore leader. "Yeah," replied Smith, once more with little re. 12. Smith probably knew what his closest comrades were saying about the mess. Myers expressed his sympathy for Curran's predicament and his attempt to make sure that Smith's status cannot become an issue. 124. And that Ferdinand himself will not become an issue. That was his thinking and he made it apparent, and old bull-headed Ferdy made it impossible for him to even. He started to make a suggestion which was what we wanted and Ferdy jammed it right back in his throat, so we brought it out another way but it came out gnarly. Curran is plenty worried about it, yeah," he said glumly. 13. Curran apparently wanted Smith to step down immediately, but Smith would not comply. Late one night in October 1944, James Ford talked about it on the phone with Roy Hudson. Ford, a fellow Negro communist, came to the point right away. "Well, I don't know, I don't think it is right, Roy," he said, expressing his opposition to Smith's departure from the NMU leadership. "I think the Union will make a tremendous mistake if they don't GHT this issue out." Hudson was conciliatory, though vague. "I met with him about 3 or 4 hours, him and Blackie. We worked out a strategy that is going to result in the null outcome of it being a big victory for us. Going in there with a head-on GHT with Curran would have been disastrous." Hudson and Myers were backing Curran in his desire to see Smith step down, but Ford was having none of it. This could easily make a legitimate political difference appear to have racial overtones. "I tell you, Roy, personally I can't afford to go along with that, I'll speak up." Dumbfounded, Hudson replied, "Go along with what? You don't know what you got to go along with yet." But Ford knew. 14 He took his concern to Smith's fellow West Indian, Charles Collins. "I have just had a long talk with Ferdy," he said. "I told him it would be foolish to step down. He confessed this was placing a strain on him and other Reds. This thing worries me, it's upsetting, you know." Collins agreed, "Yes, it's very upsetting." Part of the worry was that Ford was not convinced that everyone was above board and suspected that some were using the matter to unseat Smith. "I've had 2 talks with this guy, I went up to his house last week, and there's some things deeper about it that I think I have an eye on." 15 Even after Roosevelt's re-election, the frantic post-midnight conversations continued. In one of these, Myers ducked out of an interminable meeting to seek Roy Hudson's counsel. "We're still at it in here," Myers told Hudson. "Ferdinand brought in a lot of legal opinion and he refuses to carry out the decision reached last night, says he's going to GHT it." "Are you adjourned yet?" Hudson inquired. 125. "No, not yet," Myers responded dejectedly. "I just see Amy out here to talk to you, but Smith refuses to listen. He won't even discuss it with me, I'm sitting next to him." Smith was apparently consulting with some of his Negro allies, as Myers had observed his comrade with the judge all night long after he left us. 16 According to the FBI, because Curran had not supported Smith during the crisis and also because he was suspicious of Curran's political reliability, Smith wanted to turn the tables on Curran and oust him from the Union leadership. Smith eventually hopes to replace Joseph Curran with a party man, the FBI said. Smith does not believe that Curran is an ardent follower of the Communist Party ideology and sufficiently devoted to party ideals, but rather is an opportunist who will play ball with the most powerful group regardless of their belief or affiliation. 17 In retrospect, Smith was correct, as Curran was a consummate opportunist. However, Smith was in no position to go on the offensive when he had to GHT to stay on in the country. The storm abated temporarily. But days after Roosevelt's resounding re-election victory, the other shoe dropped. Smith resigned his Union post. He had led for citizenship in 1920, it was explained, but, just as some other seamen, did not follow through to keep that application in effect. To have gone into any pros and cons on technicalities in the matter could conceivably have caused dissension in the Union and have served as a basis for attack from pro-fascist external forces. 18 We know and love Smith, said the NMU leadership. It is therefore with the deepest regret that we accept his resignation. 19 Smith was required to leave the country, then return, presumably to correct his immigration status and be reinstalled in the leadership. The FBI followed him carefully as he signed on the SS Medina on February 1945 as chief steward. He sailed for Mexico on February 12 from New York. He had in his possession a British passport. 20 He was gone for 20 days. Upon his return he was declared eligible to run in the special election then being held for office of secretary. Curran was publicly critical of Smith's behavior. Thousands of dollars were spent in 1944 on this case, he remarked. 21 Disenchantment with Smith was again expressed when Smith was re-elected as secretary, though he got far less than a majority of the votes cast. There were more than 2 candidates. 22 This was the beginning of Smith's loss of popularity that would eventually cause him to return to Jamaica. Shortly after his re-election, his closest comrade in the 126 Union, Blackie Myers, decided not to run for Union office after he neglected to pay his dues and was no longer in good standing. 23 In short order, the 2 top Reds in the Union were wounded, just as the NMU faced an uncertain future. These events weighed heavily on Smith's mind for the next few years. February 1948 was no different from previous years, as he sought to tee in a campaign appearance with former Vice President, now Progressive Party standard-bearer, Henry Wallace, then rushed to a meeting of his union where he was expected to argue vociferously against endorsement of the Marshall Plan for European recovery. Sitting between Robeson and Wallace, with Congressman Vito Marcantonio nearby, Smith was featured prominently at an American Labor Party rally in Manhattan. 24 The federal authorities were busy too, trying to keep track of his movements. For a few hours after he had shared a platform with Wallace and before he could make it to the critically important Union meeting, he was detained. He was one of the RST victims of the Justice Department's effort to deport Cold War opponents of alien descent. 25 The reason Smith was chosen was simple. He was a communist. He was an alien red Negro. He was also the leader of a vitally important union that was helping to keep AO various allies in the Popular Front, now challenging the White House's post-war turn away from détente and toward Cold War with the Soviet Union. In April 1945, Smith was contemplating a prospectus which would increase his union's already heavy contributions to the NNC. The NNC wanted money for the George Washington Carver School in Harlem, an independent left-oriented institution. 26 A few months later, the NNC recorded its sincere thanks for your recent contribution of $2,500. 27 Through Smith's good offices, the Negro Labor Victory Committee had also become a key recipient of NMU funds. 28 The initiators of the crusade to end lynching, which included Paul Robeson, gave Smith most sincere thanks for the $2,500 he sent them. 29 Through Smith's energetic efforts, the NMU itself posted a $5,000 reward for the capture of lyncher, since it was quite obvious that neither the FBI nor the state has any intention of acting and apprehending these criminals. 30 Even the union's humanitarian donations had a political slant, as $11,000 was provided to the Yugoslav Red Cross. 31 As the anti-communists began to focus on the leadership of the NMU, they were increasingly suspicious of the various activities of the 127 Union's number 2 leader. He was involved with the Citizens Nonpartisan Committee to elect Ben Davis, the notorious black communist, 32, and the Citizens Committee to free Earl Browder, 33, the Communist Party leader. He was a sponsor of the Joint Anti-Fascist Refugee Committee, 34, a member of the board of the United American Spanish Aid Committee, and a signer of a declaration marking the anniversary of the Reichstag fire in Germany. He seemed to be a one-man communist front. 35 As the political climate turned against Smith, his opponents charged that he was using the hard-earned dues money of sailors, not to mention his well-compensated time, to subsidize various communist fronts, and that this was misfeasance of the highest order. In return, Smith claimed with some legitimacy that the Union had always taken a labor community approach aimed not only at bringing better benefits for its members but also at creating a liberalized climate by fighting racism. Moreover, the NNC, the main beneficiary of Smith's largesse, took a particular approach to Negroes not duplicated by other groups. Though it focused on the entire Negro population, it saw its main character as emphasizing the trade union and working class composition of the black community, which was why it hired the veteran sailor, Revels Caton, as its leader in 1946. This guaranteed that the NNC was as much of a NMU front as it was a communist front, but its opponents were having none of this. 36 The NNC's trade union and working class approach to racial equality was bolstered by Smith and his union. With the ouster of the former and the decline of the latter, this approach suffered as well. Although Negroes could look forward to desegregation in the future, they faced the possibility that they would earn the right to eat at a lunch counter but perhaps not gain the wherewithal to pay the bill. The prospect of middle-class leaders representing a mostly working-class Negro community and their class interests being dominant became more likely. This thought had occurred to Smith and his comrades. As the purges were beginning to bite, a high-level meeting probably of communists concluded that the successful struggle of Negroes in America will help America in relation to the colored peoples all over the world. An unnamed Red added, "I think Ferdinand is correct in trying to channelize this through the International Labor Conference." 37 He was referring to the budding World Federation of Trade Unions for which 128. Smith would work in the immediate aftermath of his departure from the United States. But the effort to channelize the struggle of Negroes through labor formations was Smith's and his party's approach. In the unprecedented upsurge by labor after the war, unions sought to reverse the losses incurred by the no-strike pledge. For his part, Smith's addressed several audiences on the special needs of the working class. Less than 6 months after the end of the war, he was in Pittsburgh addressing striking steel and electrical workers in the Central Baptist Church. In a building full to the rafters with 3,000 strikers and their supporters, Smith said that the church should take a leading role in rallying support for the strikers among their congregations. Mildly criticizing leading Negro clerics, he asserted that the church has been preaching the brotherhood of man for ages. Organized labor is practicing it. Men and women of all races and creeds are struggling hand in hand, and they should be backed up by their churches. In a direct refutation of his opponents, Smith stressed the fact that the current nationwide struggle is for restoration of post-VJ Day pay cuts, not for wage increases. It is a GHT to maintain living standards in the face of the high cost of living, he explained to the cheering crowd. This wage GHT is not without its political aspect, since the attack on the rights of trade unions is the spearhead of an all-out offensive by American fascists to stamp out all the democratic rights enjoyed in our country. Smith cited the by now familiar pattern of the rise of fascism in Germany, Italy, and Japan, ruthless oppression of the people that began with attacks on labor. These same forces working against full employment, fair employment practices, unemployment insurance, and the minimum wage bill. They are the same forces who during the war did everything in their power to hamstring effective prosecution of the war by our country. They are the forces of American monopoly, who are out to establish this country as the last stronghold of world monopoly. The GHT against these forces is the GHT of all the American people. 38 It seemed that there was no GHT of the American people from which Smith was absent. He was prominent in the Oust Bilbo campaign designed to unseat the unpopular senator from Mississippi. 39 He addressed at a mass meeting of Negro and white veterans in Chicago, where a national organization known as the United Negro and Allied Veterans of America was formed. There were 300 people from 30 states and Joe Louis was designated as the honorary chair. 40. 129. On the international front he joined with his good friend Paul Robeson in demanding freedom for Puerto Ricans, characterizing the United States' relationship with this former Spanish colony as an imperialist adventure. While he was at it, he urged freedom for the people of Indonesia, China, South Africa, and India too. 41 On South Africa, he protested to H.T. Andrews, Minister of the Union of South Africa, against the continuation of the pass system, denial of trade union rights and decent living wages to African workers, and the brutal smashing of the African mine workers' strike. 42 He told the segregationist Secretary of State, James Burns, that he wanted immediate action to break relations with Franco's Spain. The entire membership of the NMU, he said not incorrectly given the Union's losses on the Iberian Peninsula, is particularly close to the tremendous suffering of the Spanish people under Franco, due to the fact that more than 20% of our members originally came from Spanish-speaking countries. 43 Smith saved his harshest criticism for British Prime Minister Winston Churchill and his March 1946 articulation of the Iron Curtain that was said to have descended over Eastern Europe. Being a native of Jamaica where the sovereignty of the Windsors of England had never been subjected to a referendum, Smith felt particularly qualified to comment on this controversy. He condemned Churchill's words as a smokescreen hung up to involve Americans in preserving the crumbling British Empire, which has been the scourge of humanity for many centuries. He assailed Churchill's inspired appeal to American mothers and fathers to send their sons to die to preserve the prerogative of British lords, dukes and earls, still conspiring in their musty castles, which have never seen the light of day, to suppress the natural inspirations of the Indian, African, Chinese, and Indonesian people. This must arouse the opposition of the American people who, at great cost, have just fought a war to destroy fascism and tyranny. Churchill, Smith said, throws up a smokescreen by charging the Soviet Union with the crime of aiding Europe's long-oppressed, democratic forces. We cannot believe that President Truman knowingly lent aid and comfort to the ravings of a cornered Tory. He dismissed the idea that Moscow presented a threat, adding, "We do not believe this Red Army has changed. Nor have the Russian people." On the other hand, the Tories have not changed since the days of George III. The American people who remember 1776 should recognize this above all. 44. 130. These words were followed up with a conference of Negro trade unionists attended by 300 delegates from 70 locals. It culminated in a death blow to Jim Crow rally in Harlem with 2,000 people present. Smith avowed, "We must concern ourselves with the trade unionists of Africa. We must attend the conference called by the West Indian trade unionists next month and help them in their GHT to establish a West Indian Federation." 45. But Smith was appealing to an anti-colonial sentiment that was in rapid retreat in his adopted homeland, to be supplanted by a fervent anti-communism. And it was this latter that led to his eventual ouster from the United States. Smith's militant trade unionism alone could have led to his ouster from the United States, but when combined with his party membership, he stood no chance of reprieve. Joseph Curran, who sensed which way the winds were blowing and rapidly denounced the party that had elevated him to the top leadership position, announced that 500 party members dominate NMU, out of 80,000 members all told, by dint of tactics no different than those practiced by the Nazis when they destroyed the trade union movement in Germany. Through the manipulation of its cells the party, according to Mr. Curran, was able to take 107 out of 150 elective offices in this union, one of the most strategic in the nation's life. 46. This sent a chill through Washington and Wall Street. Now that the war had ended, Moscow became the new antagonist, and the Soviet Union's allies, the Communists, were transformed into a satanic force. The union that they led would be essential if the Marshall Plan were to succeed, if troops and supplies were to be dispatched effectively from around the world. Just as sailors were essential during the war in supplying valuable intelligence from places near and far, their work continued to be important after the war had ended, though their attitude was not as favorable toward Washington as before. Smith received a message from a friend, in the Pacific, who contended that the real reason for the shortage of ships was due to the number of ships and crews now being used to carry supplies and troops to be used against the Indonesians and those being used by reactionary Chungking forces in China. Another letter acknowledged that the reason for the slow return of the veterans is political and not a ship shortage. That is especially true here. 131. In the Pacific, where the cup runneth over with the subjected colonial masses really striking out on new paths for freedom and independence. 47. Smith's detractors knew that he had direct access to sources of intelligence that often contradicted official sources in Washington. Smith and his friends broadcast this information to all who cared to listen, much to their opponents' irritation. Howard Rushmore, the veteran anti-communist, accused the NMU of trying to spread red propaganda, particularly among Yanks abroad. The Communist Party and the NMU, he charged, issued a number of pamphlets urging American troops to revolt against the foreign policy of their own government. Worse, this drive was inspired by Stalin's desire to have a free hand in China and Japan. He had been reading the pilot and had not liked what he saw. The current issue, he said in early 1946, carried a letter from NMU member Sol Leviton, who told of how his ship, the Marine Wolf, landed in Calcutta. We were there to pick up 2,500 GIs. We laid over 48 hours, which gave us a chance to distribute a few thousand pamphlets on bringing the GIs back home. According to Rushmore, such acts were akin to sedition. 48. Apart from Smith, suspicion also fell on Eddie Gordon, the Union's representative in Cuba and a graduate of the Communist Party training school in New York, as was Smith, it was said. Havana was identified as a meeting place for communists in the hemisphere and a hotbed for red conspiracies of various sorts. 49. The Communist International, the worldwide group of parties based in Moscow, had never died, as was reported during the war, said one ex-Red in denouncing Smith. Look at Havana, source of a red virus, this waterfront section of the Communist Party, said Victor Campbell, sent bundles of literature advocating force and violence to Cuba and other countries. 50. What would happen if such literature made it to the wrong hands? In fact, the NMU had long since developed a fruitful relationship with its counterparts in Cuba. NMU sailors often marched in Havana's labor parades. 51. Curran was a frequent visitor to the Pearl of the Antilles, particularly for meetings dealing with hemispheric labor organizing. In 1941 he was elected an honorary president of the National Maritime Federation of Cuba and struck up a relationship with Jaime Gravalosa of the Cuban Federation of Labor. 52. Union leaders from Cuba, Colombia, Jamaica, and elsewhere had as an ultimate aim of organizing a confederation of maritime workers of the American N.A. 132. This could hinder the possibility of powerful U.S. shipping interests threatening to utilize cheaper maritime labor in the hemisphere. 53. According to the House Un-American Activities Committee, the NMU was busy establishing new branches and sub-branches of the Union and had become a major transmission belt for the Communist Party, and Havana was the center of operations, conveniently offshore and distant from the long arm of Uncle Sam. 4. VE ships daily arrive from the Canal Zone, the committee reported, and several ships arrive daily direct from South American ports. The Cuban government permits open left-wing activities and copying the mode of Mexico and encourages radical unionism. Thus, through the medium of ships alone, communications can be carried even faster and more regularly than the regular mail routes, barring air mail. Any qualified seaman can smuggle a passenger from Havana to Miami without the passenger's name appearing on the passenger or crew list, without his being seen boarding or leaving the ship. The same for travel in the opposite direction. The second most important tie-up, said the committee warily, is the Clyde-Mallory lines with direct express service from New York to Florida. For this reason the Communists have seen that two of their most important men are assigned to ports which from a Union viewpoint are relatively unimportant, Jacksonville and Miami. There was a northern complement to Havana. Organization on the Great Lakes has been the concentration of the Communists for a long time, dating back to at least 1929. Not only did this region allow for a quick getaway to Canada, a lake strike can effectively cripple the steel industry and ore mining, since the coal moves north and the ore moves south. It would also seriously hamper the movement of wheat. Rail and road transportation in the area surrounding the lakes has been largely designed as a feeder system and could not handle the traffic with the lakes tied up. 54. An unnamed informant referred to the NMU as the Trojan horse in the nation. He was worried about the infiltration of communistic philosophy into crews of vessels operated under the jurisdiction of the United States Maritime Commission. These Reds were holding meetings to discuss conditions on ships and seizing control of radio operations where they could make frequent reports to communist parties abroad. He was also suspicious of Eddie Gordon and the NMU operations in Havana, which constitutes an intrinsic factor in the dissemi. 133. Nation of communist literature in Central American and South American ports. 55. Not only were these subversives Red, Congressman Dies was told, but there were other issues as well. An American sailor writing from Newport News observed that the leftist group are primarily of a foreign type with a pronounced Jewish trend. 56 The NMU was compared to a nasty tapeworm that had invaded the intestines of society with consequences too macabre to contemplate. But ultimately responsibility rested with the Communist Party, whose personnel were said to be the engineers of this lengthy train of conspiracy. 57 True believers concluded that only fools, traitors, or, heaven forbid, communists themselves would tolerate such subversives having a grip on the nation's economy. Critics deluged HUAC with questions about the advisability of allowing a red-dominated union like the NMU to continue. Thomas A. Below, a seaman writing from Greece to the chief counsel of the committee, revealed that people were holding meetings about red sailors in Southeast Europe. When he returned to the States, "I will go to Washington and pay you a visit," he said. "I might have some information you might be wanting to hear. Later I'm thinking of going to South America, where he could keep an eye on subversion too. Please try to ND me something to do in connection with your offs," he pleaded. 58 He was probably not disappointed. Less than a year after the war ended, Lewis Russell noted that communists in the maritime unions had recruited 237 new members in recent months. Thus, in a war against a communistic aggressor, communistic control of American vessels on the high seas and the means of communication between these vessels means that no supplies will be delivered to the American army in foreign ports. 59 There was also concern about communism in the United States Army and Reds agitating the soldiers in remote places to strike. Subversive literature is being sent overseas to these soldiers through the use of the NMU. 60 To those with growing concern about the Reds' role in the nation, this kind of news was a nightmare. Congressman John Wood was staggered when Joseph R. Walsh of Long Island told him that in early 1946 he had attended a meeting of the American Labor Party in Freeport, out of curiosity. An official of the NMU told him how he and his colleagues placed literature and pamphlets on every ship leaving the port of New York. From 500 to 5,000 pieces on each ship with instruct. 134. To the crews who were members of the NMU to place them in the hands of GIs urging them to clamor for return home and other subversive notions. 61 While Washington was talking about an iron curtain descending over Eastern Europe, NMU sailors were said to be in Marseilles joining a French strike of communist bread. French seamen and dock workers. 62 Meanwhile, back in New York, the RST full-scale political demonstration at the United Nations in Lake Success was spearheaded by NMU sailors. 10 taxis and 7 private cars streamed into the parking lot and pulled up in a semicircle. Out came the demonstrators, carrying Egyptian and American AGs, the NMU emblem, and placards denouncing Britain, the United States' new Cold War ally, because of its policies in North Africa. 63 The swiftness and intensity of the anti-communist assault overwhelmed Smith and his comrades, they were not prepared for it. The party's new line, enunciated in 1944 by its leader Earl Browder, trumpeting a new conciliation between labor and capital, allowed the organization to be wrong-footed. Its support for Curran came back to haunt it as he quickly became their chief tormentor. To be fair, the comrades may have had good reason to be surprised by Curran's apostasy. After all, he had underscored his warm affection for the party's friend, Paul Robeson, by naming his son, Joseph Paul, in honor of the famous singer. 64 Confirming the warmness of the relationship, Robeson came to the NMU convention in 1943 to confirm that some of my closest friends are in your union, Joe, Ferdy, Leo. They are very, very dear friends of mine. Today nothing makes me prouder than to be a member of the NMU. Then he performed heartfelt renditions of his favorites, including Joe Hill and Pete Boggs' Soldiers, in a further demonstration of his affection for the NMU leaders. 65 Since Smith and Robeson, a presumed non-communist, became fast friends and supported each other in their wide-ranging struggles for the rights of black workers in the NMU and elsewhere, it had seemed to follow logically that Curran too was an essential element of this powerful triumvirate. After all, Curran had praised the blatantly pro-Stalin, pro-Soviet LM, mission to Moscow, in the pages of the NMU newspaper. 66 He had joined with Smith and all 6 national officers of the Union in endorsing the crusade of Morris Shapps, the suspended City College of New York professor sentenced to prison for perjury, although his ultimate crime was his ties to the left. 67 He had written to 135. President Roosevelt calling for a pardon for jailed communist leader Earl Browder. 68 He ran for Congress in 1940 on the left-led American Labor Party ticket. He breezed through the primaries, defeating his opponent by a 3.5 to 1 margin as 41 Union members volunteered as watchers at the polls. 69 Such pink tendencies caused CIO stalwart Len DeCause to declare that Curran was then one of the CIO's most outspoken lefts, more so, in fact, than stricter party liners who might mince words for the sake of CIO unity. 70 Curran's viewpoint was so close to that of the party that many analysts concluded that he was a Red himself. He waffled on the question of the extent of Red Indians in the Union he headed. Once he had the temerity to allege, according to one partisan source, that his Union has no Reds. 71 California Congressman Jerry Voorhis repeatedly inquired about Curran's supposed communist membership. Curran claimed that documents were forged to show such a tie and angrily refuted broad hints that he should be cited for perjury in light of his erst denials. 72 These supposed party membership cards were forgeries and clumsy ones, at that, he retorted. 73 However, heated denials alone did not lay the charges to rest. Testifying before the House Un-American Activities Committee, John Frey, president of the Metal Trades Department of the AFOF-L, claimed to have photostats of Joe Curran's receipts for payment of dues in the Communist Party. It is definitely known that practically every day Roy Hudson and Joe Curran meet at the Welcome Inn on 6th Avenue between 9th and 10th Streets in New York City. His party name was Jose Narook. If you read Curran backward, it will give Narook, Frey concluded triumphantly. 74 But Curran was adamant and no doubt accurate when he said at one of his numerous congressional hearings, "I do wish to state for the record publicly, that I have not been a communist, I am not a communist now, and I do not believe that I ever intend to be a communist." 75 This last clause was seen as too equivocal. The committee questioned him about his vigorous criticism of the anti-communist crusaders who dogged his Union. His criticizing the Dies House Un-American Activities Committee's attack on the NMU, as he did in contacting President Roosevelt, was not unusual. Instead of trying to whip American public opinion into a frenzy of hysteria, he responded, "It would be well for the committee to look into the activities of the Un-American." 136. Ship owners, who, for years, have been operating a majority of their ships under foreign ags and employing alien seamen, while at the same time, accepting subsidies from the U.S. government for their ships sailing under the American ag. 76 Curran said that his Union had been the target of continued slanderous attacks by Congressman Martin Dies, his committee, and other anti-labor congressmen who called the NMU communist-controlled. 77 Dies was persistent. He told fellow House members in 1941 that the NMU had definitely agreed to call a general strike in the event that Harry Bridges, the alleged communist longshore leader, is deported. As for Curran, Dies wondered why he switched from his critical position of the party to following of the party line, late in 1936, coincidentally enough as the NMU was being launched with Curran at the helm. 78 This was all very curious, he thought. The committee claimed that Curran's Union has become an integral section of the Communist International's espionage and sabotage apparatus now at work in this country. Besides, he was inordinately vain. There are 14 portraits of himself in his New York apartment. The committee did not think correctly, as it turned out that his preening would withstand a targeted anti-communist assault that could jeopardize his sinecure. 79 committee members argued that Curran was under virtual surveillance by the party lest he make a false move. Dorothy Snyder, who worked closely with him at the NMU, was said to be the red watchdog placed over him. They maintained that she was only one of many women who were manipulating sailors. These young comrade girls popped up on the waterfront to exercise their wiles upon the seamen, successfully in some cases. 80 such deft deployments explained why the NMU left underestimated Curran, since they felt they had Curran surrounded. 81 Apparently the Reds did underestimate Curran, an obvious blunder given that he routinely pored over Robert's Rules of Order, the Bible of parliamentary procedure. A former sailor, Johnny Gladstone, asserted in 1982 that given enough agents spread around, some of them are bound to rise into positions of responsibility in the organization they infiltrate. It's possible, he declared without any supporting documentation, that Curran could have been an agent from day one. Like others on the left, he had a poor opinion of Curran, Homhead that was our sobriquet for Curran. Still, Curran could be called many. 137 things, but he was no fool. He spoke without anger, without wit, without sarcasm. His demeanor was avuncular. Gladstone recalled the Reds' attempt to repair their rift with Curran. He said he would like to salvage the situation, but it was out of his hands. He could no longer talk with Blackie or the party people, the communications were ruptured. Curran cleverly asked if it was possible to restore unity within the NMU. I had a feeling he phrased that within the NMU carefully. He would agree to meet with party leader Foster, but it had to be Foster the top. In an atmosphere of high drama, Curran put down his coffee cup and walked out of the cafeteria. Cheered by the new possibilities, we swung into action. Several meetings were held at the ninth floor of the party headquarters. But the circle could not be squared. Curran had sensed earlier than most that aligning himself with a party tied to the new Cold War antagonist in Moscow was not a wise career choice. 82 But from the point of view of the left, Curran's party was of a piece with his personality. Or so thought Terry Penman, a sailor who never really trusted Curran, especially since he treated his RST wife shabbily. 83 Another sailor, Gordon Thompson, argued that Curran merely wanted to substitute the leadership of one centralized body for another. He very much wanted an Irish mob to run the national office, said Thompson. Curran, Lawrenson, Duffy, McIntosh, Hanley, and Gavin, how Irish can you get? According to Thompson, Catholic trade unionists, particularly Irish Catholics, began organizing in the post-war era and they came to recruit guys in the NMU. Meetings were held on 14th Street and all of the Irish Catholics on the waterfront were literally ordered to go to those meetings. And it was well known at the time that these guys were going to take over the NMU. 84 If these Catholic trade unionists had their eyes the NMU, perhaps they were emboldened by the evident turmoil in the party itself. In 1945 the party ousted its general secretary, Earl Browder, in part because it considered his approach to employers too conciliatory in the new post-war era. Obviously the no-strike pledge would be dropped, so would the idea of cooperation between sailors and shippers. Browder's ouster was preceded by a momentous meeting in February 1944 in which Browder and his comrades maneuvered to liquidate the party to be replaced by an association. Their premise was that the war required a new era of cooperation between management and labor. 138. It is unclear whether Smith backed Browder at this juncture. His presence was rarely noted in important meetings, though the fact that his close comrade Blackie Myers did, suggests that he may have. 85 To Harry Haywood, the black communist sailor, then in faraway Cape Town, it looked altogether different. He met a young white woman who asked, "What's this I hear about the party in America? She had heard over the radio last night that your party is dissolving itself." It all came as a great surprise and shock to Haywood. It was hard to believe. 86 Smith did not maintain a high role in internal party affairs. In 1944, when 40 members of the Union National Committee were elected, a number of Negroes were among them, including Ben Davis, Pettis Perry, Henry Winston, James Ford, Claudia Jones, Audley Moore, Rose Galden, William Patterson, and others, but not the most powerful Negro communist, Ferdinand Smith. 87 In any event, the party was under enormous pressure from on high and the atmosphere was not conducive to clear thinking and straight dealing. Whether for this reason or whether on account of his dubious immigration status, he instinctively opted to be a semi-closeted communist. This is not to suggest that he sought to avoid identification with his party. When Browder was imprisoned, he sent letters to President Roosevelt and Attorney General Biddle in my own behalf and in behalf of his union. 88 At a rally to free Browder, Smith exhorted the crowd, "Today we are in a greater struggle. America is troubled at heart because we keep a man in jail who should be in the forefront of the GHT against fascism. I call upon you, Mr. President, to unchain the heart of the American people by delivering to us Earl Browder." 89 Smith's support of Browder, among other things, made it easy for anti-communists to attack him. Quickly Smith was denounced as one of two commissars, the other was his comrade Max Jurgen, playing a leading role in Harlem. As a parting shot he was called a Stalinist wart healer of the NMU. 90 Unremitting pressure leads to errors and testiness. This was what was happening to the communists. Ben Davis, the communist city councilman from Harlem, was not pleased when his name was not advertised as a speaker at an NLVC rally and wanted to discuss this oversight with the NLVC face-to-face. 91 Charles Collins gently told his friend, "Don't be surprised if from time to time the NLVC fails to come." 139. Out for a very important measure, even something as basic as backing Davis. "Many names were neglected," he said, "not just Davis's." 92 Later, NMU leader Joe Stack maintained that most of the Reds in the Union leadership only knew how to work for, not against Curran, and thus were unmixed by the onset of the Red Scare and Curran's speedy embrace of anti-communism. Blackie Myers threw in the towel and resigned, while owning the apocryphal story that a technicality had forced him out. 93 Norval Welch of the NMU concurred, contending that Blackie was never prepared for the Cold War. He had got by increasingly on his charm, wit, and dark good looks. It is easier to follow a line, when you are exceedingly busy, than to think for yourself, so when the crunch came, Blackie, among others, was not ready. 94 These are harsh words and perhaps unfair, but the larger point was that Myers's untimely departure left Smith, with his questionable immigration status, further exposed. The perpetrators of the Red Scare knew that rhetoric about Moscow gold aside, the National Maritime Union had become a mainstay for the Communist Party, and to weaken the former was inevitably to weaken the latter. Earl Browder, then in a bitter dispute with the party, contended that the NMU has many times made available to the CP the strike funds on deposit as collateral for loans to be contracted by the CP. These loans were not shown on the financial statement of the NMU. 95 When the communist Ben Davis ran for re-election in 1945, the NMU raised more money by a factor of 2 for his campaign than other unions, well ahead of the teachers and furriers. 96 Because Smith was a leader of this key union that was a mainstay of the Communist Party, he was under increasing pressure. Early on, the FBI had noted that Smith was colored, holds a high office in the Communist Party, and is second in command of the NMU in the East. He is running for secretary of the NMU, although he was told by the Communist Party not to do so. The Communist Party is desirous of getting Smith out of the NMU for reasons of their own. 97 Smith, the FBI said, holds Union Book number 2 in the NMU behind Curran's number 1, indicative of his high-level role. He also ranks next to James Ford among the outstanding Negro communists in this country. 98 In July 1945, the leadership of the party included NMU stalwarts Josh Lawrence, Blackie Myers, and Al Lannon. Interestingly, the private intelligence agency that revealed this identified those who were Negro but did not identify others by racial, ethnic, or ethnoreligious. 140. Labels. 99 The communists remained strong as long as those like Smith remained in the leadership of the still vigorous NMU. A private intelligence agency which monitored a post-war New York meeting of the waterfront section of the party attended by FTY militants noted with concern that the section is beginning an intensive campaign to get petitions signed for the removal of Coast Guard jurisdiction in maritime matters. The party has a good talking point here inasmuch as they claim seamen have been subjected to double persecution. Any seaman who has committed a crime is punished RST by the captain of the ship at sea and then again is tried by the Coast Guard after the seaman has arrived in port. 100 This was the kind of pork chop issue of concern to sailors no matter what their ideological leanings that enhanced the reputation of the Reds in the NMU. Negroes had further reason to admire the Union. At a time when a good deal of the nation accepted Jim Crow, the NMU had struck out on another path. Patrick Whalen, the Union chief in Maryland, had developed a rough and ready approach to integrating waterfront bars. Whalen, accompanied by a group of mixed-race sailors, would enter a bar. If the owner protested that it was a whites-only establishment, Whalen would throw a beer mug through the back bar mirror and declare, "There, you've just been integrated." 101 Before the onset of Southern desegregation in the 1960s, the NMU already had begun taking anti-racist measures. One of the Union's biggest strongholds was in Galveston, formerly a major entrepot for the slave trade. Galveston was a left-wing stronghold. The Daily Worker was on sale in the Union office, clippings from it on the bulletin board. The NMU had helped organize the oil workers and was assisting other workers across racial lines. The Union there strongly endorsed Henry Wallace in 1948 with black members in the lead. In neighboring Port Arthur, the NMU spearheaded local activities when the anti-black, anti-communist Martin Dies was chased out of public life. According to veteran CIO analyst Linda Cause, the NMU's record was due largely to communist Indians. CIO verbally opposed discrimination. But only the left, and notably the communists, aggressively tried to right ancient wrongs and create genuine union and job equality. 102 This was a major achievement. The NMU had extensive operations in Savannah, Charleston, Houston, Port Arthur, Jacksonville, Tampa, Corpus Christi, and other cities in the Deep South. In their union halls they outed prevailing norms by showing anti-discrimination pic. 141. Tours. Their newspaper, The Pilot, had a circulation of 60,000 and a world network of 150. Pick-up spots. Translators on the staff, particularly Spanish ones, were evidence of the NMU's hemispheric concerns. With funds won from their successful defamation suit against columnist Walter Winchell, they set up a leadership school in order to better promote their progressive egalitarian notions. They produced anti-racist LMS with their own 16mm motion picture camera and 35mm sound strip camera. 103 When the Union decided to bid for a license to operate an FM station on radio, they intended to up the anti-racist ante. 104 The Union backed up its words with actions, and one reason was the ideological commitment of the Reds. The Negro sailor Frank Lumpkin agreed. A ship, he thought, was a bad place to gamble. It was a prison kind of thing. You couldn't go nowhere. You couldn't spend money. So I sent my money home. It was there that he began a lifetime habit of serious reading. He read to learn, to try to find the answers to the questions that swarmed in his mind. The isolation of the ship and his incessant study, along with what he witnessed on board, led him into the arms of the Reds. He joined the party because communist seamen were so solid, they were always getting discrimination. The top and the bottom of the ship were mostly white, on deck and in the engine room. Blacks were mostly in the middle, in the mess room. The communists were getting to change that. He appreciated that. 105 In the minds of many Negro sailors, the symbol of that change was Ferdinand Smith. However, Smith would not be in the Union for long or in the nation. 142. 7. Storm, at sea. The NMU left seemed to be in an impregnable position in the early post-war era, sailing along like a formidable battle cruiser. But there were signs that not all was well. Time, the popular news weekly, and no friend of the Union, once remarked that NMU rank handlers had long had a noticeable list to port, some belonged to dockside cells of the Communist Party. A Time cover story in June 1946 carried a large portrait of Curran, boss of the sailors, with the provocative query, "Will workers of the world unite?" The Chelsea headquarters of the Union, said Time, was once a telephone exchange which shoulders aside the ancient tenements and sailors' lodging houses nearby. On the top floor was a big paneled conference room. There hang the photographs of 3 NMU heroes, Roosevelt, Tito, and another Joe Stalin in the center place of honor. Two of these heroes already seemed well beyond the ideological pale. Soon the third would be accused of inaugurating treason because of his New Deal and détente policies. When that happened, the Union would be sailing through decidedly choppy seas for months to come. Like many in the United States at that moment, Time was concerned that the NMU and its longshore allies in the Committee for Maritime Unity would impose a stultifying strike on the nation. That a communist-led union would do so at a time when the nation was confronting a communist threat abroad was deemed outrageous. Many asked whether Moscow would tolerate such a strategic union being led by allies of Washington within its borders. Yet it would be no mean feat to oust Ferdinand Smith and his comrades from power, for they had developed a loyal following, particularly among Negroes who were not attracted to the kind of leadership they saw in other unions. Smith held to his stand on the issues, particularly on global matters. Some were not pleased when Smith posed with Soviet maritime leaders at Union headquarters as they stared at a large and imposing portrait of 143 Stalin hanging in the NMU's council room. 3 others objected to him soliciting signatures on petitions for aid to Yugoslavia. 4. In the fall of 1945, the NMU sponsored a rally to protest transportation of Dutch troops on American ships to enslave the Indonesian people. Likewise, the Union objected to the deportation of Indonesian seamen and the barring of liberty-loving Indonesians from returning to Java. 5. Smith himself joined VE Indonesian seamen striking on 6 Dutch ships. The Union donated $500 to this campaign and, together with Robeson, Smith, and the Union hailed the people of Harlem who are feeding them, helping them and shelter and providing them with other essential services. 6. The Union went further and voted to boycott all ships loading military cargo for the Dutch in Indonesia, leaving foreign policy specialists in Washington to wonder just who was in charge of the nation's external relations. 7. At a time when many in the United States may have thought the word Indonesia was an unusual name for a girl and not the largest predominantly Muslim nation in the world, thanks to Smith and his allies, Harley Mitts and sailors knew better. 8. While Truman was seeking to whip up concern about an alleged communist advance, NMU sailors were taking a different approach. After returning from Southeast Asia, sailor Juan Alejandro declared, "The Atlantic Charter's holy promise of self-determination for the oppressed of this world is just so much hokum. The shooting war isn't over in the Dutch East Indies. Nor is all loveliness and light in French Indochina." Alejandro explained why NMU sailors were able to gain information that others preferred to keep from U.S. audiences. "American NMU seamen," he said, "have a way of getting around on foreign waterfronts. Even if they don't speak the language, they still manage to make themselves understood. They learn a lot." Thus he saw the bayonets in Saigon and heard stories in the native marketplace of the terrible atrocities the French had enacted. But this was not the kind of news that Washington wanted people to have. 9. Yet with metronome-like regularity, NMU sailors complained about U.S. aid against Indochina and troops being sent to Batavia. 10. The problem for the White House was not only that the NMU was led by Reds such as Smith, but that the Union was in a position to contradict with up-to-the-minute intelligence the administration on all sorts of issues, including the troublesome matter of China. In the fall of 1946, the NMU reported that there were great bodies of Chinese troops marching through the main streets and soldiers with 144 machine guns at different street intersections. In front of the custom house is anchored an American E. Chiang Kai-shek's government may control the cities, but the country is seething with revolt. In the United States, people were not being told that the presence of our troops here is strengthening those reactionaries. 11. The Union and Smith had more than an intellectual interest in events in China. In the spring of 1947, Smith contacted the State Department about Julian Larinaga, ex-crew member of the SS Morris Shepherd, who was sentenced to 1 year and 9 months in Shanghai for instigating to murder. Smith wanted the Shanghai consular official to conduct an immediate investigation. We feel that unjust treatment has been rendered Mr. Larinaga. 12. He had been arrested, on charges of instigating an assault, resulting in the death of a local rickshaw puller and was found to be drunk at the time of the alleged offense. 13. Smith had to be informed about the chaotic situation then prevailing in China in order to defend the unionist Larinaga, yet, increasingly, being informed was seen as being part of the problem. Defending the interests of their members almost inevitably brought NMU leaders into conflict with the U.S. authorities. Greece, a major ashpoint, became the focus for the so-called Truman Doctrine that inaugurated a new phase in the post-war battle against communism. The NMU, which did not back this initiative, came into conflict with Greece by the very act of defending its members. Thus, the Union demanded an investigation of the beating, robbing and imprisonment of 3 Negro NMU members in Piraeus, Greece. The incident was denounced by Smith as shocking fruits of the Truman Doctrine. Smith linked this doctrine to Jim Crow in a manner that was not adhering to the White House. The U.S. consular officials failed to give proper representation to the seamen, he said bitterly. The NMU delegate on board said, "In my opinion, the reason they have been so harsh with them is because they are Negroes." Thomas Groves, one of the jailed men, said a U.S. Coast Guard officer urged the Greek court to jail him solely because he is a Negro and a Union representative on the ship. The skipper did practically nothing to help his crew member and U.S. consular officials failed to give proper representation to the seamen. Shortly before this incident, some 8,000 Greek trade unionists of all political denominations were arrested, including the president of the Greek Maritime Federation, a NMU ally. Smith contrasted the U.S. consul's inaction on this case with a recent case in Horne. 145. Gary, in which a U.S. policy runner had been seized for making anti-Semitic remarks and Washington sprang into action to free him. 14. While Washington wanted to portray Greece as a noble ally resisting the evil encroachment of communist radicals, the NMU was painting a different picture based on the unfortunate experiences of their members. Since its inception, the NMU had been close to Greek sailors, a number of whom resided in New York City. This incident only brought the two left-wing allies closer together, much to Washington's dismay. 15. As the NMU and Smith became more unpopular, the State Department became less interested in cooperating with them in rescuing sailors from harm's way. In June 1947, Smith wrote to Secretary of State George Marshall and attached a letter from members of various unions re the actions of the American consul in relation to the conditions that seamen are confronted with abroad. Writing from Le Havre, France, the undersigned consisted mostly of NMU members, others are Canadians and Sioux. The beef is that the American consul won't give us the proper help and the food situation is terrible. All of us are getting the runaround from the companies and the American consul. The consul is always laughing at the beef. The Union should put more pressure on the State Department for every seaman is ignored by the consul. This was happening not only in France but elsewhere as well. All the seamen in these foreign countries are getting the same deal that we're having. How could sailors support Smith and his comrades as Union leaders when doing so almost guaranteed the non-cooperation of a vital agency like the State Department on beefs? 16. In September 1947, Jess Fautenberg, a sailor, sought to complain of the American consul sick in the city, that is Bahia, Brazil. After he had visited a doctor, he was declared a deserter, but when he called the assistant consul sick up to complain of this doctor, he told me to shut up and said if I gave him any more trouble he would put me in jail. The British consul sick tried to talk to him and he told him to mind his own business and he would do the same thing. 17. After the end of the war, labor and other forms of unrest mushroomed globally. This complicated the lives of sailors traveling to politically unstable foreign ports, particularly when U.S. diplomats were unhelpful. Smith's office received numerous complaints from sailors around the world. Among them was brother Thomas Hatchett, left in Santiago, Cuba, through the fault of the master of the vessel of the 146. Company agents, not posting a sail date until noon of the same day, which was on a weekend, and the majority of the ship's crew was off and no one knew the ship was sailing until that afternoon. 18. Then there was Willie F. Allen of the SS San Jose, who complained about the outlandish conduct of the Honduras police in regard to seamen who missed their ship in Puerto Cortes. It is RRM belief, said Smith, that this condition exists with the connivance of the company officials, namely United Fruit Company. One of our brothers, a member of this crew, had the misfortune of being left there. And when we returned, this brother was a sight to behold. On top of suffering from swollen feet, he also was suffering from malnutrition. His swollen feet came from sleeping on a bare concrete or without any bedding whatsoever. 19. There were many other cases too. Smith demanded that the State Department investigate the repatriation rights of Andres S. Martinez, crew member of the SS Yaque, United Fruit Steamship Company, who was left behind by his vessel in Puerto Barrio and denied the customary repatriation rights and was required to return to Spanish Honduras by the local authorities. 20. But why should the State Department help a communist-led union which periodically criticized it for policies it was pursuing, given all the other demands on its time? Assistance from the consul was of great importance in the many repressive port cities in which NMU members often found themselves. Smith complained to the U.S. Maritime Commission about what had befallen the crew of the SS Gauntlet and the mistreatment of merchant seamen in the port of Lourenço Marques, Mozambique. They were brutally beaten and thrown in jail and charged heavy knees on the slightest pretense. 21. And in Beira in Mozambique, East Africa, Brother West, an American of Negro descent, contracted malaria, and instead of receiving adequate care he was taken to a so-called hospital on the outskirts of town where the patients were all of African descent. There was no clean linen, not even a towel to ensure the most elementary sanitation. The mattress was of straw, and food was unable to eat. Once more, the Union was trying to force the United States into a confrontation with one of its chief anti-communist allies, Portugal. 22. In neighboring South Africa, then in the early stages of apartheid, a NMU member sustained injury to his left eye from slivers. On arrival at Cape Town, arrangements were made for him to consult an 147 eye specialist, but he was chased out of the doctor's office. The doctor told me no black man was allowed in the office. He returned, accompanied by the steward and one delegate. We were chased from the premises. The Union had a number of these cases from South Africa. Just as the United States was moving to solidify relations with its anti-communist allies abroad and ease Jim Crow restrictions at home, the NMU and its militant corps of well-traveled Negro sailors complicated its strategy. 23. The anomaly of what came to be known as the Civil Rights era was that the United States sent the Negro sailors packing while maintaining alliances for the longest time with their racist and repressive allies. The presence of Negro sailors in nations friendly to the United States, though hardly welcome, was not just a problem in Africa. Australia, another U.S. ally, had yet to do away with the officially sanctioned policy of white supremacy, though Washington was seeking to discard this doctrine domestically. This became a source of conflict when Negro sailors arrived at Australia ports. An Australian weekly wrote that Negroes had a penchant for enticing women down under. They were sex-crazed and liable to go mad after drinking very little alcohol. Combined with this was the revolting sight of local girls hysterically mauling black men and begging them with tearful voices to stay. These were some of the weekly's mildest remarks. 24. Smith was outraged by this attempt to discriminate against Negro seamen. 25. He was horried and shocked beyond credulity at the monstrous libel, unsurpassed in virulence. 26. The Australian ambassador promised to bring this article before the proper authorities in Australia and added, hopefully, this will not be allowed to affect the good relations which exist between Australia and the United States of America. 27. Skeptics, however, wondered why the United States was allowing a communist to complicate relations between two allies. Apart from being against bias, the NMU also came into conflict with powerful forces for other reasons. Rank and Lee sailors wanted strengthening of South American ties, adding that the GHT of the NMU against phony foreign ag transfers, against the double exploitation of foreign seamen and for keeping American jobs under the NMU banner, requires the support of Latin American workers. To accomplish this task they had to confront the reactionary leadership of the AFOFL, which has been sending in their agents to disrupt South American progressive trade unionism. 28. The NMU was also active in 148. Panama. Smith spoke up forcefully in support of Union efforts in the Canal Zone to destroy Jim Crow, a subject with which he was all too familiar, given his tenure there, which led to attempts by the United States to destroy the Unions. 29. Thus, when the NMU and its West Coast longshore allies, which also had Reds in the leadership, joined together in 1946 to press a common bargaining and political position, there was profound fear nationally about the future of the nation. The journalist Victor Riesel warned that the biggest strike machine in history was being assembled by the Committee for Maritime Unity, CMU, which included the NMU, Harry Bridges' Progressive West Coast Longshoremen, and a number of smaller unions. A prolonged shipping stoppage, he warned, would cripple over 50 big ports, stall food and gas shipments inside the country, and perhaps wind up as the world's RST international strike. He was struck by the level of organization. The committee at this moment could put up 3,000 seamen in private homes if need be, thus ensuring that sailors would not be stranded away from their home ports. There is an entertainment committee, and a legal and medical aid division has lined up 300 doctors, dentists, and registered nurses. The publicity department will publish a newsletter. The dispatching committee will coordinate picketing. 30. The very idea of communist-led labor unity sent waves of apprehension in Washington, and the nervousness, even hysteria, led to hyperbole, even confusion and misapprehension, on all sides. As one NMU leader put it at the time, in reading the statements issued by various officials of the Union concerning the record of the CMU in recent weeks, it has occurred to me that a future historian of the labor movement will have great difficulty in deciding just what did happen to the NMU during the critical year, 1946. 31. Indeed, the situation was confusing, for the pressure of the threatened job action caused some NMU leaders to buckle, then redirect attention away from their own inaction. From the point of view of Washington, the timing of the threatened strike was most unfortunate. Post-war Europe and Asia were both in the grip of hunger and homelessness, conditions that the Truman administration thought provided fertile soil for the rise of communism. The Marshall Plan, it was said, would address this problem. The NMU itself conceded in the spring of 1946 that a total of 4,209,000 tons of German shipping will be given to the United States by the Inter-Allied Reparations Agency. 15 Allied countries will share 16 almost new ships. 32. 149. U.S. foreign policy was on the threshold of a historic change, conceded one business analyst, and it is clear that the merchant marine must, therefore, play a far more important role as an instrument of defense and foreign policy under the Truman administration than in recent years. 33. There had been an enormous growth in foreign trade and thus of shipping. Today, the NMU announced at its 1947 convention, there are approximately 2,350 deep-water vessels in service, and NMU alone has close to 1,350 of these under contract. Prior to the war, in 1939 and 1940, we had only about 400 contract vessels. 34. This was why some thought that communists like Smith, who opposed the Marshall Plan, were allowing ideology rather than the best interests of the Union to guide them. Would not this initiative mean more jobs for sailors? They asked. But Smith begged to differ. In his view, the plan would mean more unemployment for U.S. sailors because Washington would turn over its vessels to Europe and allow them to build even more. Further, the plan would allow U.S. shippers to set up dummy corporations in these countries, as they now have in Panama, Honduras, etc., and operate with foreign crews for the purpose of escaping American wages and working conditions. 35. Nevertheless, Smith thought the proclamation of the Marshall Plan would give the Union more leverage. When I picked up the New York Times and saw the statement by Secretary of State Marshall that it would be disastrous if any weakening of the American merchant marine would take place, because it would completely ruin the foreign policy of the United States. And I said further, if we don't take advantage of that in our negotiations, we are missing the boat, and I want to repeat that. I say that we are in a favorable position if we act right, if we maneuver right. So I am not inclined to retreat, and I do not think this council intends to retreat. He strove for 2 weeks to get the National Office to call our council into session during the period when the Union was in a state of ux, so they could strike curatively while the iron was hot. It seemed the Union was in a box and we don't know how to maneuver out of it, because of internal opposition. But, ever optimistic, Smith maintained, I think we can and we will. 36 In short, Smith thought the left in judo-like fashion could turn U.S. imperialism's asset the Marshall Plan against it. Of all the threatened job actions of 1946, this was one of the most significant, because it had gigantic domestic and global consequences. In the port of New York alone there was an investment of $1 billion in dock, pier, terminal, warehouse, and similar facilities. Some 6,000 ocean-going vessels clear the port's 204 deep-water piers annually. The CMU was threatening to bring this transport machine to a crashing halt unless its demands for higher wages and better working conditions were met. This would have major repercussions on the U.S. and global economy. 37 Because so much was at stake, Smith was proceeding cautiously. The idea of the CMU was a sound one, he thought. Is it not a logical step, he asked, for the unions in a given industry to act together or unite for their mutual benefit? However, he was not as content of the CMU's ability to bend the ship owners to its will. Relatively, I don't believe that the maritime unions are in as strong a position as they were before the war. I believe that in the United States capital is relatively in a stronger position. But there was another reason why the ruling elite should be challenged. The seamen lost too many comrades in this war to sit by idly and allow the conditions for another war to materialize. It is no secret that the political Tories and the economic monopolists all over the world help finance and support fascism in Germany and Italy. Having been badly beaten in Europe, the monopolists are doing their dirty work in America. 38 The CMU was an attempt by Harry Bridges of West Coast Longshore and comrades like Smith to address the post-World War II collective bargaining issues by recovering the maritime unity that was in existence from 1935 to 1941. Indeed, it was an attempt by labor to unite behind a larger political agenda. It began in 1946 and, according to the ILWU, in the ensuing negotiations with the shipowners the CMU achieved great gains in wages and working conditions. But the unexpected resignation of Joseph Curran from the CMU in December 1946 changed the situation. His ostensible reason for resigning was that he objected to what he viewed as West Coast domination. 39 Curran and those who backed him were frightened by the growing strength of Bridges' union, which was widely believed to be as heavily dominated by Reds as the NMU. This led to a number of unsuccessful attempts to deport Bridges, the Australian-born stevedore. But it was not for lack of trying. Repeatedly the authorities asserted that Bridges and top CP officials discussed maritime unity problems. 40 The authorities feared that the CMU represented a further increase of power by the Communists and their maritime allies, and that the planned 1946 strike was their piece de resistance. 151. Curran may have been frightened by the scale of what the communist-led CMU was attempting to do at a time of rising concern about the Red Scare, and decided to throw in his cards in response. Victor Riesel was not exaggerating when he suggested that an international strike of mind-boggling dimensions was being attempted. As Curran became increasingly unenthusiastic about the strike, Smith took the lead in mobilizing the troops for industrial warfare. We are acting as the general staff in carrying out the declaration of war, and as good generals it is up to us to soberly analyze the factors involved in the carrying out of the program that is outlined. Let us analyze our opponents' threats, their resources, Brother Curran pointed out that the ship owners made some $2 billion during the war, Smith said in an indirect jab at Curran. They have, with their resources for attacking us, a friendly administration and Congress. Last, but not least, they have a controlled press and radio who will carry on a campaign of lies to attack the maritime workers. Curran sized up the opposition and concluded that the time had come to surrender. Smith said in effect, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead." As he noted, we have, in contrast to what we had in 34 and 36, some kind of treasury. Collectively, we probably could muster a treasury of some $1 million. This was a lot of money, especially compared to what the NMU had during the strike leading to the Union's formation, when it had approximately $1.35 in the treasury and we were out for some 90 days. But we were not weakened. Smith said to loud applause. Perhaps over-optimistically, he also said, "We have a favorable public opinion." 41 The NMU reached out to its local allies in labor. As always, Smith was mobilizing his allies among Negroes via the NNC, seeking to form a labor committee within its ranks. 42 He requested that all join us on this national picket line, against the bankers and industrialists who are fat with war prots. The proletarians want fascism for America, he warned in a statement endorsed by Charles Collins, Josh Lawrence, and other close comrades. 43 Smith reached out not just to Negro Unionists but also to Julius M. Spock, a major Gur in the ranks of labor. 44 Smith had to move aggressively, given that his plans were so ambitious. To indicate the utter seriousness of the proposed strike, he suggested a work stoppage 24 hours or even more, if necessary. A national work stoppage of 24 hours. This would include not just maritime workers but the railways too. It would bring the nation to an abrupt halt, just as fears were rising about a communist threat. 45. 152. But the work on the home front paled in comparison with what was being attempted abroad. At a rally in Manhattan, one of the biggest ovations given was for the representatives of 800 French seamen. In their native language, they told the Newers why they determined to sail no American ships until the NMU strike was won. 46 The CMU was working closely with the World Federation of Trade Unions, recently formed in Paris with heavy participation from communists globally. Louis Lalande, their leader, told Curran and Harry Bridges in mid-1946 as the strike was about to be launched, that we relate especially to the British TUC Union Federation and the Norwegian, Swedish, Dutch, Danish, Belgian, and French CGT Union Federation your message asking for support and effective solidarity of the seamen of these countries. 47 Louis Goldblatt, the CMU leader, thanked the Peruvian unions for their splendid gesture of solidarity. 48 While efforts were made to reach out to the Japanese Seamen's Union. 49 The Philippine Seamen's Federation needed no such coaxing, informing Curran, "We are willing to take action." June 15. 50 Danilo Jimenez of Costa Rica told Curran that as a revolutionist and labor leader in my own country, he, along with the workers of the whole world, will cooperate with their comrades of the USA. 51 Jack Vinacker spoke in similar terms, stating that the entire workers' delegation of the ILO International Labor Organization, comprising representatives from over 20 countries, this morning unanimously adopted the following statement: that this meeting of seafarers' representatives expresses its solidarity with the organizations which are striving to improve the working and living standards of their members. 52 The patient cultivation of good relations with Latin America paid off as workers in Puerto Rico pledged to go on strike in sympathy with you. 53 While the dynamics of the struggle pushed forward the question of the amalgamation of the waterfront workers of Mexico with the ILWU. 54 But this daring attempt at global labor solidarity had to withstand the weight of considerable internal and external pressure. Steeling for the battle, the U.S. Navy called reserves and volunteers to operate ships in event of strike. 55 A cartoon depicted the tension by showing Casey Truman now batting. The president was portrayed as a right-handed batter swinging at a ball labeled NMU. 56 Indeed, Truman was bent on pounding the Union into oblivion and thousands were cheering for him. A bulging crackpotly maintained by the West Coast Longshore Union contained a letter complaining that all these strikes are 153. Surely breaking all of us little business people. An unsigned note vowed, "You'll never get away with this bunk, not in the USA." 57. The CMU could have withstood this pressure. When did a strike ever proceed without pressure, but for the internecine squabbling that erupted, foreshadowing the impending purges of the left? Initially Curran asked why the NMU, which far exceeded in size the other member unions of the CMU, paid more than its share into the organization's coffers. 58. The NMU had an estimated 90,000 members, compared to 25,000 for all the others. 59. From his point of view, the other unions were freeloaders feeding off the NMU. On the opposing side, Smith felt that Curran was nally showing his true colors, seeking to destabilize the CMU in favor of the AFOF-L. He said that Curran's attempt to dislodge the NMU from the CMU will cause harmful consequences. Curran knew full well, he asserted, that to reassure smaller unions they would not be swallowed up, it was mutually agreed that all affiliates small and large would have an equal vote. Curran recognized this fact many years ago, and his 11th-hour discovery of this imbalance was merely designed to mask his support for the AFL Maritime Trades Department, which was formed with the avowed purpose of smashing the CMU unions, including the NMU. 60. This was just the beginning of a series of accusations and countercharges. Louis Goldblatt of the ILWU asserted in the midst of a particularly contentious CMU meeting that these are not a verbatim set of minutes. Not only did they contain several inaccuracies, but they were completely distorted with inaccuracies too numerous to mention. Curran claimed that an important teletype was deliberately not shown to me by Ferdinand Smith, and indicates shoddy activities to say the least. I reject these minutes as totally inaccurate and designed for the purpose of creating misinformation to our membership to accomplish some dirty objectives. 61. The arguments went beyond Curran and his ideological foes. From time to time Smith crossed swords with Harry Bridges, 62, and occasionally he agreed with Curran. Louis Goldblatt of the ILWU tried to conciliate Curran, at one point saying, "I think some of Joe's complaints have a certain amount of foundation perhaps. I think we should make some attempt to remedy the problems that Joe has raised." 63. Because the stakes involved were so high, it was difficult to accept arbitration, which was what the CMU was pushed toward. 64. It was even harder for some to swallow Curran's abrupt resignation from the 154 CMU, a maneuver that effectively destroyed the leverage that the NMU needed for further advance. Smith accused him of a deliberate lie and more lies. Bridges thought that another 1921 or potential liquidation was faced by maritime unions in light of Curran's burial of CMU. One sailor asked, "You mean to tell me Curran cannot see this?" Smith replied, "History alone can answer." Bridges was sober and contrite. "I have done everything I could to work with Curran. I have taken more insults than anybody around here from Curran." Smith had no time for contrition. He was hopping mad about Curran wrecking the CMU, accusing him of splitting tactics, confusion of our members, and an obvious falsehood and red baiting. Curran in turn had called Smith and his comrades leaders of the trained SEALs operating on behalf of the Kremlin. "That is why I agree with Harry," said Smith. "It is obvious. Curran and his supporters are tied up as a committee to destroy, to obstruct, the unity of the merchant seamen with the longshoremen." Bridges reminded those gathered of the crushing reality of it all. "When we adjourn this time the CMU is ended," he said. Smith replied, "Motion to adjourn signed die," leaving open the wildly optimistic idea that another meeting might take place. The more realistic Hugh Bryson of the Marine Cooks and Stewards countered, "Not signed die," adding the same regret and the same motion. When CMU adjourned, an ambitious attempt to organize waterfront workers of the world, nay, workers of the world with the United States in the lead, faded into history. 65. The collapse of the CMU signaled that a civil war had broken out in the ranks of the NMU. The conflict would end with Smith's expulsion from the union he had built and his ouster from his adopted country. Heedless, Smith blasted away at Curran's sabotaging of the CMU, charging that it would cause harmful repercussions not only among the affiliated membership of the CMU but among all seamen. It was a drastic step and the membership should have been consulted before he acted, Smith said. Curran knew all along that each union would have one vote irrespective of size, and acting as if this fact had just come to his attention was a phony ruse, charged Smith. He wondered how Curran could call for unity with their foes among the West Coast seafarers but could not work with their allies among the West Coast longshoremen. Not everyone endorsed Smith's position, including top leaders who had been associated with the left, such as Hedley Stone and Jack Lawrenson. 66. 155. Curran did not shrink from the battle. He said Smith and his allies had motives that have not been for our union RST. They have openly made it clear on the OR that they spoke officially as members of the Communist Party and for the Communist Party. Nor could they charge him with collaborating with the ship owners, given the no-strike pledge during the war when the Reds promoted collaboration with the employers. 67. But the National Council, the union's leadership, supported Smith's position by a 20-10 margin. I respected your authority, he told the council, to give leadership to the membership who elected you. However, creative minds can create side issues and prevent discussion of the real issues. He relied on the Union Constitution, which called on the NMU to cooperate with other maritime unions. The destruction of the CMU, which became an all-consuming issue for the NMU, was about more than just bureaucratic maneuvering. It was the CMU, said Smith, that won for seamen and licensed officers a reduction of the weekly hours of work at sea to 48 hours with overtime for Sunday and a 40-hour week in all ports. CMU for the RST time in history, achieved equal pay for equal work for American seamen sailing on vessels from all ports on all coasts. The reasons advanced by Curran to justify his resignation were carefully reviewed by the CMU Executive Committee, and were found to have no substantial foundations in fact. 68. Actually, Curran may have had another, unstated reason for abandoning the CMU. Since Bridges himself admitted that he was prepared to merge with the NMU, 69. Another group of radicals would have been added to the NMU ranks at a time when Curran was working overtime to reduce this number. Curran was sending mixed signals, pretending to favor the left but going right. He opposed the idea of outlawing political parties of any kind as a danger signal, although the resolution was endorsed by other NMU officials. 70. But this attempt to maintain the legality of the Communist Party was undercut by his pressing charges against Joe Stack, one of the top NMU radicals. The measure split the top 6 leaders of the union. Stack was accused of actions unbecoming a member and officer and misfeasance, malfeasance, and negligence. Infuriated, Stack charged that the union was getting closer to one-man rule, the thing that killed the issue. 71. Smith agreed, saying that some of Curran's tactics would put to shame anything that the old issue emperor could have cooked up. 156. Is history repeating itself in reverse? 72. Stack's comrades also supported him forcefully. Joe Wright, a sailor from Houston, observed, I am quite certain that Joe Curran is not only just ending out that I am a communist. I think Joe will remember when he sat in a Communist Party meeting at Galveston with me in 1938. 73. Curran would not back down, again referring to Smith and the communists in the Union as trained seals, and claiming that the Red newspaper, the Daily Worker, acted for the party hacks in the same manner as a shot of dope does to a dope end. 74. Curran insisted, there is no middle road. Either you want communist domination over our union or you will GHT to maintain control by its membership only. Sure, the communists in the beginning of our union helped to build our union, but they are not the communists of today. Their paper, the Daily Worker, which was once a paper that supported labor, is now a vicious lying sabotaging sheet. This was an all-out war. 75. Smith was equally outspoken, lambasting Curran's effort to broker an alliance with the Sailors' Union of the Pacific, which bars Negroes and Orientals from membership. He was both racist and anti-communist, Smith charged. A witch hunt against communists is the wedge that will be used to splinter the labor movement into helpless parts. 76 Negro sailors began to fear that since their rise in the Union had been closely linked with the rise of communists like Smith, his fall would mean theirs too. From Mobile in the Deep South, where Smith had entered the United States some 30 years earlier, Negroes let Curran know that real and rank and lee Negroes in the port are denouncing you, Curran, and the phony rank and file caucus allied with him. Your rank and file caucus, they told him, is holding meetings in every port in the Gulf, and we haven't come across one Negro who has been invited, because the caucus holds its meetings in Jim Crow gin mills where Negroes are discriminated against. Caucus meetings in the port of Mobile are held in that manner. Negroes had become fearful about their class position. Just as it seemed that race discrimination might be diminishing, doubts rose whether blacks would lose the class gains they had made. We know if you or any other official of the NMU red baits, you will also Negro bait. On the other hand, the 60 Mobile sailors, the bulk of the NMU's Negro membership there, charged that Clyde Ganaway, who worked closely with the Southern Negro Youth Congress and the NAACP, was under assault by the pro-Curran forces. The Ku Klux Klan here has threatened to run. 157. Ganaway out of town many times if he didn't stop ding for Negroes. And if Ganaway was a Red, the sailors concluded, then Curran and the rank and file caucus could use a good dose of communism. 77. Curran never convincingly answered this charge, namely, that wittingly or not he had made a Faustian bargain with the most retrograde elements in order to undermine his opponents. According to Thomas Carolyn, a sailor, Curran's most avid supporters included Weaver, a big goon former purser and by his own admission a member of the Ku Klux Klan. Another Curran ally, Blake, said there were too many Negroes in the NMU. Another crew member averred, "You know what's the matter with the NMU, too many Negroes." Yet another said he would contribute $1 to send Smith back to Jamaica. Smith's favorite congressman, Vito Marcantonio of East Harlem, was said to have brought all the Puerto Ricans here and put them on relief. At the last ship's meeting, these two characters tried to get a motion through to comply with the non-communist affidavits of the Taft-Hartley. 78 George Rasmussen agreed with Carolyn. This so-called rank and file caucus, he said, has been carrying on a campaign of intimidation against the minorities in the Union. In the case of the Negro and Latin American brothers, it has been a subtle campaign. However, in the case of aliens there has been an open vicious attempt to scare them. Caucus leaders have threatened to put the injure on any alien supporting a resolution or action put forward by the progressives. In response, the aliens chose to either abstain or vote against the progressives. But it didn't stop there. Then you must join the caucus and possibly kick in a couple of bucks. Then you must be prepared to take the next step. Do a little red baiting, come out for the phony Marshall Plan. 79 Over and over and over again, Smith's supporters alleged that the movement to purge him and other Reds had led to severe collateral damage for blacks and a general suppression of democracy in a union that had been well known for promoting this practice. From New Orleans came the report that no one can get up and speak unless the Curran crowd know what he is going to say beforehand. In a union renowned for inting, members were scared to voice their opinions. Anyone who disagrees with them at meetings gets booed off the OR and is threatened with violence. Jobs were being allotted on the basis of favoritism and men who do their bidding, and these were jobs that paid up to $110 per week. Moreover, the Negroes are 158. Criminate against in the port of New Orleans in such a manner as would do justice only to Bilbo Crocker, a Negro patrolman elected by a majority of our voting membership, is being discriminated against, dabbed names and called names like nigger red and others. These opponents of the CMU had the audacity to advocate that no Negro should ever be permitted to work in the Shoreside Gang. 80 other pro-Curran New Orleans Negroes objected to the lying, libelous statements spread about the pro-Curran side. 81 These members of the Negro race, indignantly decided to protest against the vile, untrue, slanderous, and divisionist sick campaign directed against officials of the sport. 82 However, they were a distinct minority among African Americans. The poisonous atmosphere that had come to permeate the Union carried over into the meeting of the National Council in the spring of 1947, where tempers ran high and violence almost erupted. Smith was spending his time at one grueling meeting after another. This took such a toll on him that he began one meeting by announcing that he had a splitting headache. It was so bad that possibly before I finish reading the report, I may have to call upon one of my sidekicks to finish reading the report for me. But he proceeded thereafter to give his critics a headache, accusing them of the most vicious kind of red baiting, twisted around like a pretzel, and as wishy-washy as it can be. They believed that out of 150 officers in the Union, 107 are communists and they dominate the Union. For the life of me, I can't see 107 people dominating 90,000 men. Rhetorically waving a bloody shirt, he declared, I would like to remind the Council that the things you are discussing now were discussed in Italy 20 years ago between the left wing of the Socialist Party and the right-wing Social Democrats. There was a split, and while the Social Democrats were pussyfooting around, Mussolini marched into Rome in a luxurious railroad car and took over. Smith confessed that as he sat here listening to speeches, the barrage of words made me feel like Rip Van Winkle who was asleep for years and just woke up. I remember in 1936 when I came off the ship I was chief steward on a freighter. I was getting $84 a month. A chief steward today gets $260 a month, over 200% increase, he said proudly. These wage increases occurred under communist leadership, so where is the detriment to the membership of the Union, he asked. Before the NMU, sailors were kicked around in dog houses, in crimp. 159. Joints. A guy couldn't marry if he was in love with a girl, he couldn't support a wife, much less kids, but now that had changed under Red leadership. Ditto for the West Coast, where Reds played a prominent role on the waterfront. The longshoremen on the West Coast can walk around like men and hold their heads up like workers should. Perhaps the pressure of the moment got the better of him, for he proceeded with revolutionary fervor, I said before and I say it again, the workers can't lose. There are too many of them. To kill them all, you have to kill the world, because you haven't enough reactionaries in the world to kill off that many people. I want to remind you again, I don't know what happened to Hitler, I don't know where he is. But remember, Mussolini was hung up by his feet. But the times had changed. Smith's adopted nation had fought Hitler and Mussolini, which sealed their fates, but it was leading the conservative charge that Smith deemed the successor of the two dead dictators. Because Curran sensed the new alignment of forces, he was able to outmaneuver those who thought they had him surrounded. He was dismissive of his critics, even telling one of them bluntly, "You are a rat." Smith replied that he was now incapable of fooling his presidential duties. Curran called his bluff, so make a motion to elect a new president. "I don't have to do it," said Smith coldly. Curran responded, "You haven't got the guts." Smith condently but unrealistically read back, "I have the guts. I can do that if I want to." But he was wrong, he was not able to do so. One reason for his failure to do so was that he was both a red and a black. Morton Davis of the Southwest understood this. "In my part of the country," he said, "the propaganda goes out that the communists have nothing to do with the economic way of life. The propaganda goes out about the communists that they are Negro lovers, and that is the only aspect that his constituency are concerned with, or know anything about. So when it comes to tossing this red business around loosely, as it has been done, it becomes a dangerous thing." Thus, Smith was known as a black bastard in his neighborhood. Hedley Stone, a former Red, was embittered on both counts, race and ideology. He wanted desperately to become a member of the CIO executive board but was blocked when Josh Lawrence, a black 160. Munist objected, because he felt that the Union should place a Negro in this post. Stone, preguring later anti-affirmative action resentment, said, "But for my color I would have been on the executive board." Presumably he would have been less upset if a white man had been chosen instead of him. Such sentiments did not bode well for Smith. Smith and his comrades may have underestimated the extent to which the Red Scare had taken hold. Hedley Stone, once a Red himself but now smarting over his failure to make it to the executive board, now led the charge against the party, complaining about the prominence of the party newspaper near NMU headquarters. "We gave it a position on the newsstand in our lobby. But that is not enough. They have 1 and 2 men standing in front of the building trying to sell that good paper." Harry Alexander felt similarly. "Who are the council members and have been since 1939, he asked. "With the exception of Joe Curran and a few more, all of them are members of the Communist Party. That is a fact. They have control of the Union. Read the proceedings of the last convention in 1945. All the committees were controlled by the council members and they were Reds." This was far from democratic, he thought. Back and forth they went at this lengthy meeting, with charges and denials of communist domination. The Reds argued that it was a diversion from more pressing concerns, while the anti-communists contended that there could be no progress without a purge. To Howard Mackenzie, this whole Red Scare, this shrieking about the communist, is designed for just one purpose: so the membership will be conditioned psychologically to be told, even though you may not think him guilty, based on the facts, you must ND him guilty, or else you are voting for the Communist Party. We are getting a shellacking from the ship owners, we can't get the ship owners by the throat, so take Mackenzie and get him by the throat. All these arguments are based on simple psychology. Charles McCarthy thought he had some sort of insight into the inner workings of the anti-communists. He considered himself a personal friend of Joe Curran, in that there has been a personal contact between Curran's family and me that I don't think any individual has had the advantage of. I lived for 3 or 4 weeks in the same house with Joe Curran and his RST wife. I know many times members of the Communist Party came to give me anything from 30 cents to a couple of $100 to get places to sleep our men. This was during the 161 unrest of 1936, and Joe Curran knows that, we all know it. So, what was going on? A Catholic who was once a Catholic can be one of the most anti-Catholic and most reactionary people. We see it in French history and in the English Church. And that, he suggested, was what had happened to Curran and his coterie. When Curran surrounds himself with such supporters as Charles Keith, an expelled member of the Communist Party, Drury, an ex-party member, with Lawrenson, who pulled out of the CP, with Alexander, who was in the party, Curran himself, who he suggested might have worn red underwear at one time, was now strongly anti-communist. But the Red Scare he had played on was designed to cause confusion. 83 that it did. The NMU was so caught up in judging ideological purity that it was in no position to assess and address the dramatic changes taking place in the industry. This became even clearer a few months later at the 1947 NMU convention, which brought Smith a step closer toward ouster from the union he had helped build. Despite their strength in the National Council, Smith and his cohorts were outmaneuvered here, not least because they were overwhelmed physically. The opposition was also well organized. They handed out leaflets that declared, "You have a right to know who are the Communist Party leaders at this convention." For some reason Smith's name was omitted from the list of names. Is it any wonder, the leaflet asked, why they are afraid to have the rank-and-file convention delegates investigate and review their work? Defeat the Communist Party dictators. Help return control of the NMU to the Union membership. Vote rank and file. 84 The convention marked the rise of the rank-and-file caucus, dubbed the rank-and-file circus by its critics, and the decline of the communists within the NMU. The rancor rose steadily in the months preceding and following the epical 1947 NMU convention. In retrospect, it is difficult to describe the mutual and overwhelming anger of the almost 800 delegates on both sides of the ideological divide expressed for 3 whole weeks. "We have already broken the record in several ways," said Curran at one point. "We have here the largest attendance for a union at any convention. The only other union that exceeds us in length of time of their convention, is the Railroad Brotherhood. It was so long that they had to borrow money, to continue the convention. It was enough to make one sick, which is precisely what happened to Smith. He confessed, 'I have an awfully bad cold and a headache.' I know." 162. That the delegates have been in session for 10 days and have been bored with a lot of reading and other items. As at the National Council meeting, Smith's body, indeed, his very psyche, was revolting at the situation he was in. The bitter inkting and actual gting was punctuated by monotonous and repeated shouts of point of personal privilege and point of order, often by Smith himself. As Frank Bruno of the SS Huck Finn put it, the tone of the convention was all haywire. Sol Renzi of the SS Santa Barbara said, "At the rate we are going, we are heading into open destruction of what Einstein calls the fourth dimension." E. W. Thomas of the SS Exford thought he knew why. "What I do know is that the members of our union who are communists don't do much sailing. They sail about 3 months out of the year, and so they have about VE times as much time to get around to do the talking with other people." DJ Gavin disagreed. "No matter how much you tell them that you are not a communist, as long as you are in the CIO, and still further, as long as you are a member of the National Maritime Union, no matter whether you are registered as a communist or whether the communists kicked you out, those attacking progress will still call you a communist, because the program of this union has always been one of the most outstanding for progress in the routes it has traveled." He must have had Smith in mind, for Smith was an ubiquitous presence at this Manhattan gathering and at the center of numerous controversies. Thus, he charged that the minutes out of the port of New Orleans were doctored. And further, he defended himself against charges of the mishandling of Union funds, wholesale robbing of Union funds, stealing of Union elections. These assertions, unsubstantiated, directed against me, were no more than outright vilification and lies from the so-called rank-and-file caucus. He took particular offense when a move was made to liquidate the educational program of the union, because they contend that you are training commissars and not men to supervise your contracts. "This was all bunk," he said. "Students have come from Columbia, from New York University and many other colleges and universities to see how the NMU schools are conducted, because of the prestige of the NMU educational setup. You smell the red herring," he said. "Well, wipe it off. You smelled it in front of your face and in your face. Don't be fooled by the stench of a herring, brothers." 163. Curran hooted at this kind of talk as he attacked the Reds in the Union directly. In 1944, he recalled, the party had said the ship owners were our friends and could be worked with. Now they're saying the opposite. Well, were they lying then or are they lying now? Seeking to outrank his opponents on the left, he asserted, you cannot get a seaman to join a union that tells him the boss is his friend. He warned against their supposed convention tactics of arriving early and staying late, seeking to use their ability to endure as a precious asset. Worse, their booing squads harass all non-communist speakers. And in a most arrogant manner, they whitewashed and protected the national secretary who for 7 years fraudulently held office in our union. As a result of this arrogant violation, over $30,000 of the membership's money was spent in special council meetings and the by-election necessary to LL the vacant office. After making a short trip, the former secretary was permitted to run again for the same office, again in violation of the Constitution. Those who demanded that he be made to live up to our rules, like any other member, were then immediately branded by the party machine as anti-Negro, red baiters, and fascists, and the specific issue of fraud was successfully covered up. Curran alleged that Smith and his comrades were appealing to Negroes to vote as a bloc in his election. They attempted to segregate the Negroes by having special leads signed only by Negroes, he charged. Smith should be censured, said Alex Stasike of the SS Sinclair Opaline. Although there were a number of bread and butter issues before the convention, the prospects for effectively addressing these important matters were dim. In vain Smith sought to focus attention on the ship owners. The VE leading companies American Export Lines, Atlantic, Gulf and West Indies Steamship Lines, Moore McCormick Lines, United Fruit Company Lines, and United States Lines had net profits of $38 million in the RST half of 1947 alone. Smith focused on the trusts running shipping. Among the most obvious examples are two lines, Isthmian and Alcoa, operated by two of the nation's most powerful trusts, United States Steel and Alcoa, dominated in turn by the massive Morgan and Mellon combines. These corporations were raking in record profits, he said, based on a sharp increase of productivity. Today, one ship and one crew can do what it took 2.25 ships and 2.25 crews to do prior to the war. Meanwhile, time and time again I have been approached by members' families who haven't any money left after the death of the breadwinner to 164. Bury their loved one, asking pitifully, how can I get a decent burial? And many times the Women's Auxiliary has taken up a collection to increase the money allotted by this union. Then there was the ongoing problem of acts of convenience. William Standard, the union's attorney, said that in October 1946 alone the U.S. Maritime Commission had approved the transfer of no less than 266 vessels to Panamanian registry. The issue of alien seamen continued to plague the union as well. When the aliens had been removed from the ships, it was impossible to man the ships with competent men and the ships were held up. Smith, the alien Black Red who was second in command of the NMU, felt that no single duty of the Secretary's office is more important than the protection of the rights and interests of MU's members in foreign ports. In place after place, seamen are thrown into jail, denied consular protection. On March 24, 1947, for example, I was forced to protest to the State Department the treatment of the SS Henry Headley at Durban in October 1946. When the crew went to the consul to ask that additional food be put aboard the ship before it departed for Buenos Aires, the consul replied with anti-Negro comments. The Coast Guard continued to have control of all safety and disciplinary machinery affecting sailors, though this had been billed as a wartime measure. Previously the Commerce Department was in charge of this. Consequently, many NMU members were tried by the Coast Guard's court-martials in Kangaroo Court. The Union was not able to organize in the manner that prevailed before the war. Their organizing apparatus was weak with strong opposition, in the form of the Seafarers International Union. Due to the Union's strenuous efforts, wages, hours, and conditions have improved to such an extent that our unions have made it necessary for the unorganized companies to place into effect the same wages, hours and conditions for the seamen aboard their ships. Thus, these seamen receive the benefits with none of the responsibilities of belonging to a union. Indeed, they told the unorganized sailors that if they join the NMU, Negroes will take their jobs. The idea of winning new contracts through the NLRB elections was little more than illusions. But how could they organize from the shoreside alone when the targets of their efforts were at sea? Smith advocated a boycott of the NLRB. No basic industry in the United States, he said, is so badly divided and disunited organizationally as the maritime industry. 165. Try. Workers were divided into more than a dozen unions. The NMU most nearly approaches the industrial pattern, but on East Coast vessels is still only one out of at least 4 and often VE unions aboard ship. Because of this, the ship owners and anti-communist unions could gang up on NMU members aboard ship and harass them. Undoubtedly the union's adversaries were pleased that as this impending trouble descended on the industry, the union was busy debating who was and who was not a communist. 85. This noisy gathering of old salts in dungarees and khakis and work shirts was punctuated by songs by the union's favorite performer, Paul Robeson. He sang some of his favorites, The Three Mariners, Waterboy, Joe Hill, Old Man River, The House I Live In, and Lullaby. It was one of the few positive notes at the convention. In less than a few months, the immediate quota of $300,000 was raised for the faltering Sydenham Hospital in medically underserved Harlem. Of this, said Smith, our union collected over $6,000. Smith's words and Robeson's songs were soothing. After each number the union's self-proclaimed best friend was given a resounding ovation and extended applause greeted him when he spoke. But those who thought this warm reception signaled a restored Red Dawn were sorely mistaken. For a destructive storm had hit the NMU, and Smith in particular, that ultimately was to leave labor, especially black and red labor, stranded at sea. 166. 8. Walking the plank. In 1978 Harry Haywood, the black communist sailor, recalled the tumult of the 1947 NMU convention. It was a current sweep both locally and nationally, accomplished with the able-bodied support of the local police and Curran's own henchmen and thugs in the Union. One Haywood was not mistaken. Because Smith and the Communists dominated the National Council and the leadership of the Union generally, Curran and his allies had decided to mirror the image real and imagined of those they opposed, a clandestine cadre with tight connections to more powerful forces and license to use violence. Smith was aghast at what he had witnessed. For the first time since the Mariners Club, which had tested him so severely in the Union's early days, a dual and secret organization is being established within our great Union, complete with membership cards and dues payments. They were promised that there were 170 jobs waiting for them in the Union provided they carried out their disruptive work. To Paul Palazzi, an agent in the port of New York and a Smith ally, noticed in mid-1948 that a number of out-of-town goons have drifted into this port for nefarious purposes. 3 earlier, Smith was so concerned that he felt compelled to inform President Truman directly about unsafe conditions on the waterfront in the port of New York. Our members cannot safely board ships as a result of gangster tactics employed by employer goon squads. For an undated circular spoke of $3.20 a day for organized strong-arm squads in the port of New York. 32 guys being paid $10 a day to dump members of the Union and to terrorize the homes of officials and members who oppose or criticize. Thousands of dollars being spent to transport dumping squads to Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and other ports. When the left held meetings, goons arrived armed with knives, tear gas guns, revolvers, tire irons, baseball bats, etc. Fighting among men in the street is one thing, but sailors don't go for terrorizing women and children who have nothing to do with the GHT of the Union, the circular added. 5. 167. Curran would have argued that violence deployed by his side was simply in self-defense. It was the Red Machine that brought 300 to a meeting of over 2,500 with a deliberate program to disrupt. They screamed and hollered for 2 solid hours. They intend to do everything in their power to drive this Union in their preferred direction. 6. But Smith had a radically different perspective on similar events. He thought that New York members were treated to such arbitrary action and downright denial of the fundamental rights of the rank and lee as has not been witnessed on the waterfront since the days of Emperor Grange. Curran and his caucasiers tried to ram a 2-cent increase down the throats of the membership and did not allow one rank endler to take the deck. No vote was taken because Curran adjourned the meeting rather than let the rank and lee speak. This was serious, as a good deal of the membership of the NMU regularly ships through the port of New York. They brought in their supporters from points far and wide to pack the meeting, then Curran took 40 minutes of that limited time for his own report. 7. But this time the prevailing winds were in Curran's favor. He dismissed the Union's National Council, where the party had Indians, as the equivalent of a party plenum or a come-inform sick branch meeting. It was no more than the last desperate gasps of the dying Communist Party machine, though he did not discount the rumors that they will try to burn down Union halls. 8. Given that, by his account, the party had attempted to murder National Treasurer Hedley Stone by braining him from behind with a chair. 9. Curran and Smith seemed to be living on separate planets. When Smith sought to authorize funding for an investigation of racial unrest in the NMU branch in New Orleans, Curran viewed it as malfeasance worthy of expulsion. As Smith recalled it, when he sought to write a check for this purpose, Stone said no check should be honored unless it had his name or Curran's on it. When off-staff followed past practice and refused to cooperate with the attempt to hamstring Smith bureaucratically, Curran read them. 10 Stone then read another office worker who led a false report on the Nances. Several girls sick in the department have been out sick this week, unable to stand the nervous strain of such hysterical outbursts and the tension of working under conditions of intimidation. The head bookkeeper whom Stone read has been under the care of a physician. This tension resulted from a plan by Stone and Curran that illegally stopped payment on any end. All checks signed by Smith and Mackenzie. 11 It was the prelude to Smith's expulsion from the Union. In a sense, Smith was getting on terrain shaped by Curran. He spent a considerable amount of time refuting or denying the president's tales, leaving him little time to put forward a positive program for Union members. Moreover, Curran was an experienced operator in his own right, a master of bureaucratic inking, who was able to win over a number of Negroes including H.B. Horne, most likely a former Red, to his side. Smith's allies claimed that these Negroes were all window dressing for Curran, but the latter's Negro supporters quickly leveled the same charge at Josh Lawrence and many other Negroes siding with the Communist Party. 12 He defeated an erstwhile Smith supporter, Howard Mackenzie, in 1948 for Union office. 13 Curran's ability to co-opt some Negroes in the North while cooperating with Jim Crow advocates in the South, exemplified the exibility, some might say opportunism, of his tactics. By creating a communist bogeyman, he was able to avoid dealing substantively with the issues Smith was raising. Smith argued that the basic question the Union faced was the role of the National Council or collective leadership, which is what had inspired the Union in the RST place. The Marine Firemen, Oilers, and Watertenders Union of the Atlantic and Gulf, a constituent element of the old issue, was angry at the backtalk of the rank and lee and had sought to alter their constitution to give top leaders dictatorial powers. This evil had to be stopped, said Smith. The NMU was formed with the idea of making officers such as Smith and Curran responsible to the NC, with the latter setting policy and the officers executing it. Curran's hidden agenda was to clip the wings of the NC, while Smith wanted to expand their powers. The NC, he thought, should be broadened out and there should be greater membership participation on it. 14 Smith also felt that during the last few years that the agents have become so harassed and badgered with directives from the national office, that it has become impossible for them to do anything on their own initiative. 15 So he wanted more power to devolve from the officers to the port agents too. Curran viewed both moves as a deceitful attempt to strip him of his power under the guise of democratization. Therefore he deftly pushed the momentum created by Smith's proposals toward weakening the National Council, where his influence was weak and Smith's was strong. 16. 169. Smith's designs, however well-intentioned, could not gain traction and were not in touch with the prevailing climate. Not coincidentally, the RST Union leader to be indicted under the non-communist oath requirement of the Taft-Hartley legislation was Hugh Bryson, his old friend from CMU, fellow sailor and fellow trade union leader, of the Marine cooks and stewards. 17 In any event, Smith could hardly push for his reforms when he had to spend so much time defending his legitimacy as a communist trade union leader and beating back the effects of Taft-Hartley. In March 1947 10C unions called for a ban on Reds, for example. 18 Content that his victory was historically inevitable, Curran did not hesitate to meet with the party hierarchy who he felt were the real power behind the throne on which Smith sat to discuss Union policy. Besides, despite his frequent denunciation of them, many communists felt they could indeed, had to work with Curran. I was called to an apartment house in New York, Curran recalled years later, under the guise of it being a cocktail party and some people wanted to meet me. And they were there in force. All the big guns of the Communist Party were there. There was Gene Dennis, Roy Hudson, and others. They wanted to talk about peace, but he insisted that the Reds must go from his union. A stalemate quickly set in. Then communist trade unionists Ben Gold and Irving Potash spoke to him to no avail. 19. In the spring of 1947 Curran told the National Council, "In the past 2 years, I want to tell you boys, I have gone to the top of the Communist Party 7 times. I have had 7 meetings with them. Since the convention in 1945. With Foster, with Eugene Dennis, with John Williamson, with Jack Stahel and others." He was telling them that in my opinion the policies pursued by the members of the Communist Party in the official family of the NMU and on the waterfront generally, were dangerous. The communist leaders could not have sympathized with his main complaint, namely, that Reds played too many high-level roles within the NMU. The pilot editor is a member of the Communist Party, the assistant editor is a member of the party and the main staff are members of the party. This domination had not prevented Curran and many others besides from publishing articles in the Union Journal scorning the party. The ouster of the Reds from these posts also put an end to freewheeling debate in the pilot and, certainly, the end of any articles critical of Curran himself. At the same time, Curran seemed to be upset that the Union Journal was not receive 170. Insufficient circulation, despite its supposed domination by Reds. Some ships have reported where patrolmen came aboard and didn't have a pilot with them, but they were able to take out of their briefcases party literature. I say that is favoritism. 20. Curran characterized the pilot as the sea-going edition of the Daily Worker, which devoted too much attention to the foreign policy of our country. 21. Joe Henderson disagreed, though he concurred that communists control the pilot. However, he added, "I know also that if there was ever a full expression of the sentiments of the membership in any paper, the pilot has given that, and especially in the last few months since Curran gave the death blow to the CMU. 22. This full expression of sentiments ended when the Reds were ousted from the journal, to be replaced by homogenized fare dished out by anti-communists. Nonetheless, the communists were forced on the defensive by charges leveled against them. Communist journalist George Morris conceded that one who criticizes communists no matter how sharply isn't necessarily a red baiter. Something more was required, such as when one tries to exploit prejudices or a scare against communists, to settle scores with others in his own organization through befogging the real issues, then it's red baiting. 23. Whether or not Morris had Curran in mind, his description tests the approach of the NMU leader, whose assault on his union's newspaper repeatedly befogged the real issues. A number of sailors seemed to think so too. The crew of the SS Zacapa said they were damn sick and tired of this continuous red baiting and disruption and baseball bat persuasion. 24. Joe Wiener pointed the anger of accusation squarely at Curran. His alliances with unsavory elements meant that you, my Negro brothers, are to be segregated. I know that when ASH begins to decompose, it starts from the head. In order to salvage the body of the SH, the head has to be removed or separated from the body. For those who may not have understood his reference to Curran, he added, I hope you grasp the meaning and act in time. 25. The crew of the SS Santa So seemed to agree with the hoary notion that the null conflict would be between communists and former communists, since those surrounding Curran were among the latter. 26. Being apostates from communism, their opposition to the Reds had an almost religious fervor. Moreover, they had powerful and influential forces on their side. During the war the ship owners were getting fat ashore, said the CIO. 171. Their total assets grew from about $237 million in 1938 to more than $460 million in 1944. Their net worth increased from about $125 million to $285 million. 27. With so much money involved and with Reds in the post-war era hungering for some of it, intense animosity was inevitable. Yet Smith's opponents faced a dilemma. Smith's base of support remained among Negro sailors, and they connected his demise to their own. At the same time, the national rhetoric responded to Cold War realities. 28. By leaning toward racial equality, which argued against the kinds of measures being taken against Negro sailors. Thus, Negroes found that their class position was being eroded just as their racial status was being upgraded, but this was like Hamlet without the prince, for what good were racial improvements when one's livelihood was threatened? This question had particular resonance in southern ports, where NMU had a modicum of strength and where desegregation battles were beginning to erupt just as Negro sailors perceived themselves to be under attack. John O'Brien was worried when an elected Union official in the port of Mobile, one of Curran's supporters, declared openly that there are too many Negroes in this Union. The consensus of opinion among the younger reactionary element now riding the two tankers I have recently been aboard, is that just as soon as the colored brothers and the alien brothers are eliminated, that this will be a union everyone will be proud to belong to. 29 Smith was gravely concerned with the brutal treatment of John W. Terry, a member of our union, in Beaumont, Texas, NMU, and pledged that he would do everything possible as, always, in the past to GHT brutalities against the Negro people and other minorities wherever they may occur. 30 Terry's involvement in the movement for racial equality did not sit well with Jim Crow advocates. As always, Texas was at the epicenter of these post-war battles. Houston, the largest city on the Gulf Coast, was being eyed with favor by the pro-Smith forces and with rising anxiety by his opponents. 4 of all the CIO unions in Texas, only the NMU raised its full quota for political contributions and distributed literature to the general public as well as its membership. 31 This early post-war optimism was to give way to more disturbing accounts. In the Gulf, it was reported, ports have been thrown into a turmoil of disruption in this critical time by caucus elements assisted by the police and the ship owners. 32. 172. Galveston was a stronghold for both Reds and Blacks and was therefore targeted, illustrating once more the close tie between red baiting and black baiting. By mid-1948 there was yet another assault of goons on the Galveston Hall, as 2,000 pounds of allegedly communist literature were seized after they broke into the desk and le of the port agent. The police put this literature on display at their headquarters, according to front-page stories in the Galveston papers. The literature included books of 50-cent Smith defense stamps. So-called loyalty cards are being issued by the goons to NMU members who do not actively oppose them. Others are arrested and told by the cops to get out of town. 33 Even after the purges in the NMU, Galveston remained a leftist stronghold. H.K. Dukar, a communist NMU port agent and Wallace agent, was RMLY in control. Curran's man, S.D. Tex George, responded by developing a secret alliance with the police, a fact that was crucial to George's eventual success. Seamen in Galveston began arming themselves with brass knuckles, clubs and guns. Tex George himself pistol-whipped 2 men on a Galveston street with a .45 caliber handgun he always carried. The Galveston police harassed NMU members opposing Tex George. There were nightly arrests of dozens, who were charged with vagrancy and heavily NED. The authorities set up a movie camera in an office overlooking the entrance to the NMU hiring hall and photographed everyone entering and leaving. Police then used the lists to periodically round up the men for interrogation and intimidation. The press was essential to the rooting of the pro-Smith forces, consistently referring to the anti-Curran faction, which consisted of non-communist leftists as well as communists as a commie goon squad. 34 When the pro-Curran faction lined up with the Klan and the police to eliminate all of the people that were identified as having voted for Ferdinand Smith, this too was generally ignored by the mass media. 35 This rout was accompanied by the Union's retreat from the ideal of equality. In neighboring Port Arthur, Negro members, no matter how old their cards are not shipped, if a white caucus member wants the job. Progressives in Houston are being terrorized. There isn't any more NMU in the West Gulf, declared 2 seamen. In Galveston, they said, the patrolman was thrown out of a second-story window and the agent was jailed. Throughout the Gulf, goons were conducting a reign of terror against the membership and elected officials under the 173 slogan of saving the Union from the Reds. The local police of these cities have afforded close cooperation to these gangsters, rounding up honest seamen for wholesale vagrancy arrests. 36 In Corpus Christi, there was a big Mexican membership and a few Negroes in the NMU. Those two are the backbone of our membership, said Norman Gardner. Yet he was called 4 times by different Mexicans and Negroes to say that they could not attend the meeting due to the fact that they were intimidated by some of the caucus. This has been going on for weeks. We have slept in our cottage 4 of us with a gun in hand relieving one another, as if this were a latter-day battle of the Alamo. Even so, he said, I say that 85% of the membership salutes you, Ferdinand Smith. 37 Smith was moved by the situation in the Gulf, where caucus goons have forcibly taken over the union halls and driven out the democratically elected officials, where for a long time certain ports, progressive members and particularly Negro members, have been kept from exercising their rights as union members through open intimidation. Caucus goons in Houston threaten the union dispatcher, Brother Jacquet, at pistol point and say, we don't want no NGERS around here. 38 The NMU found it hard to distinguish the violence being enacted by the goons from the violence being used against CIO organizers. The lynchings, clubbings, and torturings, it said, are a deliberate and calculated weapon of employers to defeat the current CIO drive to organize the workers of the South. Joseph S. Gray, steward on the SS Nicholas S. Biddle, was assaulted in a Houston bus by the driver. In words dripping with sarcasm it was said, "Attention Secretary of State Burns, while you were hooping it up in Paris for a democracy you wouldn't recognize it if you saw it." Down south another Negro member of the NMU was beaten by a KKK goon till he lost sight in one eye. 39 In the southeast, a few months before these mid-1948 events in Texas, NMU agent Robert E. Hawks, caused a furor when he asked, unsuccessfully, that 2 Negro Union officials be admitted to the public hearings before the Georgia Senate Judiciary Committee on the white primary bill. 40 In Jacksonville the NMU was actively backing Wilson Armstrong for City Council, a member and officer of the Hod Carriers and Common Laborers Union, the RST Negro in 40 years to aspire for public office. The NMU was distributing leaflets, canvassing, and donating funds to the campaign. 41 Across the South pro-Smith NMU members seeking to advance the battle for equality were met by 174 stiff opposition from pro-Curran backers, bolstered by more powerful forces. While nationally the prevailing rhetoric on equality seemed to be owing in Smith's direction, in fact, his camp was under attack by the authorities. This apparent paradox formed the template for post-1950s civil rights reform. Doors were opened formally, but economic rights were not guaranteed, not least because the radicals who would have spoken out against this anomaly had been purged. These contradictions were illustrated by J. Skelly Wright, who was courageous enough to confront Jim Crow in New Orleans. Yet as U.S. Attorney he indicted Robert Hima, who worked for the Federal Barge Lines, an agency of the Department of Commerce, on the grounds that he was a communist, an accusation Hima fervently denied. The real target apparently was the National Maritime Union, which Wright said was nothing more than an arm of the Communist Party, to be exercised in behalf of Russia in the event of war. When asked in 1983, years later, how he knew this, Wright, then a celebrated federal judge, could not recall that any evidence was produced to validate that conclusion. 42 In short, Wright symbolized the tensions of a coming era that simultaneously expanded civil rights and restricted civil liberties or the right to association. Yet strengthened civil liberties were a precondition to strengthened civil rights. Whatever the liberal right may have contributed in the realm of civil rights was vitiated by his staunch anti-communism. 43 In short, New Orleans was rife with racial bias, which the NMU left could not ignore. This led to an internal trial of NMU officials thought to be guilty of racial discrimination. A 15-man trial committee was elected consisting of 10 men from the Curran caucus and VE men who claimed they were middle of the road. The trial committee had refused to hear certain evidence against the accused discriminators. About 15 delegates who sail out of New Orleans tried to get the deck, but Curran, as chairman did not recognize most of them. Curran stated that anyone who opposed the accused was supporting a big red plot, though there was testimony available which proved that they were guilty of violating NMU policy and were guilty of discrimination. But Curran as chairman would not recognize this evidence. In this red-baiting atmosphere 389 delegates voted not guilty and 308 voted them guilty. Now, said a disappointed sailor, any official can discriminate, and if he is brought on charges, run to Curran and say it is a communist plot to get rid of him. 44 No wonder. 175. Opposition to the civil rights movement was so fierce in the South, some had become accustomed to thinking that support for equality was tantamount to support for the evil empire. Although the FBI was concerned about these issues, it was indifferent to the victims of bias. Thus, it took note when the NMU endorsed Reverend L. H. Simpson, Negro candidate for city councilman at large, Houston, because his supporters further followed the communist line by picketing the steamship Mar Negro, a Spanish ship which docked at Houston. 45 In Birmingham, the FBI focused on communist infiltration of the National Maritime Union. 46 In Hawaii, the Bureau was zaided on the NMU conducting weekly Marxian theory discussion classes at the NMU Hall. 47 In Philadelphia, it was suspicious because the local NMU at Philadelphia has been very active in Negro activities. 48 An informant told J. Edgar Hoover that my beef is that we have a lot of seamen sick in the NMU that aren't American citizens and don't seem to want to be one either. I believe a little undercover work would produce facts. The informant requested, please keep my name confidentially, otherwise it might cause me to get hurt. 49 But Hoover was already busily hunting down suspected communists. Poring over confidential reports from the Office of the Chief of Naval Operations and Naval Intelligence that contained information about crew members of the SS Variga considered possible communist sympathizers. Another report referred to a sailor who was charged with being a communist and a party to a slow-down strike aboard the SS Santa Rosa. 50 In addition to Negroes, aliens also saw a kindred spirit in Smith, and like the Negroes, the authorities felt that they too needed reining in. This was apparent from an incident aboard a ship. When Capt. James Cansos of the Newberry Victory decided to split his crew into English-speaking and non-English-speaking groups, he was sharply rebuffed. Claiming that members of the crew had approached him on the matter, the captain posted a notice which read, "Since you are sailing an American ship, you must speak only English. Foreign languages spoken on the ship create ill feeling among the American crew members abroad. If you can't speak English well enough, don't speak at all in meeting places on the ship. This is an immediate order. Anyone that doesn't like this can get off." A number of Negroes on this ship took exception to this order. 51. 176. Summing up, Smith was stunned that instances of caucus terror were mounting in port after port. In New Orleans, he said, goon squads of 10 and 15 have been parading daily before the Union Hall, threatening physical violence to Negroes and aliens who vote against the caucus. In Mobile, Mr. Smith said, caucus goons beat up a Spanish-speaking brother in the Union Hall. After the meeting they dumped the dispatcher, Louis Stein. They came aboard a ship covered by Patrolman Von Schmidt on Union business and tried to dump him. Tex George, caucus goon leader in the Gulf, gave Bob Greenberg, a rank handler, 24 hours to leave town. In Tampa, caucus goon squads threatened Sam Albury, Negro port agent. They said they would kill him if he preferred charges against any of the caucus who are carrying on anti-union activity. In Norfolk, Max McLaren, caucus goon squad leader, was responsible for dumping rank handlers, until an aroused membership ran him and his squad out of the port. The word commie, Mr. Smith observed, is affixed to any and all officials and members disagreeing with the policies of press. Joseph Curran. 52 These racial and ideological problems necessarily manifested themselves aboard ship. When a German refugee encountered NMU sailors in post-war Germany, a Negro told him, "We does our work and keeps to ourselves and they does their work and keeps to themselves," the they referring to whites. In other words, we don't fuck with them, and they don't fuck with us. Of course, if the captain fucks with us, the Union will fuck with him. We're all NMU, suggesting that even poor race relations had not sapped the Union's strength, at least not yet. 53 But this was to change. In August 1948 charges were preferred by Curran and Stone, calling for Smith's expulsion from the Union he had helped build for misconduct and malfeasance. When Smith ordered an investigation of bias in New Orleans, the opposition described it as peculation. Smith and his supporters Paul Palazzi, Howard Mackenzie, et.al. complained that there was no quorum at the trial as one member of the jury had resigned. He had objected to being railroaded. Another had said that nothing that he heard would make him change his mind about Smith. The defendant had requested an adjournment. He had argued that the hearing was closed, and besides there was not enough time to prepare an adequate defense. His argument was rejected. 177. In a lengthy resolution, the crew of the SS Uruguay asserted that the charge that Smith was involved in misappropriating Union money is only a smokescreen for purging. The money was used to send an investigating committee to the Gulf to look into charges of bias. It was neither squandered nor spent for personal use. The committee was dispatched southward because numerous members had reported violence, terror, and discrimination there. Smith explained that due to goon activities in the Gulf area, he and Mackenzie had sent Josh Lawrence and Tony Lucio to investigate. Unfortunately, this laudable effort led to the functional equivalent of the death penalty, expulsion. 54 He was thrown out of office along with Paul Palazzi and Howard Mackenzie, expelled by the New York membership, 1,462 voting in favor, 523 against. It was one of the largest meetings in recent years. But Smith was not niched yet. 3 days later, this decisive action by the membership was deed by a mob of 250, which invaded Union headquarters and attempted to force a special meeting for the purpose of reversing the membership's decision. 55 In their effort to reverse the onrushing pro-Curran tide, Smith's supporters were accused of ever more obstreperous tactics. They couldn't run it, so they wrecked it, according to Curran's supporters. They stood on their hind legs and hollered, bellowed, and grunted. They paraded up and down the aisles, stomped their feet, threatened physical violence. 56 They were now increasingly referred to as comrades or hacks. An analyst writing in the Saturday Evening Post called the ouster of Smith and other Reds from the NMU leadership probably the biggest single defeat the American Communist Party has ever experienced. It was a heartening story of the worst trouncing ever enacted on this country's Reds and one of the biggest upheavals in labor history. Top secret data on convoy movements and other vital information were streaming into the Marine section of the Communist National Office. The setback for the U.S. Communist Party may even affect Soviet military policy, as Moscow has consistently sought to dominate the American maritime industry. Plans to that end were drafted at a Comintern meeting in Hamburg, Germany in 1930, it was said. Moscow did this with one eye to a future Russo-American war. From that tiny acorn, a mighty oak grew, as the Reds came to control 107 out of the NMU's 131 elected offices. To this day a big hammer and sickle is prominently displayed in the lobby of the Union's headquarters, a 6-story building on West 17th Street in Manhattan. The Reds used their 178 control of the NMU to stir up trouble in the ranks of the United States Army, given their role in transporting troops back home. During the wave of Stalinist-run walkouts in France in 1947, they had the crews of 2 different American ships stage sympathy strikes in Marseilles. Then, the analysts said, the Reds declared war on Hedley Stone, the white-haired FTY 1-year-old NMU treasurer. They circulated rumors that he had received kickbacks on real estate bought by the Union. In their haste to oust him, they forfeited an opportunity to unionize the 2,986 employees and 96 vessels of the Isthmian lines. The writer was particularly happy that Smith's opponents were able to shrug off the idea that the anti-communists would feel bound to come to Smith's defense. That Smith is a Negro made this seem surer to them. The anti-communists, they thought, would never have the courage to face charges of being both reactionary and anti-Negro. But the anti-Reds took that risk, and succeeded. For Smith was one of the most active communists in the drive to cripple American shipping. In 1938 it was Smith who remonstrated Robert L. Desmond because he refused to join the party. According to Desmond, Smith said, "I see you're on a tangent. Why don't you join the Communist Party and follow policy?" But Desmond adamantly refused and was never permitted to go back to the sea again. George W. Crosby took a different tack. At Smith's request he did sign up with the Young Communist League. At Smith's orders he even distributed communist literature to soldiers aboard army transports during the war. Smith was the key man and the Reds lost more ground when he was ousted. 57 Another reporter from the anti-communist journal The Reporter disagreed. He felt that the NMU, once the most earthly independent union in the world, had beaten back the Reds at the expense of its own democracy. 58 As time passed and the union sank into decline, his opinion seemed more reasonable. Smith's alliance with the presidential candidacy of Henry A. Wallace, which, like the NMU left, was red-baited relentlessly, further confirmed the anti-communists in their passionate desire to isolate him and remove him from power. It was not accidental that he was detained by federal authorities after he had appeared at a Wallace rally. CIO official Donald Henderson pressed this issue on the White House, complaining of Smith's illegal seizure, asserting boldly that this persecution of Mr. Smith is undertaken because he has raised his voice on behalf of a rival candidate, Henry Wallace. 59. 179. Yet, when the CIO Executive Board voted in 1948 on whom to support for the White House, the former vice president received a thumbs down by a vote of 33 to 11. Smith was in the minority, along with his comrades from Maritime, Harry Bridges and Hugh Bryson. 60 That even labor liberals were cool toward Wallace was a bad sign. Even liberal Negroes were not predisposed to back Wallace, having made their peace with the incumbent, Truman. Lester Granger of the National Urban League told Max Yergin that he had been a consistent critic of Mr. Wallace. One reason is the lack of attention paid by the Department of Agriculture under his administration to very serious problems of Negro farmers in the South. The whole AAA program, as it was originally established, left Negro tenant farmers holding the bag because of misuse of the parity check system. Mr. Wallace's speech in Texas last year when he trotted out the old freight rate differential argument in a palpable attempt to smooth down the feathers of the reactionary South seemed to me an indication that the man will play politics on the lowest level in order to make a point. I would not go on record in support of Wallace even if my organization's policies permitted me to do so. 61 The NAACP was equally reluctant to get involved with Wallace, going so far as to re their aging founder, W.E.B. Du Bois, in part because of his close association with Wallace. 62 By contrast, the Maritime Committee for Wallace, in which Smith played a leading role, tried to get the association to join their campaign to condemn a recent statement by General Dwight Eisenhower that Negro and white people could not live together in intimate circumstance. The NMU has proved that Negro and white seamen can live together, work together, and face the torpedoes together under the most intimate of circumstances, they argued. But the NAACP was not interested in attacking Democrats or Republicans with designs on the White House. It simply led away the Smith-inspired letter and continued its open and covert support for President Truman. 63 Some Negroes who had received concessions from Truman were reluctant to turn against him. Some CIO liberals felt they might be bludgeoned if they did so. The White House had powerful levers at its disposal that could be wielded for or against various forces. In the fall of 1946, as the new Red Scare was just taking off, John Owen, Executive Secretary of the AFL Maritime Department, sent a wire to the President about an important meeting in New York at which his unit went on record to notify all ship owners that the U.S. Maritime Commission 180. Zion and the President of the U.S. decreed that if any new shipping companies start up on the Atlantic and Gulf coasts, they must negotiate with the AFL all the way through, not with the CIO's NMU. If any new shipping operators make labor agreements with the NMU, the AFL longshoremen will refuse to work these ships. 64. This threat was credible enough to cut off support for Smith's forces and doom them to failure. As NAACP and NUL officials surveyed the landscape, they felt they had good reason to stand down from the left. Her inquiry bordering on incredulity, Marion Winperry of the NAACP asked Ewart Gwynner, "You stated that you had information that persons were being asked whether they invited Negroes to their homes and that the neighbors of federal employees were asked such questions concerning the federal employees being investigated." Federally sanctioned loyalty oaths for employees had already created a furor. The kind of race relations favored by the NMU left paradoxically came under assault just as it seemed to become official state policy. 65. The national narrative was being rewritten, and the left was being written out of its historic role. The purges had a particularly negative impact on minorities. The loyalty oath layoffs that occurred in Cleveland involved 17 postal workers. 14 of the latest group to be suspended are colored, 2 are white Gentiles, and the other one is Jewish. 66. Viewing such statistics, mainstream rights leaders realized that a heavy price would be paid by anyone bold or misguided enough to veer left and back Wallace. Leaders had to be careful about the company they kept, and it became increasingly difficult to rationalize consorting with Smith and Josh Lawrence, an important Negro leader in the party, although he is not nearly as smooth as nor as important as Ferdinand Smith, in the words of an anti-communist monitor. 67. If they were to violate the informal ban on friendly relations with Reds, they might have to pay a high price. Smith was not alone in his pro-Wallace stance in the Union, though Curran was one of Wallace's staunchest critics. However, given the dynamics in the NMU, this recommended Smith even more to the NMU left. Smith solicited 200 signatures from the crew of the SS America alone, urging Wallace to run. On Smith's desk, it was reported, are similar petitions totaling 5,000 signatures of NMU members who have taken a stand for Wallace so far. A total of 7 ports, 75 elected officials and many ships' crews have thus far given their N.181 endorsement to Wallace. According to Smith, ports on record backing Wallace on a third-party ticket included New York, Port Arthur, Providence, San Francisco, San Pedro, Seattle, and Galveston and Savannah. A majority of the National Council of the NMU backed Wallace, including Josh Lawrence, Oliver Bout, Paul Palazzi, and Howard Mackenzie. 68 more people would have supported Wallace but for fear of intimidation by the FBI. They remembered what had happened in February 1948 when agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation began visiting CIO union offices in New York City ostensibly to verify records of 1946 election contributions by union members, but actually to pry into current union political activity. This was an obvious and reprehensible attempt to interfere with the collection and expenditure of voluntary individual contributions for political activity, said the CIO. 69. The CIO in metropolitan New York City came under strong attack because it was correctly seen as a pro-Wallace bastion. The success of this campaign further eroded Smith's position. Shouting and ASTGHT broke up the RST session of a special CIO investigation of charges 70 brought against the New York affiliate. Curran was at the forefront of this movement, charging that unless something is done about the CIO Council in New York it will be used as a central antibody to CIO, there is no question about it. 71. Above all, CIO progressives had before them the example of Robert New, who, characteristically, suffered the ultimate penalty due to his belief in equality. Chair of the Wallace Committee in South Carolina and port agent of the NMU, he was brutally murdered in the spring of 1948 by an anti-Wallace gangster. New was murdered because, in the words of his killer, he fought for the rights of the Negro people. He was a damned NGR lover. 72. Shaken by this tragedy, Smith angrily accused his killer, Rudolph Serio, of being a self-admitted member of the caucus headed by Curran. 73. With rising alarm, Smith detected a suspicious trend. This follows the same pattern as in New Orleans, Mobile, Galveston, Tampa, Norfolk Southern ports, all, where desegregation was regarded with dread. Wallace hammered away on the issue, with Truman scrambling to catch up without alienating too many Dixiecrats. In Mobile 2 weeks ago, said Smith, caucus goons dumped a Negro committeeman. In New Orleans, goon squads of 10 and 15 have been daily parading before the Union Hall, threatening physical violence to Negroes and aliens and promising shades of Southern justice. 74. 182. Would other Union backers of Wallace have their throats slit and be left to bleed like livestock, as happened to New? Serio said he had killed New not only because of his enlightened views on race but also because he was a communist and pro-Wallace. Serio was unrepentant. His lawyer, Thomas P. Stoney, announced that at the trial, I will prosecute Bob New for raising unrest among the colored people in the South. I will prosecute him also as the chairman of the Wallace Committee, and as a communist. Smith's protest against this outrage was itself the object of protest as an attempt to spread hate and disunity. He was warned that if he persisted, Serio supporters would feel compelled to pay you and your kind a visit, in force. 75. Smith was not reassured when Serio reputedly told Curran, I did all I can to keep the NMU from going commie and I'm very, very sorry I can't do more. Joe. I know you are behind me, but what about the rest of the caucus guys? 76. Not only had this wave of terror swept through the South, but it also had reached the far West, where the NMU already faced growing competition from the Sailors' Union of the Pacific and the Seafarers' International Union. Curran's caucus, alleged Anthony Lucio, an NMU port agent, was working with the cops. There was collusion between the caucus, the companies, the cops, the FBI. He attached a transcript of a telephone conversation in which, after one of those speaking referred to San Pedro, California, as an all-commie port, his interlocutor asked, have you contacted many of the companies about a little financial assistance and so forth? The ship owners are giving us a little money too. What about Union Oil? They ought to be good for a chunk of dough. The reply was, I started meeting with the FBI. When asked about these Negro guys, the response was they got 25 active commies down from L.A., as if blacks were automatically reds. 77. Smith supporters were forced further on the defensive when James Johnson, a Negro sailor, was arrested purportedly because he answered the description of a burglary suspect. Predictably, there was a good deal of red baiting at his trial. Anti-Curran advocates felt that such police action is in preparation for police brutality against picket lines, if the unions are forced to strike, with special efforts to intimidate Negro and minority seamen. Fortunately for Johnson, the fact that a large delegation was present from the NMU while the case was being heard, no doubt affected the decision to drop further proceedings. 78. 183. How was it, the Communist Party later asked, that they had suffered such a crushing defeat in a period of 3 short years since the conclusion of the war? The party thought it went beyond crude violence. The bourgeoisie, it said, sensing the vital importance of maritime and also recognizing the strength of the left as a serious roadblock in their developing plans for a new world war, concentrated upon the maritime unions with an unprecedented campaign. It was in the NMU in which the progressives had the greatest strength that the offensive was sharpest, and the defeat the most severe. On the West Coast, by contrast, the reactionary offensive moved ahead but at a slower pace. A large difference between the NMU and ILWU was that the progressives held the administration of the Union. Secondly, a better qualification of leadership was given with the right issues selected at the proper time, unlike a maritime union, in which only a small part of the membership are ashore at a given time. The large Negro corps in the key longshore locals, which consistently rallied to progressive policies, was also a factor. Of course, the left was not entirely absent from the administration of the NMU, likewise, there was a large Negro corps in the NMU as well. Perhaps the reason the party was ousted from the NMU rather than the ILWU had something to do with the latter being headquartered in a more progressive area, San Francisco, far away from Wall Street, the stronghold of capital, which was within walking distance of the NMU offices. The party correctly pointed out that unlike a maritime union, in which only a small part of the membership are ashore at a given time, stevedores were relatively stationary, which gave the ILWU more stability than did the NMU. This was one reason the party was reluctant to concentrate on these workers in the RST place. The purges also hit hardest in the marine cooks and stewards, where left strength numerically had been greatest. And in this union, it hit the Negro and other minority members hardest of all. During this time the MCS was undergoing the most sustained and ferocious attack perhaps leveled against any union its size: raids, blatant government interference, lawsuits. 79. This union, which too had a heavy concentration in the far west, thus suffered from some of the same problems as the NMU, thus underscoring the value of stevedores being relatively stationary. Surprisingly, the party made no mention of its favorite whipping boy, the Socialist Workers' Party, followers of Stalin's enemy Leon Trotsky. The Socialists sided with Curran to help him oust Reds like Smith. 184. Then Curran turned on them. But while it lasted, the alliance was quite useful to Curran. 80 former Reds also helped Curran, reinforcing the view that the nullcontact would be between communists and ex-communists. The Daily Worker pointed out that the main instruments for Curran's demagogic campaign were the renegades from communism. Of 32 top officers and port agents elected, 17 are former communists. The ranks of Union progressives were severely depleted by these defections, and 6,000 sailors lost during the war, many of them resolute militants, not to mention those who were severely injured or died of natural causes. 81. In any event, the sewers between these left forces were difficult to explain to those outside Marxist circles and contributed to liberal suppositions about their general sectarianism. The quality of the Communist Party's recruits is also noteworthy. Hulbert Warner, a former vice president of the NMU, who ultimately directed a campaign to drive the communists off the waterfront, was a communist at various times from 1938 until 1943. Though he made this admission at a time when it was self-defeating to express any sympathy for the party's ideology, he claimed that when he joined the party he didn't know a communist from a Republican. 82. Assuming the accuracy of this statement, it bespeaks certain ideological weaknesses among the Red leaders of the NMU. C. Wright Mills writes that in the decades before the RST World War and again during the Great Slump, socialist orientation was an important starting point for many Union careers. In addition, as late as the middle 20s, during the Lafayette campaign, some 42% of the labor leaders were affiliated with third parties of one sort or another. 83. Joining the Communist Party back then did not require the same level of ideological commitment it does today. The upside of this was that the quality of Red recruits was often weak. Along with the high-level participation of unreliable cadre like Warner, it is also noteworthy that Smith, the top Red in the Union and one of the top Black Reds nationally, was often absent when high-level meetings were held with leadingers like Bridges or even at meetings of party comrades generally. 84. How could the party carry out its mission of coordinating a common line if a key figure like Smith was missing? Perhaps Smith's immigration status caused him to lower his role within the party. But it is hard to see how he could keep a low role while remaining a top trade union leader and being shadowed because of his Red ties. 185. Communists were always a distinct minority within the NMU. 85. When one considers that some of their leading members were government agents, that others were ideologically weak, and that leadingers were often left out of decision-making at the highest levels, it becomes easier to understand how and why they could be purged so quickly. Moreover, the drive to oust the Reds from the NMU occurred as the party itself was reeling from the disruption caused by the successful attempt to oust Earl Browder. Inevitably this led to bruised feelings and confusion all around. Charles Keith, the NMU leader, was expelled from the party in 1945, along with Browder. Wounded in Spain, his complete set of Lenin's collected works attested to at least a formalistic understanding of what it meant to be a communist. Jack Lawrenson, another one-time Red who was expelled, had a wonderful command of the language and was an excellent speaker, according to Hedley Stone. But he thought that though he was a well-liked person, he was lazier than lazy. He arrived at meetings late, party meetings, union meetings, officers' meetings. He lived in Greenwich Village and he spent his nights carousing in the village. Harry Alexander was expelled. Of Russian descent, like Smith, he was an alien with an ambiguous immigration status, which made him vulnerable to pressure. He was a pretty good organizer, said Stone, but was always griping about one thing or another, which demoralized his comrades. Stone himself stopped attending party meetings in the fateful year of 1945. From his perspective, the party went further and further away from concern with benefits for people. I would compare it to the faux pas made by our country in going to Vietnam. As the Union became more and more organized, the party moved away from us. It didn't know how to attach us, to bring us slowly, not immediately, across a wide river. Even before he left the party, Stone's relations with his comrades were full of conflict. We used to eat at Bickford's, he recalled, on the corner of 9th Avenue and 34th Street, the southwest corner. We went in there to eat. I went over and nosed over Joe's Curran's shoulder while he was sitting with Smith, Myers, and Mackenzie. I wouldn't sit down with them. Then he got angry about an officer's tiff over a pay increase. Later they raised the issue at Manhattan Center, close by Bickford's, and the furious sailors started throwing pennies. The officers had to get off the platform. If one of those pennies hit you, it would hurt you. This was not just a communist versus non-communist issue since Harry. 186. Bridges Union had gotten double what we had gotten. You can imagine how my communist colleagues felt. Not stopping there, Stone claimed to have been the force behind the effort to oust Blackie Myers from leadership, which hastened Smith's departure. With communists and ex-communists backstabbing and backbiting, it was little wonder that the party lost Indians. 86. The cracks in the Popular Front also revealed themselves in the deteriorating health of the sailors. Smith's ally, Hugh Mulzac, was hospitalized in Staten Island at this time, suffering from ulcers, due to the exertion and tensions of his duties. 87. Smith himself seemed to take ill during the pivotal and stressful 1947 National Council and Convention gatherings. Smith's mental and physical health was affected by his comrades' sharp critiques. Indeed, given some of the strong public criticism, one can only speculate on what may have been said privately. In an extraordinary gesture, the normally discreet party newspaper The Daily Worker took him to task in June 1948, just before he was expelled from the Union, for allowing himself to be trapped into joining a joint statement with Curran, surrendering to an injunction and calling off a walkout without even consulting the strike committee or the council. The newspaper thought this violated the position of the progressive left Unionists in the NMU and also sacrificed the interests of the maritime workers. 88. In an equally unprecedented open letter, Josh Lawrence and Paul Palazzi, two of Smith's closest comrades, made a similar point. 89. Beaten down, deserted by some comrades, denounced by others, Smith was ousted from the Union he loved in 1948 and faced an uncertain future in the nation he had served so valiantly during the war. Yet that was not the end of his travails. At the 1949 NMU convention, his and his comrades' dreams of making a comeback were cruelly dashed. There were three identifiable blocks: Smith, Curran, and those tied to the former communists Jack Lawrenson and Charles Keith. However, since the last group was hostile to Smith, it was clear that he would encounter strong resistance. There had been a precipitous decline from the old NMU, which prided itself on its devotion to democracy. This time, according to an account in an anti-communist journal, identifiable anti-Curran men who attempted to enter the hall had their membership books snatched and were then beaten up in a back room. The membership sat silently under a pro-Curran chairmanship with police lining the hall. 90. 187. Although the war in Korea was months away, in the St. Nicholas Arena in Manhattan one would have thought that a dress rehearsal was well underway. Again, an anti-communist journalist observed that members and officials of other unions who have dropped in at the convention of the CIO's NMU, have come out shaking their head and saying, "What a union, what a union." Curran felt hamstrung by the NMU's ultra-democratic constitution under which any motion to suspend the rules to allow a new procedure must have a two-thirds vote, and the Curran backers have been unable to muster this. But most delegates know their Robert's Rules of Orders by heart. Where in other unions the decision of the presiding officer is usually accepted, at the NMU it is open to challenge and vote by the membership. 91 This tradition was on the chopping block in 1949. Jesse Gray, a future leader of tenants in Manhattan and future member of the state legislature, was upset about the erosion of union rights on board ship in the wake of the purges. He made his feelings plain on the hour of the convention. "If you ask for coffee time, for any time at all not coming to you, you are a communist. If you press a beef to win overtime, you are a communist." Another brother gets up here to make an amendment about kicking the Trotskyites out. But there hasn't been one who got up and said, "When you go back to Dixie we are going to GHT the KKK." Gray could sense that something fundamental had changed in his beloved union. Fighting racism was no longer a leading priority. Fighting Reds was. Gray of the SSX Cambian rebuffed Curran directly. "The RST correction I would like to make," he said, "is to correct the chair for referring to me as Willie and giving other people names on the or. In his view this was a racist slur. But this was the least of his concerns. "I make an amendment on the or as of now. That intimidation immediately cease on the or. I am referring to the intimidation that is being thrown at Negroes and other delegates from the Gulf, who oppose the renegades. Next, I want to point out that they have guys back here, sitting in the middle of the hall, who would like to vote not in favor of Curran, but they have a master at the table who tells them, 'You vote our way or you don't come back to the Gulf.' What is this?" he asked. NMU democracy could not survive the arrival of anti-communism. Epithets and labels abounded at this gathering: Hitler, hack, commie, Trotskyite, comrade, among them. 92. 188. 5 left-wingers were expelled, Smith among them, in a noisy session marked by loud outbursts and general disorder. The handling of the cases of the former officials was sprung on the convention in a sudden and surprising manner that caught the anti-Curranists unprepared. Loud but unavailing protests were made, accompanied by a great deal of sarcasm and name-calling. 93. A great deal of noise had erupted when Smith brought his appeal to the convention over. His expulsion from membership was based on misconduct and misfeasance. Henry Frierson of the SS Extrada was disconsolate, connecting Smith's expulsion to the deterioration of the situation on board ship. "My salary has remained the same, but my working conditions have not, my beefs on board my ship are not settled." The rapid decline of the party's unions in the Union was rated when Smith's expulsion was upheld, 393 to 146. From there it was downhill. Clark R. White of the SS Gulf Key rose to speak as a Negro brother, and I come from Florida. But his racial background gave him no moral authority. He received short shrift when he pleaded, "For the sake and protection of those fellows who come from the Gulf or any place in the South, I believe we should have a secret ballot." 94. Smith and his comrades and his fellow progressive and Negro sailors staggered from one defeat to another. Weeks after their defeat at the convention, they suffered another setback. As one observer put it, on November 16, 1949, at a time when most of the loyal NMU officers were out of town, a group of 400 communist supporters stormed the Union headquarters on W 17th St in New York and took over administration of the hall by force. Curran recaptured the building in a pitched battle. A subsequent mass meeting called by Curran at the St. Nicholas Arena on Thanksgiving Day was temporarily disrupted by communist violence. 95 The communist supporters correctly feared that the last vestiges of progressive presence in the Union was about to be cast aside, and they reacted sharply. Unknown to them, however, their opposition had more weapons than they imagined. When the RST signs of trouble started brewing, the American Radio Association, CIO, issued a message to the crews of all American ships at sea: Communist revolution in the NMU began Wednesday. Red fascists besieging New York NMU building. On your arrival, New York request time off to attend grandmother's funerals. After burying old lady, come down to defend Union Hall against commie stormtroopers. Immediate. 189. 8ly, a few men jumped ship and took passage home. For the next few weeks, the building was in a state of siege. Goon squads roamed through Chelsea and Greenwich Village and in the seamen's favorite Gin Mills. 96 M. Hedley Stone of the Union was on a ship sailing to a meeting designed to foil the communist-led World Federation of Trade Unions. When he arrived in London, he received a call from Curran, who told him, "The Kremlin has been captured." A strange way to describe the Union headquarters he had been heading. Stone proceeded immediately to Cherbourg, then to Southampton, where I was picked up by the U.S. labor attaché and put on a plane. I returned to the U.S., and we took the hall back. 97 Curran and his cohorts did not stop there. After bludgeoning his internal opposition, Curran turned on the progressive Marine cooks and stewards. Hugh Bryson, the Union's leader, declared, "It is our contention that this charge of alleged communist domination was instigated by certain persons hostile to our organization, and in particular one Joseph Curran." Bryson gamely defended his union. "When we fought to put the RST Negro stewardess ever to sail on an American ship the other day on the luxury liner Lundine, do you consider that in the interest of the Communist Party and against the Union?" Curran's other nemesis, Harry Bridges of the ILWU, said Curran was battering his union too, allowing NMU members to cross the picket line they had established in Hawaii. Curran, who had been pushed into the spotlight by the Reds, had become their worst nightmare. 98 Initially, Smith and his comrades had taken a metaphorical beating, then came an actual one, with the none too subtle assistance of the U.S. authorities and Curran. Bruised and wounded, Smith and his supporters limped away from the NMU as the mainstream press stood on the sidelines cheering lustily. 99. 190. 9. Black labor at sea. Smith did not fold up his tent and disappear silently into the night after his 1948 expulsion from the NMU. The next 3 years were full of angry protests, salacious immigration hearings, and imprisonment. Finally, in 1951 he was forced out of the United States altogether. After his expulsion from the NMU, Smith, of Jamaican origin, and Ewart Guinier, of Panamanian and Jamaican origin, spearheaded the formation in April 1949 of the Harlem Trade Union Council, HTUC, designed to combat racial bias in the sphere of employment. One Smith was somber as he cast his eyes over an economically desolate Harlem, a Manhattan neighborhood teeming with Negroes living in intensely crowded conditions. "Unemployment," he said, "has reached 25% among Negroes, although the Negro population constitute only 6% of the total population of the city." Addressing this matter was a high priority for him. HTUC quickly placed 250 Negro workers in jobs during the RST 8 months of its existence. Guinier credited HTUC with opening up hundreds of jobs for Negro workers in plants and industries from which our people had been previously excluded, including many jobs as technicians in the radio industry. On one occasion the HTUC invited 6 breweries and the 7 brewery locals to a conference on bias in the industry. Smith appealed to the trade unionists present to embrace unity without regard to race, creed, color or natural origin. If they failed to do so, he warned, we would regret being forced to resort to any other method to enforce the just rights of Negro workers. For in case the workers doubted his sincerity about resorting to other methods, they had only to turn from their beer and cast their sights on the docks. There they could see Joseph Ryan, the combative right-leaning boss of the East Coast stevedores, who blamed the conflict between Negro dockers for their rights and against his union on HTUC. The fact that many white workers were supporting the picket line proved, he said, that communists, rather than the members, 191 of Local 968, were really behind the protests. 5. Smith decided to join this ferocious battle. There was undeniable racist sentiment in Ryan's ranks. To a large extent the assimilation of gangsters corresponded with Joe Ryan's presidency of the ILA. The corrupt Ryan welcomed convicted felons into the Union and appointed them as organizers and, in some cases, as presidents and secretaries of locals. Unashamedly, he admitted hiring convicts to GHT communist unions. 6. Smith, on the other hand, congratulated Bridges of West Coast Longshore for your decisive defeat of the attempt to drive Negro longshoremen from the Frisco waterfront. He was seeking to deliver a similar result in New York in opposition to the deliberate and announced policy of the ILA to drive Negro longshoremen from the piers, which was executed not only against Negro longshoremen but Negro seamen and other Negro maritime workers. He told Bridges, "This is part of the pattern of driving Negroes out of industry at trade union wages and onto the relief rolls from which anti-labor administrators such as New York City Welfare Commissioner Hilliard recruits $25 per week workers." 7. After meeting with the HTUC and the Negro dockers, Congressman Adam Clayton Powell arranged for a congressional committee to conduct a probe into charges of racketeering and discrimination by Ryan's union. 8. But this protest was sidetracked when the press suggested that the twin evils were discrimination and communism. Although it was a step forward in that it targeted bias, it contained the seeds of its own demise in that the focus on Reds distracted attention from the real problem. Not everyone agreed, however. The New York Amsterdam News thought it was equally unfortunate that Ferdinand Smith and other communist labor agitators were permitted to horn in on the GHT between Ryan and the colored longshoremen. Smith and the rest of the Reds are not interested in helping the workers get justice, it said, but in stirring up more trouble for the Bennett of the Communist Party. 9. It was a sign of the times when the otherwise progressive Paul O'Dwyer assured the NAACP that the Negro dockers regretted having allowed Ferdinand Smith and others to picket. Not comforted by this, the NAACP sternly refused to offer the workers any assistance. 10. Though he had once worked side by side with the NAACP, when Smith and the HTUC brought demonstrators to Radio City in Manhattan to protest the National Broadcasting Company's decision to bar Robeson from appearing on television, the association likewise steered